by Josh Thompson in the drafting range, and the bump draft likely to resume once again. And last lap, Verstappen responded to the pace, Sven Haas responding to the pace of those in front, actually gained 1.4 seconds on your race leader. I get the sneaking suspicion this morning part of the race, watch for that virtual coach by Grin and Go machine. It's going to try and close up to the red line teammates up front.
I think Sven is the clear opposition here to Redline. I think that whenever we've seen him in the car, he's been that extra step, that extra amount of pace. And if anyone's going to be able to catch Redline, it will be Sven Haas today. That's how I feel like this race is going. But let's not kid ourselves. Max is holding off pace. He's waiting to link up with his best buddy Josh Thompson, as it has been for these last 3 hours. And they're going to start pushing again. And to match the pace of cars that are pushing and working together is an exceptionally hard thing to do.
It's something I've been thinking about over this entire year, because Redline in particular have very clinically been working together in this GT3 class. Is there a benefit as Thompson does go a bit deep into the corner? That's going to back him off slightly after doing all that hard work. Is there a benefit to the likes of, Virtual Coach and BMW M Team BS compositions, coordinating the background, Will, and saying, you know what, those two are working so well up front, we maybe can't close on them unless we work together as well. So let's try. Let's do something together and see what happens until maybe the final couple of hours of the race.
I think the way that you've got to look at it, right, I think it's a strategy, I don't want to say pioneered by the Apex Racing team, but they prepared for the Daytona race in 2023, I believe, in a manner which I don't think had been quite seen before, and definitely opened up the eyes to slightly bigger teams that can always field 2 cars. They literally prepared that race as in, we are preparing to bump draft and race as efficiently as possible and as close to each other as possible. They didn't prepare like a regular race. They really looked into the strategy of just bump drafting in the perfect way. And that's kind of what these drivers are doing right now. They're not just bump drafting each other. They are strategically driving and speeding up and slowing down at certain sections of the track to maximize the effect of diffuser stall and the physical push from the car behind.
And it's something that you're right. I hadn't thought about it. It was Apex. It started at the end of 22 in the final round of the IMSA Esports Championship, where they pumped each other almost like clear by an entire lap in a 2-hour and 40-minute race. That was so efficient in working together. But you're right, it changed the tone for how these teams, I think, prepare and plan out for the races. I guess it also changes something you've already brought up, changes how they think about the race at the end. At what point do you tell, Thompson, who went fastest in qualifying, as potentially being one of the fastest drivers today as well, in a car that might be the fastest at the end of the day, when do you tell him it's time to start fighting, and that BMW M Team Redline car has to start defending a little bit more from its teammate?
I think in a world of where everyone's very media trained and very corporate and very good for the sponsor, I wonder who the villains are in this real scenario. Like, are we ever going to get a situation where the team orders have been given not to pass and the driver behind passes? And that's the sort of thing that really gets you sitting on the edge of your seat. I'd love to, as much as I would love to be in the position. Right? I think Sven Haas is a clear.
No.
Yeah, well,
inside the red line camp, I'm thinking now. You were singing his praises slightly earlier.
Josh?
Andre.
Andre's the villain.
Yeah, Andre's not allowed to tell the teammates to not fight. Instead, Andre's got to start telling them to fight sooner rather than later.
I guess you could try and ultimately Andre's very performance focused, and if he feels like there's a risk, he's going to tell them not to fight. Trust me, I'll tell you that for free. But yeah, I think it was an interesting point actually brought up by Luke Crane himself, who's obviously doing a mammoth 24-hour stint in that Team Redline stream, coordinating and hosting that maybe sim racing does need a few more villains from time to time. Maybe that's what we need, and I think someone like a Sven does kind of portray that from time, and I think we should applaud that in a way, because it does definitely create some really interesting dynamics.
We need characters, we need stories, we need people that other people want to watch at the end of the day. And so I agree. Maybe not villains, maybe doesn't describe it the best, but take a look at IndyCar, right? All this Joseph Newgarden's become like the heel character, to steal a wrestling term, right? He's gone full down his villain arc right now, and maybe alienating himself from some. Then you've got all of the drama that happened amongst some of the other mid-pack teams over the course of the summer with some fierce fighting. There's been plenty of bad blood and rivalries being shaken up there. On board with the number 23 World Sim Racing car that's in 12th position on the back of Carnage, that Ford Mustang that started inside of the top 10 and just about holding on to 11th right now.
Indeed, and I think that this SimRC car's been a nice addition to this race. I think they're doing really well, to be honest. SimRC, to me, do not define themselves as a particularly clinical GT3 team. With all respect to them, I think they have a lot of strengths in maybe the sort of minor classes, if you could say, like the pace that SimRC can show in a TCR entry at the Nordschleife or any series with a serious TCR competition is insane. They are so quick. Kieran Harrison and Corentin Guinness, exceptionally good drivers in GT4, TCR, and I think that they're doing really well. And a bit of a almost a slightly underdog team basis between WSR and SimRC at the moment. I think between those two teams, I think it's quite an interesting dynamic to see who can come out on top.
Keep an eye on them. Might just be on the lead lap at the end of this race, but does seem as though they are trending to be one lap down. And indeed, majority of the field, everyone outside of the top 10, trending to be one lap down come the drop of the checkered flag in about 12 hours and 7 minutes time. Still a long way to go here. Across the line once again in this fight. It's lap 303 officially done for them. What's the estimate that you're still thinking about, Will? Come on, tell me.
610. 610 is the number I was given.
Okay.
Whether that accounted for more rain or less rain, I'm not sure. But 610 is the number I was given, and I trust the people that give me my estimates, so I will say 610.
You sound very confident. Just as confident I sound in saying that if you're sitting at home watching on Twitch, don't have to click a button. Coverage continues uninterrupted. Just a reminder, if you are watching on YouTube, on the RaceBot TV YouTube channel, in about 7 minutes time, you're going to need to click over to part 3. Those watching on the iRacing YouTube channel have already, I think, had to make their switch over to the third part of the live stream. One more switch coming on YouTube for part 4. But winding our way to the closing stages of this race. Will, did you watch the iRacing 4th annual MS charity race this year?
I caught a glimpse of it. I saw that people were getting drive-thrus, which I found quite funny.
It was a great race. More than $40,000 raised so far for a great cause as well. But I guess the thing that I didn't get to catch too much of was, traditionally this is an event where we find out surprises, right? New things that might be coming. I'm not sure if you were aware of anything new that we should be keeping an eye on.
Me? Oh,
yes,
well,
you.
I know things, but I don't want to say those things.
I also know things, but I don't want to say those things either, so don't get me in trouble.
So you're trying to throw me under the bus?
Yes, but
we've got a new Spa coming. We've got a new Spa. We've got Croft. I think it's coming. I think that's been stated. I remember it being stated, I'm pretty sure. Anyway, they're adding a lot more British tracks, which of course for me, being British, and I'm biased, and it's the middle of the night, and I'm going off my head a little bit. I'm very happy to see that. You know, and Thruxton, I think there was scans of Thruxton shown, which is a super interesting. Imagine having LMDHs at Thruxton.
Oh, are you really going to suggest that?
What a combination.
You're trying to crash some race cars, aren't you?
Oh, Cadwell Park. Do you understand how tight Cadwell Park is? Can you just picture a GTP in the middle of the forest section at Cadwell Park. I don't know if you're familiar.
Again, you're trying to race some race cars here, aren't you?
They're so big, and the track is like a car width wide. You know, you can just about fit 2 Mazda MX-5 side by side through that section. I work in that. That's my units in my head.
So again, Will Chadwick wants to wreck some race cars. Got it.
Well, why not? I mean, there's some great circuits being shown to iRacing, and I think that it'll further help bring these series out. And I think one thing for iRacing isn't just how they have loads of circuits for everyone to try and be able to experience and simulate, but also how these series like Porsche Esports Grand Prix Britain and other more specific series can better represent the calendars that they want to do, therefore making it better for the businesses and series that want to run esports championships, and being able to make it a little bit more faithful to reality, which is not always you're able to do.
But you mentioned some of those other championships. Something I've been thinking about a bit more recently in the world of sim racing. It's a lot going on. Drivers talk about it as well. What we need is less but more, if you see what I'm saying.
I'm sure if you pitch the idea to esports drivers of less championships but more money on the line, they would very much take that.
Less racing, but more attention, more money. Maybe that's the way that it needs to go, because let's be honest, sim racers genuinely are having to do something basically every week, if not multiple major races a week. So yeah, let's try and stretch things out a little bit more, space it out, focus on stuff, and yeah, it's going to be weird this coming winter with just a handful of major endurance championships, Will, for these teams to really sink their teeth into.
Yeah, and I certainly look forward to a series that is very close to your heart later in the year, and hopefully we'll see some interesting racing there, and I look forward to maybe participating, hopefully.
Are you going to try and qualify for MC Esports?
I don't know, it depends if you're doing some... Can we get an exclusive here at 2 AM? Are we going to have some more classes?
Not.
No? Okay. No. I tried.
It's already been announced. You know, we got the GTP, the GTDs. We've got the Ford Mustang, the Chevy Corvette that have joined the fun.
That's like the most obvious thing you could ever state.
I know, but I've got to still state it, you know, for the record.
Yeah. But will we get an IMSA round at Cadwell Park?
No.
Oh.
No. I promise you that now. Now, I have made the pitch for some races in Europe. I'll let you think about what I would pitch about. But no, right now we're sticking with IMSA tracks.
Okay. Well, all I'm saying is the comment that Lorenzo's put in our chat for our commentary booth is very true, and I would like that to happen. But I know I won't get a word out of you.
Yeah, I have to read what Lorenzo said, which I've got 2 minutes to go. I'll let David Haynes and Lorenzo Bonder chat about, I'm sure. I think I know where that thread must be going. Will, it's been fun. Time's flown past, and well, you've got a 3-hour break, and you're hoping to come back to some rain, right?
Rain, please give me rain. I would love some rain. It would be great.
One thing we know you'll have is sunrise, because look how bright it has gotten now. We are very much in the morning here. Very short, let's be honest, night here in the 24 hours of Spa. We've got 12 hours of daylight running still left to come. Right, so as we just continue to watch SimRC and World Sim Racing Esports continuing to rumble their way around, let's give you a quick recap of where we sit right now. 60 seconds to go to the halfway mark of this third and final iRacing 24-hour special event of the year. It is Team Redline Silver special liveries for them for this race, and it's running them quite well up front with Max Verstappen, BMW M Team Redline, leading from the sister car, the Ford Mustang for Team Redline by a good 10.5 seconds. Sven Haase is trying to bring down that margin, push as much as he can. Last lap was basically matching Verstappen's lap time to the 1,000th. Behind him, bit of a gap now opened up to the Zebra, to the BMW M Team BS Plus competition number 89. And of course, looking for try and make it 2 wins in a row at this race for BS competition. Falcon Sim Racing then in 5th, before you find a bit more of a gap back to the likes of the Williams Esports Racing Prodigy car, Marla Racing Team, the Apex Racing Team, and then Williams Gaming Club and Williams Esports Pit Fit. There is one Ford Mustang inside of the top 10. Outside of that, it's BMW's domination here. Half the race complete, half left to go. Time for Will Chadwick and myself, Arjuna Kankipati, to step aside. Time for David Haynes and Lorenzo Bond to take over.
Thanks, Arjuna. Thanks, Will. Thanks, Ewan, who I thanked last time and wasn't even here. Great to be with you for the second half of iRacing's Spa 24 Hours in 2024 with support from Falcon Tyres. It's looking like a super competitive one, and we still have that spectre of rain hanging over the future. Max Verstappen leads. I'm David Haynes with Lorenzo Bonda. Lorenzo, you and I love these iRacing special events.
I do. I still want to get my full finish within the iRacing 24 Hours of Spa. Someday I will get that in my books. I still struggle as a driver, but I love commentating in this race. There's always that thing of, how can we break down the strategy of the teams, which car is the OP one, and how can they break the domination that they have to break on red line.
Exactly. So once again, it's the two red line cars first and second. BMW leading the Ford. That's nice. That gives us something to look at, something to talk about, and we love these new GT3 cars that we have. That Arjuna is very excited to see in IMSA competition on iRacing later on. Well, the top five were a little bit closer last time I was on here, Lorenzo. At one point, we had all of our top five within about 2 seconds. But by strategy, by sheer pace, and by the way that they cut their way through the traffic red line, find themselves 1-2. And once again, it's on Sven Haase to be the challenger, to play the spoiler, to be the underdog who always stands a chance and never shies away from the fight.
Yeah, it's kind of like to be your average Joe in a Mike Tyson fight if you ever play Punch-Out, Super Punch-Out rather. Punch-Out, he didn't have Mike Tyson. I gotta get my facts right. But yeah, it's quite a challenge. I think the boys mentioned the case of Apex Racing and Daytona, not only on IMSA Esports but also on the Daytona 24. The way that dominated with the draft switching, kind of like what you normally would do in an Indy 500 of sorts, David. But it's hard. And I was watching the race at one point. The gaps, I think, from first all the way down to 20th or something like that, it was about 15 seconds ish. It wasn't even at the start of the race. It was like 3 hours in, which surprised me a little bit. Now that we are halfway through into this race and we have this massive separation among everybody, it surprises me a little bit to a certain point.
Yeah, not a complete separation though. You've still got sort of groups of cars, but they're sort of staggered down the order, and we have 16 teams still on the lead lap relative to race leader, the number 20 BMW M Team Redline. Another one of these groups of cars there you could see for 6th and 7th was Williams Esports Racing Prodigy and Marla Racing Team. And then you've got SimRC versus Solusa Esports Butt Kicker. So we see cars engaged in battle for position. We see cars close to each other for position. But there is then some groups, some gaps of 10 seconds, 15 seconds, 20 seconds in between that leads us to just having those 16 cars at the moment on the lead lap. And even when we see cars close together like this in position, they're not always battling, even if they could.
Yeah, I think there's. Could you argue they're still thinking about the fuel strategy of sorts? Because we've seen teams in the early hours, and even then, up until now, going 27 laps, trying to go over that hour mark so you can minimize your last pit stop, or I should say, if everything goes according to plan. And we haven't even brought rain because this has been the 12 hours of dry Spa, which for me it's a little bit weird for me to talk about because in my split it actually rained. I don't know if you were racing today, David, but for me it's kind of surprising to see the inverted rain dams working effectively in a race that is in real life marked by rain, especially at the halfway point.
Hasn't that been the story of European endurance racing this year?
Yes.
Like delays, rain, fog, all of that. I can see, that haze in the air this morning. Perhaps that's just a tiny bit of fog hanging about. And allegedly, officially, the meteorological conditions is partly cloudy, trending towards mostly cloudy. I'd say where we are in the mountains, that partly cloudy is quite low cloud.
Yeah, and I was talking about this on a podcast. It's weird to think all three major 24-hour races, or even in the endurance calendar, they were all marked by rain, and they were all marked by the halfway point. Surely the clouds right now don't sound threatening at all. We expect only maybe heavy rain way down the line. I think it's not going to be even in our commentary stint. It's still weird to see this transition now from what we normally see in real life to virtual as well, and it marks the drivers as well. They have to now not only worry about dry racing but also wet racing and wet conditions that can easily shift somebody's racing.
Yeah, to your point a little earlier about the fuel, it is going to be interesting if when the rain comes, how heavy, how long, exactly when it starts raining, that on one hand, it has the chance to just completely, clean the slate, and these teams that have, saved fuel and run a little bit longer, suddenly everyone has to pit at the same time because everyone has to go to wet tyres or perish. But then the other chance is that it begins somewhere in the middle of the pit stop phase, and those who are able to extend can get there, can stay out to the point where they make that change, because the last thing you want to do is come in, put on a new set of slick tyres, fill up the fuel tank, and then have to come back in again 2 laps later, because in that space of time, in that 5-minute window, the heavens opened. And my understanding of this forecast suggests that it won't rain until it does, and when it does, it really should come down.
Yeah, whenever you get your one, normally we see in precipitation, right? Precipitation percentage in iRacing with the Tempest system. So it says, there's 1% of rain, 1% of precipitation. Sometimes that 1% that turns into 13, that 13 can already start raining and affect the track a little bit, which for me is slightly interesting, but it's not in all portions of the track. We didn't see a Nürburgring, unfortunately, and you can see both the GTs are pushing, but we're going to see at Nürburgring 24 next year for sure. But once it starts raining at a certain point of the track, then it all kicks off, right? It just complete insanity in your strategies, I think, goes off the window, right? I think like you said, you really want to be caught out early or in your stint or halfway through your stint, because that could be hugely detrimental to how the rest of your race will go on.
Now, if you've been a long-time iRacing special event fan, or only recently joining us, perhaps because you want to check up what Max Verstappen's up to, we've got plenty of information for you. Racesport.tv/pages/timing has the live timing and spotter guide. So you want to follow along what's happening with some of the strategy, follow a friend or a teammate, or maybe you're a big Williams fan, maybe you're a big Falcon Sim Racing team fan, a big PGZ fan perhaps even. You can follow along with all of the minutiae of all of the details, and also check out the spotter's guide on the RaceSpot website. The timing will tell you that there is very little to separate these two cars, Williams Esports Racing prodigies Sotomuto and Mahler Racing Team's Elias Raika, for 6th and 7th. And Sven Haase is currently the fastest driver on track last lap, in that 3rd position, trying to get back within that 10-second window of your race leaders. We spent some time talking earlier, Lorenzo, about the track limits here. We've only just crossed the halfway point. The teams have all got 100 incident points to play with before they get a drive-through penalty. we can't know for sure until someone steps over that line, has 100 incident points, serves a drive-through penalty. I think we just saw Marla Racing Team. They would have picked up one when they ran wide out there.
Yep.
Keep racking them up. How close do you think some of these drivers could be in a couple hours' time?
Good question. In my point of view, I don't think they're going to have a lot of incident points unless you were probably involved in something that was at the early portions of the race, which I think, in my point of view, was a little bit more scrappy than what it is right now, which is complete gap racing. We're talking about gap racing over here, not practice, gap racing. But the odd thing is, I think this is gonna go up by exponential amounts once we get rain, because the car gets harder to control. It's harder for you to find the lines. The good thing is they're gonna have daylight as a benefit for them, so that's a good thing to talk about for them whenever they get rain. But other than that, I think they're all safe in terms of incident points.
On board with the Marla Racing Team, getting checked up a little bit with some traffic is the driver in front for position, Williams Esports Racing Prodigy, Sotomuto, like we said. And then that Jackie X corner left-handed downhill, another one of the places we've seen a few cars go wide. Not every lap, but occasionally someone does it, and you go, all right, well, you can get away with one there, but across the number of stints that you're going to have, 23, 25, we don't know just yet. But if you've got 100 total across the race, between each pit stop, you can only afford to go off track 2 or 3 times. You can't be doing it every lap. You can't be doing it twice a lap. You can not even do it every second lap. See, that's what I'm talking about. There's another one, I reckon.
Yeah, that one is definitely going to be an off track. Maybe now again with the Williams car going off on the Cove Pro Frere. That's my amount. That's small amount of car being to the left-hand side. I can pick a 1X, but I don't think, again, this is going to be something that should be observing with a huge notice to maybe, drive more safely, and we cannot avoid going aggressively, so we're going to be in the pit lane doing the drive-through. I don't think that is where we need to be talking about this right now. Definitely when rain comes. I think the game breaker is going to be when rain comes, and then we're going to see whose incident points has been in the right side of all tracks.
So just riding on board with Marla Racing Team there, what a perfect perspective it was. And you can see the beautiful racetrack, you can see the car in front, and you can't see the nose of this BMW. We can now for virtualcoach.gg by G&G, as Sven Haase, who was in 3rd position, but churning through the fuel, is one of the first drivers who needs to stop as we enter the pit window. Sven Haase finds his pit crew and his pit garage, and all indications point to Sven Haase remaining on board the 001. And he has, of course, on the average lap times, been one of the most competitive drivers for that car. It's one of the 3 driver lineups in 001. Sven Haase, Nico Rubelar, and Cody Deeth. And Haase has done the bulk of the driving for this car as well to this point. Very much the driver that you want to have in at the critical times if you can.
Especially a guy that knows how to drive Spa. Of course, I think Sven and Spa are quite infamous to one another for various reasons. If Arjuna hasn't brought it up, I would be very surprised. But he definitely have brought it up. I would, knowing how Sven and Max have their fair share of trades around this track, it wouldn't surprise me to see this topic being brought up. But anyway, I think Sven, at a certain point, it is, from what I've seen in multiple officials and things like that, especially when he was driving the Lambo, back when he was at Bila Racing Team, he was oddly the fastest driver in officials and even in endurance as well. So I think that should be the guy that should be carrying the torch for, or be the torchbearer for this the 001 car, so it makes sense. I don't know if Nico and Cody are going to be able to replicate the same consistency that Ben usually performs around a track like this, but I still think it's still a long reach to reach red line and then match their fuel numbers, because I think everybody's doing 26 laps. I think we haven't seen a 27 lap stint quite a while, haven't we?
No, not recently. It was the cool thing earlier in the race. I wonder if, with the track temperatures, with the field spread, less opportunity for slipstreaming, and then now we think we know more about the weather, that saving just one lap, you'd rather have the track position.
By the way, as I think we're going to see more cars coming in, I see Kellen Chin for Team PGZ. I know more cars are in. Apex Academy, Team Huisingfeld, the other Team PGZ car driven by Lasse Jurinen, the Academy car, I know Sota's in the pit lane as well. So this is the thing, you can see the offset of some of the teams. I'm looking at the live timing. For example, Mala and Williams, I think they're due to pit stop right now. Then the leading car in Max Verstappen's car, he has about 5 or 6 laps to go. So it's interesting, these offset numbers along the entire grid, even though the pace in the track looks the same. The strategy for everybody seems a little bit odd, and of course, we know Redline is dominating from start to finish. There hasn't been, I think, a point of the race there they surely have been contested, or besides the start. But other than that, it's like the offset, I think, doesn't matter at this point of the race, in my point of view. I don't know if you agree with me, though.
1 or 2 lap offset, I think, doesn't matter so much. A 10 lap offset could end up being very important.
Yeah, I mean, it's like we know some teams are trying to avoid, doing a full stint of refueling and try to maybe go down. Let's try to refuel maybe 3/4 of a stint or half a stint. That can be doable. We've seen that multiple times on previous 24 hours. But I think because of how this race now currently operates with dry and wet tracks, I truly don't know how the way will go moving forward.
Lap speed ferocious right now. The track remains dry. The air is getting cool. 18.8 Celsius, track 20 Celsius. Won't last too long. Eventually the sun will peak the horizon. But the last lap times from these two, your leaders, low 217s, 217.1, only a 1/10 of a second away from the fastest lap of the race. That's the kind of pace we're doing right now. They are not saving much fuel. They're really, really pushing on. Both race leader Max Verstappen in the BMW M Team Redline number 20 and his teammate Josh Thompson in the Team Redline 21 Ford Mustang. These are really quick conditions right now. Drivers who are right in their element, and they are pushing for maximum pace and try to break away from the rest of the field before the weather breaks open.
David, there's one topic. I know Arjuna was talking about this with Will, and I want to bring this up. Can I?
I'm sure. Okay.
What do you think about the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge esports? Because we got GTPs and GT3s, why not give some GT4s and DCR love?
Why not a Whelen Mazda MX-5 Pro Series?
With first round being at the MX-500, I'm all down for it. Yes.
I think,
yes.
Lean into the memes. Let's have 60 MX-5s at Circuit de la Sarthe. Let's have 60 MX-5s at Lime Rock. Come on, let's make it happen. Still more pit stops going on. So you've had Marla from inside of the top 5 pit. We're seeing some others come in. Falcon Sim Racing have just entered as well. They're ahead of one Kruznikish for Voracious Racing Team. And Jonas Rutten is taking his long drive in search of his pit stall. He's around the other side, though. This is one of the few teams that are in the Grand Prix side of the pit lane. You've got the Grand Prix pits, and you've got the classic endurance pits.
David, real quick, has something happened to Sven? He's going down on the live timing, like...
Yes, maybe. Perhaps I'm seeing Cody Deeth, but maybe trying to get into the car. Sven Haas, the connection dropped due to upload packet loss. The car that was in third place has technical problems. And suddenly the lead grows for the twin BMW and Mustang Team Redline cars. Dramas for Virtual Coach Grid and Go.
Wow. And we were just talking about him, and he just pitted like 2 laps before, so... technical problems. This is basically your virtual version of mechanical problems. If we're thinking about it, that's a letdown, though.
Yeah, you noticed that. You picked it up, and that's correct. That Sven Haase, who was in the car, has encountered some problems just after his pit stop. Moves BMW M Team BS Competition into third, Falcon Sim Racing into fourth, where Jonas Rutten gave the car over to Luca Wunsch. And suddenly, Sota Muto, Williams Esports Racing Prodigy, is fifth from that Marla Racing Team car in sixth. Josh Thompson will pit now from second, leaving Max Verstappen all alone in the lead of the iRacing Spa 24, at least for a couple of laps until that BMW needs to pit.
My oh my, now we can safely assume that all the pressure has gone from Sven to Reiner right now, as Josh is going to do his pit stop.
Somehow that Mustang fits in the classic endurance pits and works its way around the hairpin.
Yeah. I was going to mention that, like, he's a big boy. I was driving the Mustang, and I was surprised, like he has the big boy feel, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's a big, thick boy, this Mustang GT. It is a chonker. It is... I'll stop before I embarrass myself any than I already have. But yeah, it's true. I mean, you see it next to any other of these GT3 cars, and it looks massive. Even next to that BMW M4, it looks massive. And the BMW M4 looks big next to the Ferrari, the Audi, the Lamborghini, any of those sort of... like supercar, not just two-door coupe body shapes.
Yeah, of course. Can you say they can compare to the M8 big boy though? GT.
Ooh, forever in our hearts, big M8.
Big M8 power.
It must be close.
I could say because of the wing, maybe the Mustang can do like some slight competition, or can you argue kiss the feet of the M8 GT boy? But I still rate the M8 as the true big boy GT king.
Correct. M8 original big boy, Mustang original cars and coffee public liability insurance.
Yeah. But can you say they fixed the 50-50 problem, though? Because Ford said a long time ago, like with this new generation, or even the previous generation, that they had fixed the weight distribution problem it classically had on the car.
We'll see. So 001 is back on track with Cody Deeth driving in 14th position, 3 minutes 13 seconds behind the lead. Marla Racing Team Sebastian Weldon's just pulled a pass on Williams Esports Racing Prodigy Sota Muto. So Sebastian Weldon, son of the Weldon, moves into the top 5 through the misfortune of Virtual Coach and a move on Williams Esports Racing Prodigy. This Marla BMW is now in the top 5.
Yeah, absolutely. And also thinking about Seb doing a double duty of sorts. You know, he drove, I think, the qualifiers earlier today for the Porsche Sports Super Cup. So I don't know how well he performed at round 2. For those who are not aware, last week was round 1 of the Porsche Sports Super Cup qualifiers. And and I think we're all the way due to mid-August with rounds. I think it is 5-6 rounds they have to race, which is somewhat mirroring what happened last year, right? Last year we had also the Porsche Sport Super Cup qualifiers. Normally Spa kind of goes around with the same event, so lots of these drivers that drive in the top split also doing the qualifiers as well to try to get into next season for the contenders.
So driving in the road to Indy, so he probably also had to field a phone call from Zach Brown and say, no, I can't fly to Toronto, I'm busy sim racing this weekend.
Yeah.
To be fair, I think everyone's received a phone call from Zach Brown at some point, whether it was good news or bad news. If you're vaguely IndyCar related, Zach Brown is blowing up your phone.
Would you like to have Zach Brown blowing up on your phone, though?
I think, like, you know, if you've ever gone into a romance that you knew was going to break your heart, but it was fun at the time, then you're ready to drive for Arrow McLaren, because whether it ends after one race, whether it ends after 2 seasons, the check's still clear and it'll be fun while it lasts.
Okay, copy. Now, another way to try to go into this questioning, would you rather have Penske, Zach, or Chip on your speed dial doing that call?
I'd rather have a chip on my shoulder. Penske. I reckon Penske. They're one of the, like, it's very obvious that they sort of, you know, go in for the long haul, that when they do bring a driver on board, when they do bring crew and staff and other people on board, it's with the view of, you know, building together over the next 5 years, 10 years. Like, crazy to think Scott McLaughlin's now in his, like, 4th season almost, and then it's like Joseph Newgarden and Will Power will have a drive at Penske for as long as they can keep driving at Penske and delivering at that level. So, and they seem to get paid well enough as well. So, yeah, definitely Penske.
Okay.
For stability.
Good. Okay. I thought we were going to say Chip just because of you being able to race with Scott Dixon, but okay, I understand your thought line. I respect it though. So
Phil Denez pits for the 89 BMW M Team BS competition, and he's back out on track. You're seeing Max Verstappen with a 1:27 second lead at the moment, but he's either in this lap or in at the end of the next. He's in this lap. So, of course, the long pit lane that is the Spa Endurance pits, this car will come out somewhere near their teammates, the number 21, after about 1 kilometre of pit lane speed limit and about 40 seconds of service later. I would wager moderately comfortably that after this triple stint, Max Verstappen will be handing the car over to someone else. A handful of reasons that would make that a good idea. Diogo Pinto and Chris Lawlam are both in the server and available to drive. Florian Lebigra is not and hasn't driven yet, but that was 81 laps just now from Max Verstappen.
Okay. I think one of the reasons might be obvious. It is like 3:18 a.m. in Hungary. So, and just correct me if I'm wrong. I think he has a race that he has to try to win against McLaren's.
I think, yeah, he might have a couple of other things on this weekend, no doubt, but great to see him. I'm sure that Team Redline are very, very happy for the time that he gave them. Diogo Pinto will get in to replace Max Verstappen in the race-leading number 20 Redline BMW. Is there an ad for iRacing more powerful than the 3-time world champion staying up till 3:15 on a race weekend because he loves iRacing so much? Is there a more powerful emotive anything for what we're doing here and what it means to people who know racing, live racing, and love racing, that these iRacing special events, the team camaraderie is just something really special?
You ponder a good question. I don't think there is. It's like, imagine you are a F1 of grabbing his. Which other F1 driver would have a mobile sim to drive a 24-hour event? Not only once, he did it twice. He did it twice because if I remember correctly, didn't Nürburgring was in the same weekend. It's not the Monaco GP because the Monaco GP I think was on the same weekend as the. It was Imola. Yeah, he did Imola as well on the Nürburgring 24 hours, right, in iRacing as well. So, it's what more propaganda can you get besides that, right?
He's a man with all of the money, all of the talent, and he just wants to be on iRacing, contributing to the team in this iRacing special event, the Fulton Tire Spa 24 Hours 2024. So that car that he was driving does rejoin 2 seconds ahead of his teammates on the lead gap. 2 seconds now between the BMW and Mustang from Team Redline. We've got 16 seconds over third place BMW M Team BS competition. And you have Falcon Sim Racing Team in fourth. And this is the battle for fifth. Sebastian Weldon ahead of Williams Esports Racing Prodigy. Now, the leader having pitted now puts 001 Virtual Coach by G&G is at, say, over 50 behind the outright lead. They're back on the lead lap. And their strategy's not so far offset from the race leader now.
No, for only 4 laps. I thought I thought it would be worse. I thought it would take longer, but Cody was right there to take over after the car was towed. So the damage is done, but it was a minimal damage. You can, if we're making the calculations right, you're still within contention for a potential top 10. You're not far behind Andrew Caron and Corentin Ganes, for example. I think the gap they have is roughly 25-ish seconds they have on P10 right now.
Yeah, I don't doubt that they'll keep fighting, but it's a shame for them. It's a shame for the outright battle because it has been so competitive across a handful of different teams and organizations, and now one of those flames of competition has been partially extinguished for the moment. So who's fastest on track at the moment? Lap times have gone up a little bit. Everyone's cars are heavy, having put the fuel in. We're a little bit away from the track temp getting hot again. You're not seeing any direct sun on the racing surface yet because the sun's still... It's halfway up, but it's still behind some of the mountains and hasn't peeked over the tree line and onto the racetrack just yet. The best lap time I see at the moment is a 2:17.9, and that's Sam Katoit in the Mustang in second place.
Yeah, it was the... I don't know if this is the proper word, if this ever exists in English, but I'll say it anyway. Installation effect, like the sun beaming the track and the rays making the track hot or something like it. It's not going to be an effect. Also, early hours in the morning, But I've been trying to think over here. As I've been trying to follow the race the best way possible, right, and trying to keep up with the temperatures. I think we haven't seen a hot track during this entire race, haven't we? Despite being in the middle of European summer in virtual Belgium, hasn't it?
Yeah, I was asleep for the first couple of hours of this race. I can't tell you exactly what the track temperature was like then, but it's had some overcast about it throughout the race, and officially partly cloudy now, and then go mostly cloudy, overcast, mostly cloudy. So overnight the sky was clear, but that was night.
Yeah, like through 3-4 hours ago ish. Even more.
So inside of the top 10, these are the two closest cars for position. Marla Racing Team and Williams Esports Racing Prodigy. The space is somewhere in the middle there. Williams Esports, space, Racing Prodigy.
Yeah, which I think, I'm trying to remember, I think this might be their... Source, if I could be wrong, I think this is the team naming debut for an event like this in iRacing, knowing that Prodigy Racing is now partnered with Williams Esports.
You in session, Lorenzo?
Not quite. Why?
No worries. I just wanted to throw some questions at you because I started thinking. You know, Sotomuto has driven a lot of laps in this race. He's driven 138 compared to Vasilios Spilexiotis, who's only just gotten into the Williams Gaming Club and done 9 laps total in this race. Max Verstappen hadn't done any until he got into that last triple stint. Now he's up laps completed. So I thought I'd look around on who's done the most laps in this race. Well, Diogo Pinto's done 163, so that's 320 minutes, which is 5 hours-ish. No, more than 5 hours, probably close to 6 hours. And then Lasse Jurinen has done 165 laps. So I'm looking for where are my Iron Men in this 24-hour race? Who's really putting in the work?
Right. I can try to maybe join the session and have a look-see at it. You got me curious.
Some numbers on Jurinen there.
Good
Lap time sort of 2 minutes 20, so it's more than 2 minute laps. So for 160, 320. Yeah, kind of getting on to 7 or 8 hours for Lasse Jurinen and Diogo Pinto then.
I think it's crazy to see they are reaching, well, we would say the track shot. I even saw this discussion on our chat earlier, on the iRacing Twitch chat earlier, I think about stint length and something like that, right? About max length and what would be the appropriate length time, things like that. And we saw, I think, Lauderer, and this year I think stayed for 3.5 hours in the car, and the max you can do around, for example, a month. Go ahead. Mm-hmm.
According to this, the max length is 1.81 meters tall. Oh, that's right. That's how tall Max Verstappen is, not the max stint length.
Ah, okay. I was concerned right there for a second.
That's pretty tall. He doesn't look tall in pictures, but that's not short. 1.81.
No, I think, if I remember correctly, I saw the average. I think he might be on the upper edge of tall guys in F1.
In my head, I can picture him next to Daniel Ricciardo, and Ricciardo's not shorter than him. Anyway, yeah, that's interesting. Because, like, what am I, like 175-ish centimeters, and I don't think of myself as tall. No one's ever called me tall, but no one's ever called me short. I feel a pretty average height, but then again, I guess everyone feels a pretty average height because it's their own height. But yeah, no, there we go. He probably is 1.81 meters long because he should be lying down sleeping right now. You've got a Grand Prix tomorrow morning, Max.
Yeah, absolutely.
Tomorrow afternoon.
But I was looking, actually got me thinking over here. I was looking in the total heights of the drivers, right? And I told you would be in the upper echelon. I'm 182 centimeters, right? I'm 6 foot tall. 182, 183 centimeters. I'm 6 foot. For American measurements, just for those who are American and don't know how to make the calculation. Shots fired, by the way. He's not the tallest driver. The tallest driver are actually Alex Albon and Ocon. They are 6'1", 186 centimeters. So he would be in total the 6th tallest driver in F1. He only loses to Albon, Ocon, Russell, Hülkenberg, and Stroll. Of course, Stroll had to be tall.
Every picture I've got here, now that I've googled Daniel Ricciardo, Max Verstappen, they're about the same height as each other in most of them. So there we go. You can set your sim rig for whatever height and dimensions you are. One of the things I've realized is I think I have quite long torso and short legs compared to other people who are the same height as me. Like, I'll get in a car that someone else who's the same height as me drives, and the pedals are like 2 centimeters further away, and the wheel is, I got a bit of bend in my elbows.
Really?
That's something I've noticed. Short legs, long torso.
I can say kind of like I think might have normal legs, a above average torso, because I'm a bulky dude. Not to say the other word, but yeah, at least I can fit in a race car without too much trouble.
BMW M8 coded?
No, nowhere close. No. I could say I'm all right. I'm not an M8. I'm like an M4 size of sorts. I got about 100 kilos, so bulky. So you can kind of like fit like that. I don't know. What would you call M8 size though?
I guess that's kind of built. It's large but muscular, but also still large. So talking about the different models of car, this is one of the things I wanted to do was go through the field and look at the highest place of each model, because of all of the available GT3 models, we've got plenty of them in this race. It just happens that all the BMWs are in the top 10. For the most part, it seems. So the best BMW is, of course, the race leader, BMW M Team Redline. Diogo Pinto just gotten in, relieving Max Verstappen there. So that's the best running BMW. The best running Ford Mustang is in second place, and that's Sam Courtet in the Team Redline number 21. To find the next best placed GT3 model, you do need to run a little bit further. It's all the way down here to Simify Esports, where their Porsche is, and that's the new generation, the old generation Porsche GT3 and this 992 on iRacing. Of course, this race only has the current homologated one, and Simify are in 22nd with that car. You've got Team PGZ. This is one of the Mercedes, and the 124 runs in 24th place at the moment with Milan Radivojevic. Got a handful of these Ferrari 296 GT3s. There's two racing in GT Australia this year, and that comes to Queensland in a couple of weeks, and I've got tickets, so I'll get close up to one of these new 296 GT3s soon. We hear that that's going to be a good car in the rain, if the rain does come, more so than the BMW, which is proving very strong in the dry conditions. And we're also hearing good things from our spies about the Corvette's capabilities should the rain come, when the rain comes, however hard the rain falls on Spa. And so Altitude Esports, there they are in that Corvette. Got Apex One, one of the drivers, one of the teams with the Lamborghini Huracan GT3. I think that's all of them for this this top split. No one's gone for that old McLaren, but I'm glad it's an available option because it meant I could still load into this session without having to buy a new GT3.
You know what makes me sad though? No 4GT. Don't get me wrong, I love the Mustang,
classic,
but I gotta keep it to the classics. You know me, David. The classics always gets the jiggles on me. Live long in the 4GT.
Now, every 15 minutes, we get an updated forecast from iRacing, and that has us reaching a 99% chance of rain in an hour 10, 100% chance of rain in the next 90 minutes, and then an hour to an hour and a half of 100% chance of rain. So we'll keep our eyes on that. But one of the things I have noticed in these last 2 laps, especially like right here, that is the sun on the racetrack. It's just peaked past the hills, past the trees, and into the valley that Circuit Spa-Francorchamps, the racing circuit, inhabits. So there is a chance that we begin to move the needle on the track temperature briefly.
Interesting. Especially given the fact that we have already some sunrise. There you go. Thank you so much, Hugo. You can see the conditions. One thing that kind of like makes me notice is how the humidity is still at very high despite not having rain in the track, right? 95%, and there's some considerable wind, about 19. It differs between 17 to 20 kilometers. It can go up like 22 at its peak sometimes, but still a very humid track despite no rain.
Yeah, true. You can still see that with a bit of haze, a bit of fog, a tiny bit of cloud in the air. Trees swaying gently. It is a moderate breeze that we have today, 14 kilometers an hour, with the forecast saying that it will pick up just a little bit. It's the run up the Kemmel Straight for the battle for 5th and 6th. And they are towing along. That is one of the fiercely forward cars. You get this in an endurance race where there's only one class of car. It's all GT3s, 49 GT3s, that the quote-unquote lap traffic, it's not slower class traffic, it's none of that. They are capable of the same speed, so often you do see them just hanging about, back a shot. A good driver gets into a car that is unfortunately delayed a lap or so down, and they are very difficult to dispose of when you come up to lap them for any of the top 10 drivers.
There's one thing that has been catching my eyes for these 24-hour events, especially Spa, is the likelihood of you starting at the back and then moving forward. Let's just say you started like P40, right, David? Then you get up to the top 3. It's very low. You have to do something extra, or it might be the biggest blunder you might have had in history in qualifying, but your race pace is so overly dominant over the others that you can get forward. But we haven't seen big movers in this, like past 15 positions. The biggest mover within considerable contending spots, you would argue, might be the Apex Racing Academy, despite not being the biggest mover in the racetrack. The biggest one is Dalatra's car. They have 17 spots, but they started all the way down to the back, but not in top tier contending spots though.
These two BMWs are some of the fastest cars on track at the moment, both in the 217s, while a lot of the rest of the field is towards the 218s. Simone Maria Marcheno in the 002 Virtual Coach G&G is actually the fastest car I can see on track at the moment, down in 18th place. He will be fired up, but just slightly quicker than the leaders by 1 or 2 tenths on the last lap is the pace that's being set by. Probably the pace is being set by Sebastian Weldon here, and Sotomuto is able, at this distance behind, to match it, probably without too much effort.
Question is, are they able to close the gap though on Rossi, despite being the fastest cars on track? Doesn't look like it. It is a massive cut on gaps though. And
this is Simone on screen, Apex Racing Academy behind Simone Maria Marcheno, 18th and 19th place. And speed to burn. When they've got pace, these grid and go cars have got so much speed. And then maybe their fuel's not there, they've been quite a bit unlucky, but and when Sven Haase was on it, he looked like there could be no one quicker than him on track. Now Simone Maria Marcheno is really going for it. You do need to point out though, as I noticed, that he's on a slightly different offset of strategy to the leaders, so he's got quite a light car right now. Your leaders have stopped in the last sort of 10 laps. They'll be carrying more like 60, 70 kilos of fuel to the maybe 20 that Marcheno has at the moment, something in that order.
Yeah, but we also have to take into consideration, I was just looking at this earlier in the race, one of the reasons they're not far up, and you normally expect, you have Dino Lombardi, you have Simone Marcheno, right? You have two really fast Italian drivers that can drive a car and won several events. Being all the way down into P19 is because they have a hardware failure. Dino had a hardware failure on Paul Frere, and thus is all the way at the back. And I think, David, you might have a massive weather update.
Yeah, can I get the breaking news screen again in a second? I've been looking at the weather radar, and for the first time this race, I can see rain on the weather radar approaching the racetrack. It looks moderate, but there could be some more behind it just on the fringes of our weather radar at the moment. Rain is coming. It's in the bottom left there. It's appearing. It's still half an hour, 45 minutes away from starting, an hour away from getting heavy, but there is no doubt now that there is rain and it is coming towards us.
Can I finally say hashtag rain confirmed?
Yes, you can.
Yes. Thank you. I've been waiting for that for quite a while. I've been holding it in since it ever got announced.
Fantastic. So, everything that we can see, the teams can see, the teams will be monitoring. Every time we say, I think this car's going to pit in this time, the teams around them know. The teams around them are studying their opponents, studying their own teams, and studying the weather. So just as we spy it, the teams know it too, and we'll see if that affects how they choose to approach these next hours or so. Do you see that rain coming? Work out when it's going to be and say, actually, if we can save 2 laps here, then we can time our pit stop perfect with when we're going to need to put wets on, or do you go flat out and throw fuel saving out the window, knowing that the boggle of pit strategy is going to get thrown up? And
it's funny to think how a minor blob or indicator that rain is coming could change the whole complexion of a race. Oh, I gotta love.
What's the board game where there's like in the middle of the board, underneath the dome, there's some dice, and you push it down, and when you let go, it pops up and it shakes the dice? That's what I'm thinking of for this strategy. Is the rain's going to push that button, and it's gonna throw a lot of the strategy in the pit windows up and shake and sort them around.
Good question. I don't know about that game. The first thing that came into my mind was like kind of doing a Uno reverse or a sequence of Uno reverse.
Well, I suddenly have an extra spring in my step with my eye on the weather radar. The teams, some of them are probably not going to be as excited about it, especially if you're a team that's selected a car that you know has a compromise for good dry pace, but maybe not such great wet weather pace. And there are a few cars that suddenly you're thinking, their pace hasn't been amazing, but if the rain comes, they could move their way up the field. We've heard that about the Ferrari, the Corvette, maybe the Porsche can do well in some changing conditions. Speaking of some of those other models of car, Well, here you've got PGZ and Maniti racing for 23rd and 24th place. And two of the models of car that have been getting less love, but that I'm still quite fond of. The Mercedes AMG GT3 2020 Evo and the most recent Porsche 992 GT3R.
So I think we were having this discussion internally prior to the race, haven't we, David, about which cars could be good performers in the rain, what could be the difference maker. That was like Will. I don't know if you talked about this during the moments he actually got excited for rain, that it got bamboozled, that the Mustang could be the go-to alternative for this race, for due to being a very good car, despite the rear being more alive than usual, but it had good traction over the BMW. But the BMW was a solid choice as well. Maybe the Porsche can step up a little bit in terms of pace, and like Maniti we're seeing right here can move the chains a little bit more. But I don't know, it's now you got me thinking. I might have to check into our notes and see who might have the upper edge moving forward really soon.
It promises to take everything we know and have learnt over the last 13 hours and just tweak it a little bit. There are some teams that it's going to make opportunity for, whereas if you were Team Redline, first and second in the dry, you don't need any rain. You'd be happy if it stayed away, but for everyone else, uncertainty is only bad for those that have. For those that have not, uncertainty is opportunity.
For me, there's one interesting other topic about rain here in Spa, and I think I talked this by a not personal preference but personal experience when I drove earlier today. This track is gonna be, when it gets wet and you still are thinking about going with the dries, as we see Team PGZ pitting, it is a tricky track for you to navigate, like really tricky. We saw how tricky it was back at the Glen, but I think here is much worse, not only because it is a much bigger track in length, but because some of the corners, you're going to drift out one way and you're not going to be prepared to hold the car in place. So we could expect, even with wet tires, whenever this gets wet, lots of spins and drivers struggling with trying to find the grip in a track like this.
And it's a big track too, isn't it? 7 kilometers, and like you say, we're in the valley in some extent. The possibility for rain to begin heavy in one part of the track and not the rest is very high. This track at 7 kilometers long is longer than Mount Panorama Bathurst, but it is not taller than Mount Panorama Bathurst, which has more elevation change from its lowest point to its highest point than you find here at Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. The Nürburgring Nordschleife has them both beat handily, though. Lowest point to highest point, I think it's like 50 meters more elevation than even Mount Panorama.
Really?
Hey, do you think iRacing should scan Pikes Peak?
Yes. I love Pikes Peak. But I got, like, we have Mount Washington, why not Pikes Peak?
Yeah. And I do like Mount Washington. I gave that quite a few tries. Really, worked it out when it was new. Did some hill climb special events that was good fun. Won, and yeah, it is different. But I love that we have some variety. Suddenly, rallycross on iRacing, dirt ovals on iRacing. The more sort of variety of racing that iRacing can bring their dynamic track, dynamic weather to, the more exciting for me.
Yeah, I'm all for it. And plus, and I'll throw you another question. This might be an oddball for you. Of course, let's just say they would scan Pikes Peak, but would you rather have the modern version of Pikes Peak or the OG version of Pikes Peak without the tarmac?
Yeah, because it's... Now, I want to say iRacing could only go and scan the modern tarmac version, but we have had for USA International and I think even some of the Daytona Rallycross courses where if iRacing scan a tarmac surface, they can then go and throw dirt on top of that.
Yep.
So I guess we could have both within the still the level of realism that and laser scan precision that iRacing aspires to, but it still wouldn't be quite right.
And I just saw someone ask Goodwood. Question is would you say it's the Goodwood racetrack? Would you have like the Goodwood racetrack or the Goodwood hill climb? Like I'm all down for both, but personal preference, which one would you pick?
So if I have to pick one, I'm picking the Goodwood hill climb, but you know the Goodwood race course it would have its niche on iRacing for sure, because it's a little thing, resembles the short layout of Alton Park, resembles Snetterton 200, like Lime Rock Park, you know, those kind of like 3 kilometer little racetracks that are so good for the kind of cars that are popular on iRacing, like MX-5 racing, so popular on iRacing, GT4s, TCRs, the way cars handle on iRacing, the racing that you get from some of the slower cars is really enjoyable. People love it. People still love the Skip Barber race car. They love Formula Ford. So those are the kind of cars that go really well at Goodwood.
And imagine doing a production car challenge, right? With the Mustangs, the Toyota GR86, the Mazdas. I think the combination fits them
Lotus
well as well.
49 there would feel accurate to Goodwood Revival and members.
Yep. 100%.
Get your Lotus 79 screaming around Goodwood. Make sure you put on your bow tie, your suspenders, and your old flat cap. Well, you can see the sun for sure now as they face through the bus stop. It was shining right in our eyes. Straight there, the sun has risen. It's hitting the track in a couple of places. The measurement of track temperature hasn't changed yet. And the lap times are still in the 2-minute 17s for the bulk of the field. The number 20 still leads by over 3 seconds at the moment. So either the 20 drops back or the 21 picks up the pace, or we've got a split between the 2 redline cars, 1-2, that were inseparable for quite a while there, particularly when Max Verstappen was leading.
Yeah, not only that, it's Coulthard's last lap at 2:18.751. If we could try to grab the last 3 laps, try to get an idea of the performance that Diogo Pinto is doing against Sam Coulthard, that would be really cool. But it's quite surprising to see that gap that was like they were glued like Siamese brothers now going away just like that in literally one stint, barely one stint.
Now, as we spoke about the possibility of rain arriving at, one corner of the racetrack or half of the racetrack, I'm looking at the direction that it's coming from, and therefore when rain arrives, it should be this part of the lap here, after Piff Paff down into Paul Freire, Campus, Stavelot part of the lap that the rain arrives at first. There's another look at the radar. It's getting closer. Now, I've seen races where that light blue type of rain comes along, the drivers put their wipers on, you see the rain, you can see the rain, but the track never gets wet enough for wet tyres. It's just, I can see a couple of spits of rain, but the track does not get wet. It's that green and dark green that is rain heavy enough to make everyone really need to think about their strategy.
Especially if we start around Pif Path, Stavelo, and Paul Frere, right? Those are sequence of corners that, especially Pif Path in the entry of Stavelo, can easily make a car spin because it's either slightly banked and downwards, or because it is somewhat a fast change right to left section that the car will most likely understeer and throw you into the not gonna say the barrier, but throw in through the curves, and the curves are not the driver's best friend in what, so it could provide some challenge to the drivers if rain does go into in a way that affects the grip level on the race course.
Well, we're riding on board. Sotomuto got a really good run up Eau Rouge and Radion, and he was all over Sebastian Weldon and opted to push him along. It's like a panel or two missing, I think, from that Marla Racing Team car in front of us. What a great view across the different mountain ranges. Low cloud rising across them. Sun rising on day 2 of the iRacing Falcon Tire Spa 24 hour for 2024. Now, when we get out of the Pif Paf here, look at the clouds, because those should be the clouds that have some rain in them. So it's in front of us here. I guess it must be on the other side of that hill.
Yeah. In Brazil, we have whenever we go into Interlagos, there's a way to say we know there's rain coming down from we say a chuva vindo da represa, so the literal translation in English would be the rain is coming from from the dam, right? There's literally a dam right behind the Interlagos course that if you see there's clouds coming from there, the rain is coming for sure. I think can we make the statement that it's coming, if it is coming from the mountain, it's definitely going to rain as well?
Yeah, if I've got my geography right, then it's coming from France. So, yeah, we'll make a saying out of that, perhaps. But it's coming. Sure is. Looking at the lap times. Oh no, maybe it's coming from Spain then. Looking at the lap times for these two cars, they are mighty quick. That last lap, 2:17.5 compared to 2:17.7, 2:17.8 for everyone in front, 2:17.8, 2:18 for some of the cars behind. So Sebastian Weldon's not hanging about. Sotomuto's matching his pace and also tactically pushing him on. We looked on board with Sotomuto earlier on, and I think the more laps he's done, the more he's become sort of lean his head into the corners, because early on we're getting a whole lot out of him, but now it's a bit more animated. After I got to click across how many laps Sotomuto has done in the number 1 car, 152.
Right. Is it? How many laps did you say? How many hours did you say average you would be doing? Like 6-7 hours?
Well, 25 laps is an hour, basically. So,
150,
6 hours?
Nearly a full Suzuka race you would have for IGTC.
Yeah, and looking at the other drivers from the number 1 BMW Williams Esports Racing prodigy, Beckham Jasier did 134. Alessandro Bico's only done 52, and he's stepped away, so we don't think he'll be the next driver in that car. They've got Mike Partington and Will Tregurtha attached to the team, spotting them, but not registered as drivers, so they don't need to drive, and they haven't drive, and they won't be able to drive. But you can see who's attached as a spotter as well, that they've got combining with the drivers and Sota Muto to try to deliver. Well, I guess the aim would have been try to deliver a top 10. Now the aim's try to deliver a top 5, and who knows? Maybe it's still deliver a podium for Williams Esports.
Did not count him out. I'm looking at the lap, but the thing is, the lap delta among them, it's ridiculously close. For example, Danez done a 17.7. Wunsch was 17 hundredths of a second faster. Weldon did a 17.8. Sota did a 17.6. So it's just like the marginal gains and losses that are going to make a difference between a potential top 5 and a potential podium spot under the current circumstances of this track.
Yeah, it all still remains quite close amongst the leaders. We have been uninterrupted green flag racing for over 13 hours, and it's only 30 seconds that covers first to Sotomuto here in 6th. Not far away from opening up the pit window again, and pit lane is going to get very busy. Sotomuto's 23 laps into this stint. Sebastian Weldon 22 laps into this stint. Sam Coitert in the Team Red Line 21 in second place, 20 laps into his stint. Falcon Sim Racing in 4th, the next car for position ahead of this battling duo, 21 laps into their stint. And there's a few other teams behind that are due, including WSR Esports butt kicker Andrew Caron in the lane now.
Those on the off strategy are coming in. I think next one, from my point of view, looks to be Lorenzo Manfredotti. I'm Italian. I'm half Italian. I'm getting those names on the tip, like twisted in my tongue. I should be ashamed. It's 25 laps in, and also from the near top 10, Jonas Vanna for the Falcon Sim Racing Team Blue. I think are due a pit stop real soon.
Yep, so we're typically seeing somewhere 25 to 27 laps per stint, dictated by the fuel. And a lot of teams are getting to the tail end of that. They're in the 20s of the laps on their stints, and there might be some driver changes afoot as well. Maybe some tired Europeans can give some Americans a couple stints, and then when they're done with their stints, some early rising Europeans could get in. You've got Club Iberia, Diogo Pinto leading the race from Club Benelux, Sam Coitert. Phil Danez, Club California, so he's got plenty of hours, plenty of fresh hours left in him. Luca Wunsch, Diach, Sebastian Weldon, Florida, and of course Sotomuto, Japan. Hugh Barter in 7th, Australia, New Zealand. But I don't actually know where he is at the moment. He's definitely spent some time in Europe, and his ping suggests not Australia.
New Zealand?
Well, it's 133. I don't know what mine is. I think I'm like 230-ish. Sotomuto's ping is 200. Is Cody Deeth... Did he get out? No, Cody Deeth's still in. 001. Cody Deeth is 233. So Hugh Barter's got a very Europe or East Coast USA ping.
Yeah. If I remember, those are hosted in the US, if I remember correctly, right? So I think also we have Energy Sim Sport. We have a Brazilian team. They're the last running car in the track. I know this much because one of my drivers in the team that I manage is doing a special appearance there. They probably are getting around 100 to 133 tops.
Race farm is US East Ohio, so I think 100-ish ping is definitely Europe.
Yeah, definitely. I would think I was getting 100 when I was driving.
So no pit stop just yet for either of these two, but they're getting close. This begins the 26th lap of the stint for Sotomuto, the BMW trailing just behind Marla Racing Team Sebastian Weldon. And then Apex Racing Team from 7th. Hugh Barter pits. Falcon Sim Racing Team's 33. Jonas Varner is in. BS Turner's 96. Jonas Vollmeyer is in. Yep, here is that handful of them. This could be Vasilios Spalletsiotis, Williams Gaming Club, in the number 2 car. He was one of the drivers who's only done a handful of laps at this point, so his teammates, Thibaut Prevot's done 159, Daniel Lafuente's done 156 laps. Vasilios Spalletsiotis, I called out when he got in, he's only just now driven 26 laps. So if he got out of the car now and didn't drive again, that car would be disqualified for minimum drive time, fair share. Vasilios Spalletsiotis, I think they're going to make him do a couple more stints right now, because Prevot and Lafuente are not connected to the server. It's Spalletsiotis hours right now.
Yep. And another thing that we're noticing, despite the cold weather, right, David, no double stints in the tires, right? Everybody's basically single stinting. Yeah, the change is basically free. I know Arjuna, I think even yourself at one point already went on a heavy banter of you don't like that. Of course, it is IMSA rules. They are under the IMSA rules of pit stop changes.
Yes, that famous IMSA race, the 24 hours of Spa.
Oh, God damn it.
I wasn't going to rant, but then you said perhaps I could rant, and now I'm close.
You're holding yourself in, right?
Yeah.
It's like I know it's free estate. Some people don't like it. I somewhat don't like it because I like to see. I think it was like last year or the year before that where you'd see some of the teams go for 4 tires and then some other teams going for 2 tires. Because how hot the track was, and they were blowing up, I think, the left-hand sides on the cars or something like it.
Maniti Lamborghini is taking like 1 tire, 3 tires. I love it.
Yeah. It's a silliness, man. That makes me, like to try to commentate a race like this,
There's strategy. You can gamble. In a dry race, with no safety car, free tyre changes, there is no strategy. Whoever is fastest in the first hour will be fastest every other hour and win the race. We'll know after an hour who could win the 24-hour race. But this, with the weather or with limited tyre sets, who knows? So here is a couple more cars getting to pit lane. Team PGZ and Team Hoysinkfeld 35, 2 cars that were very close to each other on track. No, you can't hide back there. There is a Ford Mustang behind the BMW, and it must navigate the hairpin turn. The Mustang can't do the pit lane hairpin at 60 k's an hour.
No, you actually have to kind of give a little bit of lift off and wide angle entry. It's like you have to nearly ride the left hand wall to position the car in, so you don't do a potential Austin Powers move.
So there are those tyre changes for free on every single car. Nice to see these cars in the daylight now. I only saw them in the dark earlier. We do have some nice liveries. It's one of the things that year on year you compare the relatively simplistic liveries of sort of 6 or 7 years ago to now. The team's put in a whole lot of attention to it. They come up with some really, really professional, slick-looking designs, and there's more tools at their disposal as well. Spec maps and other things, and you see the Maniti car coming down the lane. I believe on that Porsche you can select what colour the pit lane speed limit headlights are. You can select what colour of nighttime lighting strips you'd like over the door panels or everywhere else. Lots of beautiful customization that you can choose. Sebastian Weldon Mahler Racing Team's in after Williams Esports Racing Prodigy pitted last lap around, so maybe those two will get reunited in due course. Williams Esports pit fit Ate Kolpinen in as well. Told you that in this next 10 minutes or so the pit lane would get busy. There's a good chance that in the next 20 to 30 minutes pit lane gets busy again.
Please.
How delightful.
That would be a delight for us, a nightmare for the drivers, I think. But the question is, how
Looks
heavy
like-
are the clouds right now?
Hopefully we're going to find out. Sebastian Weldon looks like he's staying in. See, there's the tyre change happening at the same time as the fueling. Tyres are done, no worries. Fuel up to 40 seconds for this BMW. For reasons that Will Chadwick covered off earlier, the Mustang feels just slightly quicker. That's one of the little advantages that the Mustang has got. Away he goes. Probably blend and have Sotomuto just behind or alongside him. So navigating that challenging pit exit. 001 goes past. Into 6th. Not bad. Although they've got a pit in a second. And Sotomuto is 9 seconds ahead of Weldon?
Yes. He did a... Correct me if I'm wrong, I might be going crazy, but I'm seeing a 1 minute and 33 second pit stop for Soda.
Short fuel from Williams Esports. Get to the radar. Can we get to the weather radar to take a guess why a team might have short fueled onto slick tyres at this stop right now?
Oh
That
boy.
is the weather radar. We brought it to you when there was just a tiny sliver of colour in the bottom left corner 30 minutes ago. Well, now it's close. It's, I want to say, only 10 minutes away. It's a bit light on that front. Like you see, there's a pocket of dry there. So if we hit that light blue and then the dry segment, it won't be too much. But if the angle is right and the dark green and you can see some yellow, that's quite heavy rain in yellow. It's back there. The first 20 minutes could be light rain, but it will intensify based on the radar. We are the black dot at Circuit Spa-Francorchamps, and some gnarly precipitation is headed our way.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're gonna take. I would say maybe it will take a while for the track to be considered wet when the rain starts to kick in. I think it should take, what, David, roughly about, if it goes on that way, of course, right, on coming from that direction with not so much cloud cover or looking from the radar, what can we estimate, like 10 minutes tops for the track to be considered wet with the light rain and everything once before the heavy rain starts to pick up? That's all right. Wouldn't be far off.
I'll keep an eye on the pit stop times to see if anyone else does similar. I think the Falcon Sim Racing Team 33 have also slightly short fueled. Team Redline 21, their Mustang is in. We'll see if anyone else follows on lightly, but per the official iRacing weather forecast, it's 6:26 a.m. in the sim with a 0% chance of rain. 6:30 is still 0% chance of rain, and then the next update, 6:45, is 79% chance of rain. So the rain has to be before 6:45, which is 19 minutes away. So it's just a question of, is the first 20 minutes of the rain light, or do we get hit by the heavier bit, and then in an hour from now you look at that rain and you go, that is sustained and heavy. And I've just seen one more frame appear on the radar that has even more of the yellow rain band, the beyond moderate and into quite heavy rain. This is that 21 Team Redline Mustang. My oh my. The rain hasn't arrived yet, and it's already throwing the team's strategy up in the air, giving us some strategy variation, some difference in pit stop times. The number 21 also opt to short fuel, only taking about 3/4 of a tank of fuel, and that means they would only do that if they were very confident in needing to go to wet tyres in the next 45 minutes. Otherwise, you'd have to pit in 45 minutes, go to dry tyres, rain comes 10 minutes after, you have to stop again and go to wet tyres. The short fuel, you read my logic here, the short fuel means that they believe in the time of the next stop, they're going to go to wet tyres.
Yeah, it would be right on cue to say, okay, this is wet, and I think this might be the time for you to come in and switch to wet tires and get ready for wet racing, right? And then and I think everything after that goes into haywire mode. The laps times are gonna go up considerably. We might be seeing what 239 to 240s under heavy wet. Maybe longer field strategies, like 27, 28 laps ish. I don't know, because you're not going to be on the throttle way too much. Driver mistakes.
Yeah, I was positing earlier about the sort of the incident points, the number of off tracks you can get before you get warned and penalised and given drive-through penalties, that if you, in the first half of this race when it was dry, went, oh, all right, we can go through 3 or 4 off tracks an hour, no worries, and then you get to this point where it's raining and you go, man, it was so much easier to stay within track limits in the dry than right now. You should have, if you're smart, saved some more buffer, more space with your incident points before this rain came along, because otherwise that's when we might start seeing teams need to serve drive-through penalties for track limits abuses.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm wondering if that Ferrari had a mistake that looked like to be the Valkyrie competition driven by Matthew Victorino, or the Verashes that had a little bit of an issue coming out of the Campbell Straight and then going to, I completely forgot the corner name. I always talked with an odd accent that made Connery. Yeah, I always call it Lacombe to Connery Maddox going crazy on me, because you say Lacombes and some people say Lacombe, right?
Another
one thing that's
pit lane that I wonder what strategy BMW and Team BS Competition are going to go to with Phil Dinez. So again, we're seeing 3 different teams: Redline, Apex, Falcon, all go, do you know what? Short filling is the way to go here with the weather that's coming. This is between the 2 virtual coach G&G by G&G. No, I got that wrong. But 001, 003 here, 13th and 14th place. Cody Deeth trying to bring that 001 back up through the field after technical problems for his highly competent and super racy teammate Sven Haase. Took them out of a podium contention when they seemed like the second quickest car in this race after the red lines.
One of the things that we can be talking about is also the teams have now the option to doing adjustments on the car, right? Like adjust the wing when you come to the pit stop. Prepare yourself for the rain. Would you do it like the wing adjustment right now, or you wait for the rain because you would be adjusting your wing on the rain during the pit stop where it gets the wet condition and you don't lose time at all? Because from what it looks like, the wing change doesn't accrue in time loss because you're doing it at the same time the pit stop is actually happening.
I think you'd wait for the stop where you put the wet tyres on, surely, to be going, making too many adjustments. But there was another team, BMW Team BS Competition, taking a short fuel, and strategically there'd be no reason to do it if the race was going to stay dry. So it's no longer us, trying to hype up the excitement, saying, oh, rain is coming, rain is coming. No, we're seeing teams, multiple teams, lots of teams, put their flag out and say, I'm going to short fuel a little bit here because I think I'm going to be back in the lane again before the hour is up. Significantly before the next hour is up, I'm going to be back in and fueling and putting new tyres on. Race leader number 20, Max Verstappen's teammate, Max Verstappen's car, Diogo Pinto for the number 20. We'll see what they do as well. We saw their teammates in the Mustang fuel short, and I'm looking at the first of the rain. We are going to get hit by the heavier part of the front as it gets closer, and it is no more than 10 minutes away. It'll come upon us very rapidly. You can see the sun out right now. Beautiful orange morning glow. It will be replaced by raindrops and rainfall in not too long.
Now, how long do you think? I'm just wondering over here because we don't have. I just get what the radar tells us for now. How long do you expect in terms of rain? Right, about an hour. Full wet racing. What would be the perfect time frame for you to say, hey, wet racing, chaotic racing, right from the get-go? Because I would say it would take some time, maybe 30 minutes into the wet racing.
Well, we have some tools at our disposal to see how far away the rain is, how long it's going to last, how heavy it's going to be. That is roughly the direction some of the rain is going to come from. But once it's here, it's heavy and it will last for a couple of hours. So for sure, we're expecting the heaviest of the rain 7:15 and that lasting to 9 a.m. So that is over 90 minutes of heavy rain in our future. Taking a look at some of the teams that are short fueled, some of the teams that are battling, knowing that this is going to be the last of the dry conditions for a little while. Some of those cars that short fueled while the track is still dry and really quick lap times. So, you put new tyres on, but you don't completely fulfill the car. It's like your previous stints, but you're 20 kilos lighter or so. That's the radar. We are the black dot. The teal and green rain, moments away from hitting us. The real stuff is the dark green and the yellow behind it, and there is even more behind that, I'm led to believe. We'll wait and see. We'll wait and find out, but it's nearly here. I can't wait.
It's a scene of Jaws, basically, right? If you think about it.
You're gonna need a bigger boat.
Yep, we're gonna need a bigger boat.
The real deal is once you can see the coloured splotches on the zoomed part of the weather radar, which we are still just a little bit away from. Now, the number 20 did short fuel. They took about 25 seconds of fuel compared to the maximum 40. So they've really only taken on board 35 to 40 minutes of fuel compared to their maximum of 65 minutes, give or take. It'll open up a whole bunch of these battles. At the moment, we're seeing Falcon Sim Racing Team, the number 33, versus WSR Esports Butt Kicker, number 23 for 11th and 12th position. And they're just ahead of those two virtual coach G&G cars, Cody Deeth and David Bosger, 001 and 003.
I'm looking at other battles on track as well. Apparently we have that one. We have the one between WSR Esports butt kicker driven by Andrew Carone and Jonas Vonner for the Falcon Racing Blue. Also looking a little bit at the back as well, Lorenzo Manfredati and Simone Marciano in Italy versus Italy battle between Apex Academy and Virtual Coach by GG by G&G, the 002 car. So you can pretty much say now track positioning might be very important once the rain comes in, right? I think that's going to be the vital key point. As you can see already, David, heavy clouds featured in the main straight in La Source.
I've just seen my first bit of color on the zoomed radar as well, suggesting that it's only 5 minutes away. It starts to look darker now. Remember, just 5 minutes ago the sun was out shining on the pit lane. Long shadows, now increasingly dark. And all of these teams expecting the rain, taking short fills of fuel, only enough to get them to the point where they expect to be back in the pit lane again for wet tyres. So instead of 41, 42 seconds of fuel, the race leader only took 24, second place only took 28, Fildenes in third place only took 33 seconds. The first team that we saw really go for that strategy was Williams Esports Racing Prodigy, when Sotomuto went about 10 seconds short on the fill in their BMW. Now we saw the edge of the front of the rain that was coming, and it was kind of perforated. There were some heavier bits, some lighter bits, and based on which part hit us, was it going to rain heavy initially or just lightly and then build? Got more idea now that I think we're going to get the light part first, and then it will be followed by intensifying rain 15 minutes later. Air temperature still 19, track temperature still 20 Celsius.
Is humidity back to 100% now?
I'm seeing 96%, so it's risen from 95%. And of course, if there's rain falling, it's pretty much 100. Still looking at the BMW battle just outside of the top 10 between 33 Falcon Sim Racing Team and 23 WSR Esports butt kicker. So we're looking at the zoomed radar in the bottom right of the picture, and so you can see on the scale of the racetrack how quickly the weather is approaching, how heavy it is. There's the very lightest spitting rain, followed by a tiny dry bit, so we'll see the water in the air, but it won't affect the lap times too much. And then eventually the darker green and yellow sections of rain will come to us. It's been dry this whole time so far, in the top split at least, of iRacing's Falcon Tire Spa 24 hours for 2024. But we are seconds away from that changing. The rain now just beginning, according to the radar, to touch that far end of the lap.
Yeah, and I was looking at that rain coming down, right? And those rain clouds. Did you see there was a tiny green, light green coming in? So that could have been on La Source, so we could get the first batches of heavy, moderate to heavy rain on La Source. But apparently, here we go, David. We got rain.
They're driving into the rain. There's spray. The wipers are necessary. You can see the rain. It's come finally. After almost 14 hours, we were promised some earlier. We were teased. There was some due 2 hours ago that never appeared. But now, as you look from the driver's perspective, the rain is on the windshield. The wiper is going. The car in front is beginning to kick up spray. It's still slightly too early to get away from these slick tires just yet, but you can tell the teams be taking it tentatively. We'll see how much the lap times begin to drop off. We haven't lost too much pace just yet. These drivers are staying out. You saw on the radar there's going to be like another dry 5 minutes, and then the rain will intensify again, but they're all on notice. They know the conditions are in flux. There is that tiny bit of,
like I was saying,
the part of the lap where the rain hit first will not be the part of the lap where the rain is heaviest, and each lap will be a new experience into the unknown. Lap just completed by your race leader has dropped off about 1.5 seconds from their previous, from low 217s. BMW M Team Redline's Diogo Pinto's last lap, a 218.8, and you can still see rain falling. That 1 second, 2 seconds per lap, not enough to need to go to wets just yet, but this is no longer a dry racetrack.
yeah, absolutely. And also, we were looking into that break in the rain, right, David? You could kind of like mention there that would be the eye of the storm, right? Or the Camry before the storm. This was just like a forewarning of what's due to come in this race. So it's gonna flip this entire 24 hours of Spa upside down, man, and I'm all in for it. And you know, one thing we can kind of like say, David, and we can rub on Will Chadwick's or Judah Kakipati's face, we get rain first before they do.
Yeah, we missed out on Max Verstappen first, but we get rain first. And I think
Yes.
the leader might have gone wide out of Jackie Ick's corner there. Gotten into the corner, found less grip than they expected. Had to open up the steering a little bit. And suddenly, as the conditions are treacherous like this, is it almost harder to push on, keep your pace, and stay within the track limits in these conditions than if it rained heavier and you put wet tyres on.
Yeah, but I don't think it is under condition that you can say it's wet. So I think that it's still gonna take the massive clouds in about 20 minutes ish to come in and change the whole landscape of the race, and then consider this wet.
Officially, the track is mostly dry, whereas 10 minutes ago the track was dry. Now it's only mostly dry. You've still got rain falling at La Source, rain falling at the bus stop. Rain stopped falling over the rest of the track. You saw a little bit less spray off your race leader, but still kicking up a little bit from the AstroTurf, from the curbing around the track. And then in 2 or 3 minutes, more rain is going to fall. Already at this point, though, I think your fuel consumption has dropped down a little bit. You're using a little bit less throttle, and you're being a little bit more cautious into the braking zones. That lap just then, 2 minute 19.9 from Diogo Pinto. Already, almost, more than 3 seconds slower than what he was doing just a couple of laps ago. This... some other battle for position and some other leading cars. Williams Esports in the 9th place with Atse Kauppinen. They took full fuel by the looks of things at their last stop here, so they've got the ability to run long on this current set of tyres until they deem the track so wet that they must come in and change. And then behind that, a lap down to 9th place is 18th and 19th. Simone Maria Marcheno and Lorenzo Manfredotti. See, there's the sun, but you can tell how much cloud it's obscured behind. And the first green band of rain, moments away from the direction that the weather's been arriving at down at Stavelot. Oh, in goes Simone Maria Marcheno after just 19 laps. Is he making an early call to get to wet tyres. At the moment, we have not seen anyone fit wet tyres. They are all on slicks, but Simone Maria Marcheno is in. Maniti Racing Green in 33rd have just fitted wet tyres. Voracious Racing Team fitted wet tyres 8 laps ago, but that might have been a little premature. No one inside of the top 10 or inside of the top 20. No one inside of the top 20 has gone to wet tyres yet. This might be the first.
Now, would you say this is a safe strategy? Because all the G and G cars are actually going for the pit stop. Literally every single one. The 001, the 002, the 003, they're all pitting right now. And they're probably going to put that wet tire. So, should be talking about like...
But what they're hoping is that your leaders are going to wait till it's wet enough that they realise they need to go to wets, and by that time they will have done maybe half a lap on slick tyres on a track that's too wet for them, and then make the decision to go to wets. They're trying to preempt that, trying to undercut with the tyre change going to wets, because by the time you get around to the end of this lap, your leader Diogo Pinto will be driving in some very heavy rain, just working through the end of the Kemmel Straight and then Malmedy, but at the other end of the track it is very, very heavy. The end of this lap is going to be tough for Pinto. He found where the grip was on the lap he just completed, back into the 218s from 220s, but you can tell he's already off the normal racing line. It's so dark in this corner of the racetrack. The spray is significant. The rain is heavier. You can see Pinto beginning to drive more tentatively, beginning to search for some of the grip, approaching the piff path. Look how much darker the pavement is here, how much more heavy the rain appears on the screen, and he's now off the regular racing line. He has a bit of a snap trying to get the power down. It is wet tyre conditions on the racetrack now. Both virtual coach cars have gone to wet tyres. Apex Racing Academy 98 is in the pit lane. Rain light is on for the race leader, who has a super snappy car, cannot get the power down. Slicks, and the track is now wet, and it will keep raining. It will not get drier. Pit lane is lighting up with Williams Gaming Club, SimRC, Falcon Sim Racing Team, WSR Esports Butt Kicker. They're all coming in. They've all seen that last sector is far too wet for slicks. It is wet tyre time at Spa. The rains are here.
Yeah, it came down quick. Look how he's struggling to go around the bus stop, right, David? It's insane. And now he comes into the pit lane. Damage is done now. Sam Coiter needs to come in as well. Phil Danez, Sotamuto, Sab Weldon, all these guys in the top 8, they need to come in.
Staying out. Everyone is coming in. If they're not on wet tyres now, they are coming in because the rain is blanketing Circuit Spa-Francorchamps in 2024. Now's the time to find out who's got a setup that works well in the rain, who's a rain master, who can make adjustments to their car as well that are going to suit these conditions. First is in the pit lane, second is in the pit lane, third is in the pit lane. Falcon Sim Racing Team in fourth are approaching pit entry, expecting that they are going to pit as well. And the highest placed car on wet tyres right now is Williams Gaming Club. As you can see, wet tyres are in super high demand right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And now, I think you can affirm that we're now separating the boys from men, right? Who can actually handle the pressure of driving in wet conditions and extract that time without spinning out, because these cars will not collaborate one bit. They will give you grip with the wet tires for sure, and there's only a certain amount the electronics can help you on the track. Now the 24 hours of Spa has become another race. The wet race changes so much.
You can see absolutely everyone is in pit lane, except this is that undercut from the virtual coach G&G cars, first to go into the wet tyres. So they've probably timed that just about right, if I'm honest with you. It's not going to get them the minute back that they need, the minute and a half back that they need, but I reckon it's given them 10 or 20 seconds. Now, how many compounds of wet tyre are there? Is it just one? Okay, I'm seeing a different indicator for the number 20 than I am for the number 21, but it might just be because they are different models of car, it gets confused about them. Wet tyres going on these cars, everyone has wet tyres now. There is not a single car remaining out on track on slick tyres, and they're all searching for the grip. They're off the regular racing line. 14 hours of slick rubber has been laid down on the racing line by nearly 50 GT3 cars pounding around at breakneck speed. It is so slick on the racing line. You're searching everywhere for grip in these wet and rainy conditions. The spray and the visibility now becomes difficult. The rain is unending. There is perhaps an hour more of this, and I see red rain on the radar heading our way as well, Lorenzo. Every 10 minutes I look at the radar and I see more rain, I see heavier rain, I see longer lasting rain, and now this is the Rainmeisters. You can see that we're covered by the green rain at the moment on the zoomed in radar, but on the zoom out there is yellow, there is red, downpours, storms are coming.
Yeah, man, look at that track, man. They're gonna struggle, and you can see the jumps are red. I think that red might hit the back of the track, going around maybe No Name, Jack X corner to Pujon, then leading itself to the pit path in Stavolo. It's not gonna hit the main straight, but it's gonna affect a lot of the drivers. So here we go.
If you have F1 TV, the replay of the 1998 Belgian Grand Prix is on there. The one where absolutely everyone stacked it in the rain heading down towards Eau Rouge. It's reminding me of that with the amount of spray coming off of these race cars. Everyone's on the wet tyres. And this has been a pretty big win by BMW M Team BS Competition. Suddenly Ryan Barneveld is only 2 seconds away from second place. Chris Lolham has extended the leader's lead, and your top three look like they have been big winners out of this, because fourth place is suddenly 45 seconds away from the race lead. This is a three-way battle for position here between WSR Esports butt kicker in white and black BMW, Sim RC in the Ford Mustang, yellow and black, and Falcon Sim Racing. They look pretty racy at the moment. Jonas Vanna is finding grip in all of the places. In that teal 33, he's out racing Sim RC's Mustang. He found traction down the inside. Around the outside of Puon, is there room to race wheel to wheel? There's not, because they make contact. It spins out Falcon Racing, and they're into the wall.
Yeah, because there's no amount of car, brake, and APS to hold that car together. And absolutely, the Falcon team is going to be appreciative of their fellow German compatriots take him out of the track, or their fellow compatriot German team taking out of the track. So I really want to look on the replay if that was side by side, or if the 76 misjudged the BMW of the Falcon team to try to go one abreast and make it a single foul, thus spinning him out.
Always going to be tough because the inside is slick. It's a great replay. The trees, Sim RC are on the grippy outside there, so they're trying to hold their position. Falcon on the inside. I think the inside's not the place to go to make the pass in these conditions, because sure, you're down the inside, normally a great overtaking position in the dry, but in the wet, they don't have the grip there. The car around the outside, way more traction, stays there, keeps their nose in it. Man, I don't look at that and see Sim RC spinning the BMW out. I see both of them recognizing that the right-hand side of the racetrack is the grippy bit, and both trying to use it. We've got a Mercedes there that's lost its nose. There's probably a couple of cars now beginning to struggle in these conditions, finding where the limit is.
Yeah, because right now the track Is that thing, like wet racing is not a normal dry racing. You're not going to take the normal racing lines, right, David? These outside lines going nowhere near the apex is actually going to be the apex, and then try to nurse out the car so you don't get the electronic traction control that is made for the wets to kick in. Maybe lose a few tenths here and there. Now it's all about driver touch and pace. So let's see who has that ability to keep the car on track and be fast and efficient every single time.
Here's another look at the challenging conditions. Spinning out goes the 315 Ferrari, and they find the wall. That is Voracious Racing team, one of the first teams to go to wets. Maybe they've toasted their wets on the dry track a little bit, and therefore run out of a little bit of grip. We've also seen that Mercedes that had a bit of damage on, so it is challenging like nothing else. Look at them all going, where the hell is the grip now in these conditions? We've driven 14 hours flat chat on a dry track. Now it's like we've picked all of the cars up and gone somewhere else. We've taken them to Suzuka. Good luck. Race the back 10 hours of the 24 hours, on an iceberg. Here's a look at Apex Racing Academy. Too shallow of a line through Blanchimont. They're on the really rub it in bit, and they lose the rear of the car and slide around and hit the wall.
Hey, remember when we said that rain is when it comes, is gonna make the driver mistakes probably aplenty?
So this is how... Oh!
Ouch.
Yep. That is the Boots and VDS by Undercut, number 11 in 31st place. And I think they were already on wet tyres at that point, but we talked about it, that Will Chadwick was a really... had some sort of data and really strong opinions as well to back it up, that you can never practice a racetrack in this state because you'll never get 50 teams banging around, flat chat, rubbering in the track like has happened in this race. You can never make a practice session 14 hours long with 50 cars to know exactly how slippery the rubbered in line is going to be and how far off the racing line you're going to have to go to find any semblance of grip in the wet. They're all still snapping about, and I'm looking up and down the timing screen frantically to try to work out, who's quick in these conditions, who's got the pace. And it seems like your race leader, Chris Lolham, is quite well prepared for this.
Yeah, Will was actually mentioning over here in our broadcast booth, like probably the wet drivers, the wet specialists are coming in for the teams. We've seen massive driver swaps, right? We've seen like Ariel coming in for the number 21, Lulam coming in for the number 20, guys that probably have more experience driving in the wets. And we've seen like Barneveld coming in and so many others to try to, probably more experienced, more ready to handle cars like this. We see now Simify having more issues at Pujon as well.
Half a meter from the wall, but they managed to stay out of getting any damage around the outside and didn't find as much grip as they were hoping for. Had to do a little bit of a reverse there for the number 3. That is one of the better running Porsches, but unfortunately that's 21st overall at the moment. Getting more flying laps completed through the field, and the lap times have gone from 2:17s, 2:18s to sort of between 2 minutes 39 and 2 minutes 42, 2 minutes 43. Corentin Guinée probably been praying for this rain, knowing that the Ford Mustang stands a chance to fight and gain spots in these conditions. But as he's tucked up right behind WSR Esports butt kicker for a top 10, I'm sure the visibility is pretty nasty. Even if he's got more grip, he's struggling to use it.
Hey, can you see the car having a little bit of a wiggle coming out of the Curve Pro Fair, right? I think these are going to be the corners. Like Pujon is going to be key for you to survive. Stavolo, Curve Pro Fair, Blanchimont at a certain point, because the car, you're going to have to take a wide arc, and because of the white line at the outside portion prior to the curve can throw you off balance. Now is the time for you, if you dialed in those areas where normally the grip doesn't come in. is going to be right there every single lap that you go on. The consistency per lap is going to go down the drain for sure.
On board with SimRC's Ford Mustang, Corentin Guinea behind the controls, you can see the spray, you can see the rain and the wiper trying to clear it all off to give him some visibility. You can hear what he's doing with the gears, downshift into 4th gear to make it up Radion, trying to find traction somewhere. You can see his hands in the bottom left of picture as he wiggles with the steering, trying to keep the big nose in front of the tail to accelerate up the Kemmel straight. Looking for a way to take a different line than the car in front, both for visibility's sake, but also if the car in front picks a line that doesn't have much grip and you pick a different one and you find some grip there, you can close in. You'll never pass them following exactly the same line. You're hoping to find grip somewhere they don't to be able to make a pass. This current level of rain expected to continue for the next 15 minutes before there's a chance we get hit by some even heavier rain. This level of precipitation has cost them about 23 seconds per lap at the moment. The chance that it could get gnarlier before it gets kinder.
Yeah, absolutely, and also we can see some puddles already forming on some of the corners. Right, we just saw the Lecumbe chicanes right after Kemmel have some puddles. We're probably going to see around here at Pit Pack and outside of Poohon already with some puddles. And Guinness trying to set himself in a way that the car doesn't activate the ABS too much and skids off track to avoid losing traction. In the traction control just kicking in, the driver arms to try to keep this car on track. The wrestling that is being done by them is what racing, man. This makes this race completely exciting, not gonna lie.
Yeah, it shows us something totally different than what we'd seen for 14 hours. And they've got to do differently strategy-wise. They've got to do different racing lines. Passing and overtaking suddenly becomes so different. Man, staying within the white lines and track limits now so difficult because what do? You're Corentin Guinea, you're halfway through Blanchimont, the car has a wiggle. Do you steer into it, walk the car out wide off track, or do you think I can hold this and risk spinning out into the wall and completely ending your day? The graphic there. Best 217.2. Last 243.5. And the rain is not stopping. The rain is not easing up. I've just seen the Lamborghini cut all of Blanchimont. Drivers are going off in all sorts of places and everyone was operating at such a high level for the first half of this race. We saw so few mistakes, we saw so much precision, and now those same drivers, those same talented teams are struggling. 315 Voracious having another spin.
Right in front of the BS car of all things.
Here we go. Blanchimont just a tiny bit wide on the AstroTurf. Big hit on the nose of the Lamborghini and then cutting across the grass as well. So even if you do walk the car out wide and say, okay, this is going to be an off track, parts of the curb, the water is pooling there, the AstroTurf, sodden and even slipperier than the racetrack is.
Yeah, just makes everything completely... You can say basically it's a dynamic race of sorts because you don't know how the next lap will work, right? Despite being under heavy conditions. So this portion, because the drivers are driving so much under the conditions, like you have 5-6 cars going around the same corner, maybe when you go around it might be clearer. The next lap, the rain made it wet once again that you have literally no grip, right? So it's a dynamic race from now on.
He's got a run down the inside, Corentin Guinea on Andrew Caron, and he slides across, having braked off the regular racing line. The Mustang goes ahead. Caron's like, I'll try the regular racing line. Oh, no grip, no traction there. A couple of positions gained. SimRC are into the top 10, but then they nearly run off the road at the very next corner. This is the part of the track where all the rain is coming from. When it gets heavier, that's the corner that gets it first. There is so much wheel work happening for all of the drivers. They're not at the limit of grip. They're all past it, searching for anywhere. And we've gone from sort of 2-minute 40s out to 2:43s. Ryan Barneveld just found a 239 though. He's been one of the quickest drivers in these conditions. Yeah, there we go. Now he's passed. Look at Corrington Guinea clear out. That's a car that's working so well in these conditions. And Guinea has it all worked out. There's been a delay for Sotomuto in the Williams eSports racing. He was all over Falcon Sim Racing. Dropped back a tiny little bit, and behind them for position 6th and 7th, here's Hugh Barter in Apex Racing Team's 99. Again, best 217, last 241, but he's 2 seconds quicker than Marla Racing Team's Seb Weldon. So Apex Racing Team and Hugh Barter have a better handle on these conditions. They're making progress as well. Wow. And we don't know what teams made what adjustments to their car in the pit stops, but there's a few things some of them could have done and might have done more effectively. We spoke about, wing angles, ARBs, all of that stuff that costs you a little bit in the pit lane to do. But you look at these conditions, we're not talking about, they were 3/10 faster on the last lap. That's good. It's like, if you're good and your car is in the window and you're confident, you could be 4 or 5 seconds a lap quicker right now. Easily. You need the car to be cherry ripe perfect, and if it is, it'll reward you and you will be closing people down hand over fist.
I think pretty much you can say you want the car glued to the track, right? Regardless of what happens.
Did you see the brake lights? How much braking Hugh Barter did on the way into Blanchimont? Still got in too hot. Had to save it, putting the power down on the exit.
Yeah. Now, since can you argue that some of the teams actually are going with max swing just to try to keep the car on the track at the cost of not having top speed on the straights?
Well, already the wet tyres themselves cost you straight line speed VMAX. So I think that, the wing angle drag becomes the least of your concerns. Grip, cornering grip, ability to brake late, ability to get any kind of power down easily will reward you way more than 2 kilometers an hour of end of straight speed will in these conditions. Looking at Maniti's Porsche there, and there's one of the other Falcon sim racing cars. This is 21st and 22nd. They got lap traffic and they're trying to unlap themselves off the BS Turner car in 15th place as well. Suddenly there are some cars that were out of the top 20 that have come alive.
What specialists doing their work?
I've waited like 5 years for rain on iRacing, and it's everything that I knew I wanted. Here's Damon Woods and Sotomuto. They're back together again. Muto dropped back on some of the previous laps, but appears to have found his rhythm now. Sometimes I wonder if there isn't a bit of advantage to be had from following someone else, and if you see they take a line and get squirrely, you go wider and find grip. But you do have the problem of the visibility through the spray, and you often see the car behind just before the braking zone ducking out of the spray just to try to spot any kind of reference marker.
Yeah, because any reference right now is your lifesaver, right? Is a big difference maker.
He doesn't look too much more stressed than last time we looked at Sotomuto, but he doesn't look any more relaxed, that's for sure. They've gained a couple of positions over the last few hours, now up into 5th place, looking at 4th place. But the top 3 have got more speed, and by a margin, than 4th and 5th. Oh, you just saw him take a big deep breath there. I think this is hard work mentally. Every corner is more of a challenge, and Blanchimont looks dangerous at the moment.
Yeah. You can argue Pouhon and Blanchimont are easily if they're already very dangerous under dry conditions. Wet conditions, it is a whole different ball game.
He's
Falcon?
off. Falcon Sim Racing. Damon Woods has gone off hard at Radion, into the wall at high speed. Sotomuto goes through into 4th place. The damage on that car must be significant. A snap after passing through Eau Rouge. Damage on the nose. Damage on the bonnet. Damon Woods continues. There's no way that car isn't damaged, and we'll need to take a look. Even Sotomuto hardly saw it through the spray. Just like, oh, there he goes. Ooh.
That car is bent on the wheel, man. It's not looking straight line at all.
No, it's in a bad way. It's in a really bad way. The number 44 car, wouldn't be surprised if that bonnet falls off. What's surprising to me is there is not a meatball flag for this car, but that was a big hit. Let's take a look. Eau Rouge into the right-hander, snap, correct, nose first into the wall. Taking a look at one of the other Ferraris now. This is Impulse. They're ahead of Voracious Racing Team, who've been in a couple too many replays lately, unfortunately, in their Ferrari. But the 69 making some progress forward. This is the onboard of the incident for Falcon Sim Racing. Man, the water pool's there, and you think I can make this work right up until the moment that you can't. I'm looking at the weather, and we're entering some of the yellow band of rain. The rain is getting even heavier. Pace is dropping off. Voracious are going to try to get past Impulse. This is for 28th and 29th position, and of course a bit of Ferrari bragging rights as well. And then a big wiggle through Blanchimont. Now that they got ahead, Voracious nearly run off the road. Impulse will try to come back at them. You've got the BMW... No. Yes, one of the BMWs is that racing prodigy Sotomuto.
Yep.
4th place is now behind them in their spray, trying to work through as well. Looking at a battle for position in 28th and 29th.
And you can see Soto blinking his headlights to try to get in the front of Impulse, nearly making contact, and Sota having a little bit of a off moment because of the wet line on that inside portion. But it's through nevertheless.
Yeah, he does get through eventually. That Falcon Sim Racing car pits now. The number 44 with Damon Woods, so the damage obviously was huge. Apex Racing Team 99, Hugh Barter into the top 5 now. And the number 12 car, Fiercely Forward Pink, look like they're battling with Team PGZ 124. So the BMW versus the Mercedes. Haven't seen a whole lot of how the Mercedes is handling these conditions. In theory, you've got the naturally aspirated engine, should deliver power pretty predictably. It's a relatively easy to wrap your head around configuration with the front engine rear wheel drive. It's not too snappy, should be relatively compliant, but it's not like a Porsche with so much traction on the rear. Taking a look at one of the other Mustangs, and now we're not because it's in the spray, and now we can see it again. And I'm telling you, the rain is heavier now than it was just 10-15 minutes ago. Still falling. Oh, see? Puddling everywhere. Both cars off. PGZ off. Hoisingfeld off. And then nearly have a snap when they're back on the road in the braking zone at the bus stop. It's dark out there. The sun rose. We had the sun directly on the track. Then these clouds, this rain came. And it is dark. It is slippery. It is treacherous. And every single one of these teams working hard for their money.
You know what? The only saving grace they have is they are not driving in the dark of the night. That's the only thing they can say. Like, they can say, thank the sim racing baby Jesus we're not driving this in the night. Because I'll tell you, I'll be very honest with you, David. Had this been during the evening stints, I think the death count would have been astronomically Hi, sorry. Yeah, English at this time of the night for me is a little bit complicated. Yeah, I admit. I yield.
Yeah, exactly. You look at how tough this spray is when it's technically daytime. It's 7:15 in the morning. But yeah, it's still slippery. Water pooling in even more places. You can see now this rain has not relented. It's not one shower that came down and then the track will dry off. It's keeping on coming and keeping our lap times in the low 2-minute 40s. Everyone still has for the most part, I think, worked out where the traction is at. Not on that curb, Hoisingfeld, I don't think.
Oddly enough, you do some of the curves over here, especially those that go downhill, might help you a little bit. It's not going to throw you off into the wall, but you do have some very minor grip. And I think the only one that I know of from experience might be the Czech EX corner. But after that, it's just trying to find the right lines and minimize the traction control kicking itself when you go out of the corner.
Yeah, that is cockpit adjustable rather than some of the pit stop adjustable things. So if you think you want more or less traction control, you can have it. This is on board with second place, Team Redline 21. Up through Radeon they go. Massive moment, massive snap there, halfway off the track, and then another little snap on the exit there, and that's for the car in second place. They're only 2 seconds ahead of BMW M Team BS competition. Ryan Barneveld is charging in these conditions. This is the slow-mo replay, tail out for the Mustang, full opposite lock, coming up Radeon at 200 k's an hour. We've seen 1 millimeter of difference, and that snaps the other way, and you're into the wall and damaged like Falcon Sim Racing, who are dropping down the order after their incident, crashing out of 4th place. Now Sotomuto is in 4th place. Hugh Barter up into 5th, and this is a moment for Sotomuto through Puon. He slides off the road, just smooches the barrier, but that costs time and it shatters your confidence. Surely you've done 14 flawless hours in the dry, you get to these wet conditions, and suddenly the car, it's like you don't even know it anymore.
Yeah, and I really want to know right now who's safe on off track on the incident point limit or not.
That could be 4x. That smooch against the wall could still be 4x. It can stack up so quickly for anyone going off the track and then touching the walls. So battles are all through the field. It's BMW versus Ford here with Team PGZ and Team Hoisingfeld. Look at Jan Senkowski in the Hoisingfeld Ford, looking around everywhere he can. Position changes for 7th and 8th. Williams Esports pit fit Atse Kalpanen. Hey, if you want to win, hire a Finn. A Finnish driver is going very well in these wet conditions. 3 seconds faster than his Williams teammate, Williams Gaming Club. So there's suddenly a 5-second gap is big in the dry. It's nothing in the wet. It can change in 1 lap. This is Kalpanen, who's just gotten ahead of Belletsiotis.
Yeah. Just some quick team swap right there. And by the way,
Kalpanen was closing 3 seconds a lap. I don't think you could do anything about it if you're Belletsiotis.
No, it is just like Atte's faster than you, and that's pretty much it. Different team, same order. By the way, David, I was taking a quick look. Gap between Ariel and Barneveld for P2 right now stands at 1.4, and Ryan is catching like hard. Like I think last lap, this lap is catching by nearly a full second.
So the pit strategy's been sort of all brought back into line, everyone pitting within 1 or 2 laps of each other to go onto wet tyres 10 or 11 laps ago. And now everyone is on the wet tyres. Valkyrie Competition and Falcon Sim Racing number 44. So that car's back out on track, but from the heady heights of 4th place, they've rejoined in 25th, just behind Valkyrie Competition. And like I said, I mean, the expression goes water off a duck's back, but surely for drivers like Soda Muzzo, Damon Woods, it shatters your confidence in your ability to push right up against the limit when you have an incident like we saw for either of them. Can you trust the grip in the tyres to bite after something like that? Surely you need to dial it back, and you end up losing 1 or 2 seconds per lap with your confidence.
Yeah, and more so, it will take a while for you to get back to normal, right? Because once you make that mistake, the tires do pick up a little bit. To take some while to try to pick up its normal grip, right? It's gonna get slidey once you come into a corner, and you need some car control. And after, it's kind of like normally when in oval racing we would say yellow, green, yellows, right? I think on wet racing, if you do a mistake, the likelihood of you doing a mistake just right next as you try to come back into the track and do the lines is very high. So this is why consistency around the wet, the car track, the voice spin and spins is actually key.
Well, it changes the complexion of the race massively. The weather is coming down, and some gaps that looked unassailable now seem assailable. To put it no other way. And you still see a variety of different lines being taken. Damon Woods, for example, going to the right-hand side, braking into the bus stop. Further off the racing line than Valkyrie Competition's Ferrari does. They seem to be pulling away just a little bit. Grid and Go, one of the first teams to go to the wet tyres, made that decision very, very early. You see one of their cars in the background. They've been pretty quick in these conditions. Danny Gusa. Oof, that's going to be 2x. And even then, tough to regain control of the car after that. Yeah, for Pro Sports Sim Racing, Danny Gusa in 33rd had a moment. Jan Senkowski into the wall hard in the Ford Mustang for Huysfeld. Is that the exit of Pouhon?
Yeah, exit of Pouhon.
Man, and then the challenge in that slick grass to even get the car back on the road. Here's Damon Woods going a lap down. He clearly not able to match the pace of some of the other cars around. He's being dropped by 24th place. To say nothing for actually the great performance that Jonathan Poulet is putting in the Valkyrie Competition car, catching the PGZ 124 for 23rd place there. So there are a couple of teams you see that they are looking very strong in the rainy conditions. I think anyone under a 245 is doing okay for themselves.
Now it's like I was having the discussion with my teammates. Let's just say you have the opportunity to do a 240 lap, 241, 242s, like we see Aero and some other drivers do it on the track, but the consistency is going to be way off. There's likelihood of you spinning, but you're going to be doing 242s rather than a 245 consistent, or 246. You're going to be slower than what you can be doing tops, but you're going to be consistent. You're going to keep it on the track. What would you choose?
It's got to be consistency in these conditions.
Yeah, because I know some drivers like they like to do some crazy stuff and they would try to go insane. But it's like we've been saying, it's consistency all the time.
Longchamp's looked so treacherous in these conditions. That's one off track, so they are racking them up and quickly in these wet conditions. I haven't seen anyone go for a drive-through yet. Position gained there for Valkyrie over PGZ. They did it quickly, didn't they, in that Ferrari? They're dropping the car that was 4th place. They're making positions. This Valkyrie Ferrari, at least relative to some of the cars around them, the wet conditions probably a bit of a godsend for them. For everyone who struggles in the wet, struggling compared to what, there's got to be someone else that is more competent in it that's making you suffer. It stands to reason that for one team to lose, another team has to gain. And that PGZ car just had a slide coming up Radion as well. We've seen a few teams do that. It looks so difficult. That change of direction from steering left into Eau Rouge to right up Radion happens at such a slippery part of the racetrack. There's only one line through there. Damon Woods is off the road again. Or is that the other Falcon car? But either way, it's off track. Could be Jonas Vanna actually in 20th. A lot of congestion at the bus stop. Typical, you wait for one BMW and three come at once.
Yep. Natural things. But yeah, the funny thing about Eau Rouge right now with the wet is because, David, I think the most wet portion of the track is going to be Eau Rouge. You see, you have to go around puddles, right? As soon as you hit the dip, the dip or compression part of the Eau Rouge, the lowest portion, and you try to make the right-hand transition, you have very little grip and the car is slightly thrown off track. This is why you're seeing right now BS Turner is going to have a probable slowdown right there. So it's try to nurse your way around a corner like this. If you have to brake, go to fourth gear, whatever you have to do just to avoid being washed out of the corner.
Yeah, I've been washed out for a couple of years now, I think. But these conditions so challenging. Rain still in the yellow colour, so very heavy, but it will ease up and potentially even stop in the next 15 to 20 minutes. Then there's a chance of more rain behind that, but soon the teams and drivers will get at least a little bit of respite. Struggle with locking the rears for the 96 car just now. BS Turner and Daniel Alves Lorenco in 14th place. Maybe being left behind a little bit by some of those cars you see on track in front of him. Here's the 44 back on track. 001, Sven Haas is back in the car as of lately. Don't want to jinx him, but no technical problems since we saw him rejoin. He rejoined very quickly as well after we lost him last time. Both of them run off the track as he's in pursuit of WSR Esports butt kicker Andrew Caron in that car in 10th place. The battle for 10th here, and you can tell they're both pushing hard by the fact that both of them slid off wide at Blanchimont.
Yeah, and I think there's a potential reason for why Sven actually crashed out is because of his ISP probably has reset. There have been, I was having this discussion, that's why I think he might have crashed, and Cody immediately picked himself back up, picked the car back up and went into the track, and it was a little bit unexpected for this Sven. But at least he's there back on the track. They're charging hard, and I think he's doing a much better laps than Andrew Caron. I don't think the Canadian has enough to hold Sven's charge. Thus, he will lose the position a little bit, and that the 001 car, 001, is going to go back into top 10.
And everyone's struggling in the slippery conditions. I just saw Sebastian Weldon in the 6th place Marla Racing team pick up a slowdown penalty somewhere, so that's obviously from running off the road as well in these slippery conditions. Look how quickly Sven Haase has closed. Perhaps a man possessed. Now this is one of the incidents that happened. Maniti off the road at Pouin, and a millimetre short of the wall for them in their Porsche as well. Such a fast corner, such a loaded corner. When it snaps quickly there. Here's the Corvette from the 111. They went off the road and they've lost their rear wing. I guess when they put a new one on, they can set it at a high angle for more downforce and grip at the rear. Also damaged the rear panel there. This was a big incident for Energy Audi, and they went into the wall. They got a meatball off of that damage. Energy Sim Sport number 72, I think that is.
Yep.
Here's Sven Haase having a look at the pit path, throws his nose down the inside on WSR Esports butt kicker. He's on the slippery part of the road now. He can't force his way down the inside there. Andrew Caron just hogging the grippy part of the racetrack, and Sven Haase has to pull out onto some slippy bits if he's going to try to get some overlap, and then he has no traction off the corners in those places. But how hard do you want to push to keep a top 10? How much risk do you want to take knowing that contact becomes even more likely and even more catastrophic in these slippery conditions? It's near whiteout for Sven Haase. He can't see a damn thing.
And you know who's right behind him? The second place car, Gustavo Ariel. So he has to contend with two guys battling in front, and now Ariel just to his left side. So Sven giving way to the Brazilian.
Yeah, maybe he can learn something. Or maybe he just doesn't want to get tangled up in all of that. There was a time that Sven Haase was battling on the same lap as Gustavo Ariel. Now he's a lap down to first and second place and struggling to fight for a top 10. He's now dropped more than a second behind Andrew Caron, but he'll expect to close back up. Rain's still falling, as you can tell. Slightly less heavy than earlier. Fiercely forward. Pink have a slowdown. I'm watching all of these flags because there is meatballs now for the Impulse Racing 69. Their Ferraris just picked up some damage. Oh, and there's where you can get a slowdown.
It
That's
is a
off the road,
slowdown.
and a slowdown penalty for Team Redline 21, trying to stay ahead of BMWM Team BS Competition, the next car behind. How quickly can you give up a slowdown in these wet conditions? And he's going to have to now, and it'll drop him right back into the reaches of Ryan Barneveld, who's going to try to fight him for second. Here's Barneveld. He slides it. Look at his onboard. Opposite lock for days. Ryan Barneveld, though, he's going quick. He's pushing on. The lap time's now even slower than we've seen. 2:46 from your leaders. There was a time that they were doing 2:40s, 2:42s, but the track, it's getting soaked. The rain is pooling in all sorts of places. There's a lot of water that's going to take a long time to clear with how heavy this rain is and how persistent it's been. PGZ 114 with a slowdown penalty. 3 cars with meatballs. It is tough out there, and we have had like 12 hours of action in the last half an hour. Can Barneveld even see the cars that he's trying to race?
I think he can. On the Ryanetta machine.
He's got vision now through the corners, but when he just follows straight along in the spray, can hardly see a thing. This is going to be tough now for Gustavo Ariel because, you know, Haase was so kind to him, and then immediately he went and got a slowdown. Haase had to pass him back. Now if I'm Sven Haase, I give you nothing for free anymore, Gustavo Ariel. I say, well, come on, I gave you a chance. Very first time through Radion, he's threw it off the road.
Hi, Andrew.
Caron's off the road. So they go through at Blanchimont. A position gained for Sven Haase.
Wow.
Situation unfolding rapidly. And now out of the top 10 goes WSR Esports butt kicker as Caron slid wide through Blanchimont into the runoff. Virtualcoach.gg by GNG, number 001, Sven Haase goes back into the top 10. He's flying along at the moment. So with your leader doing a 2:46, second place doing a 2:48, we're going to get a look at the replay of the number 69 Impulse, and they lost the rear so early through the puddle of water. Huge impact with the wall, did a lot of damage, and that car will have to come to pit lane for repairs. Now BS Turner Lorenzo is off the road at Blanchimont into the wall. Maniti Racing is off. Alex Bennett's off the road. Jonas Vanner is off the road. There's the 33. So both Falcon Sim Racing cars have had a big impact. They're all pushing so hard, but this is the slipperiest the track's ever been. It's happening everywhere.
Yeah, we're seeing laps at 2:47. Then you can see just catching this same spot for Vanner. Like, same spot as Vanner actually crashed in for that Falcon car right now.
All of these replays coming from in the last 5 minutes. Look, that's not even a corner. That's before Blanchimont. Bennett spins around, aquaplaning on wet tyres before he even gets to Blanchimont. That's the kink before Blanchimont.
Yeah, and you know what's worse, David? We haven't hit the head cloud, the red clouds that are looming over the track. Oh, the Apex one as well having problems.
Which Apex?
Apex one, that Lamborghini doesn't look straight.
Oh, we saw that car have a massive impact earlier. Has it had another one, or are they just sticking it out there? That thing is crabbing something nasty. Presumably heading for pit lane this time in. Fastest car on the track last time was your leader, Chris Lollam. Second fastest, I think, was Hugh Barter in the Apex Racing 99. Go to racespot.tv/pages/timing because this is a rapidly unfolding situation. You got teams like SimRC in 9th, 3 seconds faster than their next car for position, Williams Gaming Club. They're going to catch him in 3 laps at that kind of pace. So they're in the Mustang doing very well, climbing back into the top 10 and racing up towards a top 5 even. We know there's more rain still to come. The teams that are quick right now, they are still going to have another hour or more of this to really gain positions quickly. Is that a slowdown penalty? No. But it was a massive slide that reduced the ability to get to the throttle for the Williams Gaming Club car there. Williams Esports pit fit Ate Kauppinen is also going quick. Sebastian Weldon's had a very poor last lap, 2 minutes 52. I think I called him out getting a slowdown penalty earlier. Chance that he gets another one very, very high. So Ate Kauppinen's the driver to watch. Look at him braking off the racing line, going across the racing line, and then back off it on the long run round the outside, trying to maximise the grip both in braking and in turning. But he has to cross a little one-way bridge going from the inside to the outside in the continual search for the grip. 4 seconds faster last lap than Weldon in front of him, who's, I think clearly taking some lines that are safe but not quick. Give him room to save it by not running it around the outside. Has Senkowski had another off? Look, he just slides, he just aquaplanes in a straight line, hits the front left corner again, knocks the rear wing off. Now, for all of the body panels that fall off a Ford Mustang, that one actually was because of a crash.
Yeah. By the way, I think there was a slight contact between Weldon and Kauppinen around the Piff Path corner, and Kauppinen, I think, let off a little bit of gap to avoid any potential damage or race-ending incidents for both cars. But it's funny to watch. Well, funny of air quotes. How the exit of Pujon is now killing drivers left, right, up, and down, right? It is the third incident, I think, in the last 10 minutes we're seeing around the corner.
Side by side through the bus stop, it's all about the traction off the corner, and I think that's where this crossover over-under is in for Kauppinen, getting alongside his teammate ish between Mahler Racing Team and Williams Esports Pit Fit. I don't think there's any team orders, not a chance of it here. But Weldon's in the better place for braking into the corner. Kauppinen's in the better spot for traction around the outside of the corner, getting to power better. Can he scare Weldon into a mistake, perhaps? He's had a few little mistakes. Look how close we are. Is there any visibility when you're that close? You'd hope so. But there's so much spray. And then up through Radion, I don't think Kauppinen could see a damn thing where he was going, but he's on a different line that gives him chance to put the power down. So it's just an update in the general situation of the race. There's only Impulse Racing Ferrari and the Apex 1 Lamborghini that are left with meatball flags and damage from crashes. Weldon looking defensive, looking for grip, still being monstered at every angle by Ate Kauppinen as the rain continues to fall. Take a look at this radar, right? There was a dry bit of rain, dry bit on the radar that was coming, and as it arrived, it became rain. Look at that yellow rain band just centered on us. It won't clear. And there's some red behind it. In theory, this won't last forever. You see some patches of clear sky coming, but it has not stopped raining. When they went to wet tyres, it was because the lap times had gone out to about 2 minutes 40. Now they're 10 seconds beyond that as well. If it stopped raining now, we'd still be quite a while from anyone risking slick tyres. The water is pooled in all sorts of places. The track is absolutely sodden. What's the official iRacing word? The track is...
Now wet. I think the session is now wet.
Where does it say it? Oh, it says it on the weather tab. The track is very wet.
Very wet.
So you've still got BMW versus BMW, 6th versus 7th position. The number 10 Marla Racing team, Sebastian Weldon, from Dan Weldon's family. Young, aspiring racing driver in the road to Indy. Also, great sim racing talent. Atse Kalpinen from Finland for Williams Esports Pit Fit. Maybe a little more experienced. We've seen Atse Kalpinen in iRacing special events for, is it going on 10 years? I've said Atse Kalpinen a couple times. Weldon has a massive slide off Blanchimont. The concrete is so slippery. There might as well be oil down there, and it gives an opportunity to outbrake down the inside of the bus stop. Atse Kalpinen goes up into 6th place as Weldon had a heart-in-mouth moment off the exit of Blanchimont.
Absolutely, it is basically soap, right? It is completely soap going around off track. I think if you go off track, the likelihood of you dying increases dramatically, and it's good car control from Weldon. I think the fact that also the car goes into 4th gear and you go out of the corner eases up the job a little bit for you to retain that car control out of the corner, but Ate is not a slouch. He's going to take an advantage of this, but nearly getting an off track right there. David is going to give the way for Seb to go up the camel straight and overtake.
Yeah, so the position swaps back again. Better traction for Sebastian Weldon. Elsewhere on track, 2nd place Gustavo Ariel went off the track and continued with no damage at Blanchimont. Jan Sinkowski went off the track. Radion might have even picked up a little bit more damage for the Hoistingfeld Ford. Everywhere you look, drivers are driving incredibly low grip conditions, searching everywhere for traction. Apex Racing Academy 98 gets a slowdown, cutting the top of Radion. Sebastian Weldon is fighting for his life here, defending from Atse Kalpinen, who got past. He got back past Atse Kalpinen again, and 6th versus 7th, the battle continues. Your race leader's lead goes out to 14 seconds from Gustavo Ariel, his teammate, the Ford Mustang, in 2nd. 2 seconds between 2nd place and 3rd. Continues to threaten that Ryan Barneveld could get in there and disrupt the Team Redline 1-2 party that's dominated this race for a couple of hours. Pro Sports Sim Racing Red is around, and this battle goes past them, luckily avoiding causing a massive T-bone accident. Off the road, on the curb, sliding off. Atse Kalpinen off the road, and Weldon holds on to 6th place as Kalpinen, he was in the grippy part of the racetrack. He got 5 centimeters too wide on the curb, and then there was no grip. The margin between in the grip and off it is such a fine dance in these wet, treacherous conditions at a racetrack that's known for throwing it up, known for being so challenging in these 24-hour races, and it's delivering for us now. Look at them aquaplane in a straight line, the wettest part of the racetrack towards Blanchimont. Little kinks are suddenly a lift, a brake, a slide, a correction in the steering, let alone corners like Blanchimont, Radion, Huon, where one of the Falcon cars has just gone off again.
And not only that, even at this final corner, look at how much Ate is trying to brake late and try to remain on a more grippy part of the track, and you can see him retaining the difference that he lost to Seb, and Seb going on a more secure line to be on the track and everything, but it's those things, trying to find the best grip, the best places of the track, and the slightest mistake, man, can be fatal. This is why wet racing, like we said before, separates the boys from men.
Yep, and it's such a fine line that's separating the drivers who are thriving and the drivers who are drowning. in these conditions at the moment. Lap times are fluctuating massively, lap to lap, car to car, model of car to car, traffic to traffic. So go to racebot.tv/pages/timing if you want to follow your favourite driver, your favourite team, or follow this action for 6th and 7th. Kalpinen for the 3rd, 4th time, trying to pass Sebastian Weldon, who crosses back, over under, side by side, through Lacombe, heading towards Malmedy. Kalpinen is back in front again. Will he stay there this time? Who knows? That rain comes down even heavier.
And we don't know when that is gonna let go, right? We don't know how long left we have of rain. Could be 1 hour, could be 30 minutes, could be 15, 20. Well, 20 is nearly sure that we're gonna have 20 more minutes of rain, but it's how long left of rain it's gonna remain on the track and how much that will provide a challenge for the drivers. And will we see red clouds flying over the track? Because for now we've only seen that on the outskirts of the track, not in the track or any portion whatsoever for the time being.
The rain has exacerbated the haves and the have-nots, those that are in the money, those who are out of it. Look at the glass-like surface through here, the water pool not just up against the curb but halfway across the track. There's standing water in all sorts of places. Sebastian Weldon's looking for grip, looking at what the car in front's doing. Where are they getting traction? The wiper does not stop trying to clear the spray and clear the rain. Your top 3 remain relatively tightly packed, but look at that, they got more than a minute to Sotomuto, who's now in 4th place. He's been off the road a couple of times, but luckily mostly stayed out of the wall. Ubata in 5th, also struggling, but keeping it on the road. And if it went dry now, your haves and your have-nots is such a massive difference. The top 3 are clear and away and in the money. Other cars flying along at the moment, 3 seconds faster than anyone in the 5 cars in front of them is 9th place Simarsi Corentin Guinea. He's now 10 seconds behind Williams Gaming Club, closing 2 seconds a lap, so give that another 5 laps. The other thing to look out for, we're now 20 laps since everyone last stopped and put on the wet tyres. How much longer can everyone go on fuel? If they pit in these conditions, what more adjustments do they make? You'd have to put on another set of wet tyres if you stopped in the next 10-15 minutes. I'm looking again at the weather forecast, not just the radar that shows heaps of rain still in the area, but the official forecast says 100% chance of rain continuing still until 9:15 a.m. That is another hour and a half from now. It is wet, man. It is slick, and it is 90 minutes before we even have a thought of the rain stopping. And even then, the rain drops from 100% chance of rain to 98, and then 15 minutes past that, 94, 15 minutes past that, 82% chance of rain. It's another 4 hours from now until you see anything less than a 50% chance of rain. Even little spits of rain now would prevent the racetrack from drying up as quickly.
Some teams must be biting their nails right now real hard about maybe potential drive-through incidents because of you picking off so many off tracks. Certainly, for example, we've seen some of these offs from Seb Weldon. I think we've seen 2 to 3 times him hitting the concrete outside of Blanchimont. That could have been a off-track incident for the American English-American driver. So it's a potential thing. So it's insane how this race has changed the landscape for everybody. And another incident for Voracious around Pouhon from what it looks like.
Yeah, and remember, we saw the Ferrari from Impulse. Oh, here's Yusa from Pro Sports and the Mercedes doing similar. They seem to really struggle breaking into that corner. They were locking the rears on their way into Pouhon. Here's another look at the replay. I called this one out. The 97 Apex Racing Academy were off at Radion. As we take another look at the replays, basically all of these coming in the last 10 minutes. Great work from our RaceBot producer, Hugo Lewis, who I believe is jumped up on 5 or 6 cans of Red Bull at the moment, and he needs it because he's got 4 screens to look at. And I mean, that's the 3rd replay we've seen of that Pro Sport Danny Gusa Mercedes spinning out, it looks like they don't have it dialed in. They don't have the confidence. Maybe they don't have the adjustments they need. Soft rear anti-roll bar, more downforce, gentler throttle. You can even change the throttle map from the driver's seat in some of these cars. You might find a throttle map that's less likely to spin up the rear tires, give you more ability to ease up to the limit of traction. And for the first time in a long time, I look at the flags and there is no meatballs, no slowdowns, no drive-throughs, but it is still not easy out there in the slightest.
No, it's still soaking wet for everybody, and everybody's still driving. Trying to find terms over here, PG terms. Driving like honestly is what we say. We got to keep them honest. You got to drive honest every single time. You cannot slouch for one single moment during these wet moments right now in this race, which is insane to think about how the race has progressed. And you can see Lulam is finding the grip quite accordingly, not struggling so far. I haven't seen Lulam do a 250 per chance. I think his average in terms of laps have been around the 248s under this heavy rain. So he's doing a really good job keeping like Ariel and Ryan Barneveld at bay, and Barneveld the last few laps struggling to get closer to Lulam's teammate in that number 21 car for now.
Once again, a great time to be looking at racespot.tv/pages/timing. We have a on-screen graphic for that one if you don't find it in the YouTube comments or elsewhere, or on the RaceSpot website. There it is with the timing, scoring, and the spotter guide as well. Good luck spotting some of these cars in the spray. Visibility is as tough as the conditions and the traction and the grip is as well. We've seen a couple of the onboards, and you can lose yourself in the music the moments you own it, but also in the spray. The visibility is so tough, and even then you need the visibility to spot where the hell the grip is at.
Yeah. And imagine if you had the configurations all the way down set to max, where you're gonna see ring spray, you're gonna see the wipers, everything working around your car like you normally would in real life, and maybe the difficulty would increase even more, right? So it's like, you know, when I say racing or rain racing, I gotta give prop for those who try to do that, you know, driving around 250 or 260 kilometers up to 300 kilometers in F1. It takes a different kind of human being to retain such car control under such messy conditions.
So we've got an interesting shot right here. We've been talking about the kind of pace in ninth place that Corentin Guinée has in the Sim RC Ford Mustang that you see there, black and yellow, the Bumblebee. Well, they're about to go a lap down to Chris Lulam there, the race leader in the number 20 BMW M Team Redline car that he shares with Diogo Pinto and Max Verstappen. Apparently Florian Lebigra is going to get in this car again at some point, but it shows that the pace that your race leader has got, catching up to lap even more cars. There was a while ago we talked about 25 cars on the lead lap, 20 cars on the lead lap. In these wet conditions, it's soon about to be 8, but there is 3-4 cars throwing up so much spray, pooling on the windshield for Chris Lulam. He's looking out the side. He can see that I'm between the Armco, and when the spectators end on the left, I gotta hope I can find somewhere. There's a car, Falcon, appearing out of the spray, and we go past that, hopefully on the brakes in time to then slow it down through this section of corner, staying well away from any curbs in this condition. There's no grip there. They could be a death sentence. And so just as easily as this rain and these slippery conditions has extended the race lead for the number 20 BMW M Team Redline, it's given them a gift. Just as easily, it could end their race in a heartbeat and take it all away from them.
Yeah, the danger of iRacing, you can even see a slight skid for Lulu, but retains the car control and doesn't lose a lot of time in the progress for that SimRC car. That is one of the few cars that have been running the same pace. You can even see third gear around Puhan, and then up to a quick fourth. You really don't want to be doing all the way down up to the limit of the revs, right? Because the chance of the car skipping out and skidding out is going to be real high.
Yeah, certainly the torque curve of the engine, you're hoping it's really sort of linear, really predictable in conditions like these. But for some of these turbo cars, it's actually really flat. So at, 4,000 RPM, it can deliver max power. At 6,000 RPM, it can deliver max power. And that can be tough. You almost want the naturally aspirated engine where the max power corresponds with the rev range to give you predictability, let you pull a short shift just to plant the car, make it easier in some of these corners. And there are times gone by for the Mercedes, for example, we've seen that the automatic downshift doesn't blip the throttle enough in some conditions. It can lock up the rear tires a little bit. And I wonder if we weren't seeing that with some of the Ferraris. Even your downshifts can be treacherous in these conditions when it's absolutely no problem in the dry. The tiniest little things that could lock up a tire can send you skating, snapping wide or into the wall. The lead has come down there. Lollem's struggling in the spray and working through the lapped cars. He's gone from leading by like 12 or 13 seconds down to under 10. Gustavo Ariel, though, will surely catch some of this traffic shortly as well. And Ryan Barneveld has had a couple of really sloppy laps, actually, as he drops away from being 2 or 3 seconds behind second place to 8 seconds away from second place. And Gustavo Ariel, who sustained a whole bunch of pressure. Barneveld was 1 second, 2 seconds behind him for a long time there. Now Ariel has broken free somewhat.
Yeah, gap going up a little bit right now, but other than that, I was just taking a quick look over here. You know how Ashley Lulem is actually driving that car? If you had the webcam of Lulem, him and the monitors himself is nearly full brightness on the monitor to try to maximize the levels of seeing everything around the track, which is insane to think about right now.
Different lines between the leading BMW and the 9th place Ford Mustang GT3, trying to not go off the lead lap is Corentin Guinea. His lap pace not so bad with 245s, but second place Gustavo Ariel in the 243s. I think that's the pace that Lulem would be capable of. Oh, massive slide, locking up the rear tyres, almost running off the road, almost definitely running off the road. Now going a lap down. Corentin Guinea saves it, but that is not the quick way through Puon, and he has a massive moment. That must have been full opposite lock, backing it in, Formula D spec, except you'd wish for twice as much steering lock in conditions like these. Off the road goes one of the other BMWs. Lulem goes through to put him a lap down. Corentin Guinea will go through to put them a lap down. There's one of the Falcon sim racing cars also cutting its way through. You've got the 33 and the 44 running. So we take a look elsewhere in the field. And this is Delatraz Automotive and Fiercely Forward for 25th and 26th. I think it is, Mm-hmm. Delatraz Automotive making some gains in this in these conditions. They were 3 seconds faster last lap than Fiercely Forward Yellow, so clearly have made a pass in the last lap to be 3 seconds quicker and only a couple seconds ahead. So they're moving up, they're moving forward. Luke Peters in the Fiercely Forward Pink is one of the cars that we saw have a massive moment at Piff Path, and they're heading for the pit lane, so we're reaching the end of the fuel for some of these cars. Track is not dry enough to go to slicks. This is a fuel call, not a tyre call for Williams Gaming Club in 8th, SimRC in 9th. Oh, we're going to have a look at another issue for this Mercedes, I think. That's the Boutsen VDS undercut car off the road at Piff Path. Here's Barter. Man, he's still in 5th, but that's a moment that would have been hard in mouth, and that's well before Blanchimont as well for the number 99. A whole handful of other cars are heading for the lane. PGZ, there's their moment, heading up Radion. It's a non-stop highlights package now that the rain has finally come. It teased us. It's 3-4 hours late, but you know what? I would take that wait all over again. This last hour has been simply electric. 14 hours of racing has been turned on its head. The best drivers and the best prepared teams are now really showing us what they've got in a circuit Spa-Francorchamps that is 35 seconds away from pole pace.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what the saddest thing is for you and I, David? We're
only
not
got 2 minutes 40 seconds left.
Yes, man. Until Ewan O'Leary and Will Chadwick, the Chad comes back and breaks us down more hours over here in this race.
Got a handful of other cars like third place BMW M Team BS Competition, Ryan Barneveld hitting the lane, Williams Esports racing prodigy Soda Muto is in. So everyone, they stopped when the rain came out, they put wet weather tyres on, they filled up the tank, or mostly filled the tank, and this is how far it's gotten them. Everyone now needing to pit again after 25 or 26 laps. I thought the fuel would have gone quite a lot longer in these rainy conditions, to be honest with you. But, yeah, I mean, what do I know?
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I thought the fuel was going to go up to like maybe 28 laps.
Race leader here that we're watching stopped 26 laps ago. So this is the end of 26 laps for Chris Lawlam in the number 20 that he shares with Max Verstappen. For anyone in the Netherlands who's still awake, hello Hollanders. That's this car. This is the one that you're cheering for. Dup, 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 dup. And so this is the end of 26 laps for Chris Lawlam. Gustavo Ariel pitted the same lap. The car in second place, the teammate, Team Redline 21. So in they come. If they were doing 27 laps in the dry, how are they only doing 26 laps in the wet? That's a mystery that our much more skilled and clued in next commentary team, I'm sure, will get to the bottom of. Ariel is in from second in the Mustang from Team Redline, and we've already seen third place pit.
We did. Ryan just pitted last lap.
Yep. So the other cars that we're expecting to see pit soon: fourth place, Hugh Barter, Apex Racing Team; Williams Esports Pit Fit, Ate Kalpinen; Marla Racing Team, Sebastian Weldon; WSR Esports butt kicker, Andrew Caron; Team PGZ, Lewis Woods. There's a few more that we are going to see. Hey, there's still no rear wing on that thing, Jan Sienkowski. Or is it still Jan Sienkowski in the Huizenfeld Mustang? Where are they at? Yes, it is still Jan Sienkowski. So your race lead is about to hit the pit stall. Is Chris Lawlam going to stay in? Probably. Only recently took over from Max Verstappen. And just now, Ewan O'Leary and Will Chadwick are going to take over from myself, David Haynes, and Lorenzo Bonda. It's a ripper. The strategy is unfolding. The track is so dynamic and exciting. Can't wait to see what the next hours bring, Ewan O'Leary.
Thanks very much, David. Thanks very much to Lorenzo as well. This is a very interesting situation indeed. We've got just over a third of this race remaining, and who knows where it's going to go next. The first ever rain laps in an iRacing 24-hour special event have come upon us, and well, what an hour or so it has been. As David said, it's myself, Ewan O'Leary, and Will Chadwick taking you through the next few hours of this race. Good to have you alongside me, Will. What have you made of this first hour or so of rainfall that has been teasing us really all day long, but finally it's now come?
Yeah, it's one of the first chances I've got to truly experience in sim the transition to rain. I've still never to do a rain-affected event yet, mainly because I've always been driving in cars that it can't rain in at the moments in time that I drove them. And yeah, I spent a good half an hour there, pretty much on board with several cars. First with the 21, and then second following along with the number 76 of Sim RC. And I must say the conditions are treacherous. The need to search for a better line and to really commit to an outside off the rubber line line in general is so key, and it really is separating the best from the great here.
Yeah, it's very, very interesting to watch indeed. We'll go through a rundown in a few moments' time, but they're just all pitting at the moment, so it's not very useful. We will get to that in a few moments' time, but we can tell you still that BMW M Team Redline are leading the way by just over 8 seconds. And as I say, when everyone comes out of the pit lane, we will probably get to a rundown of what's happening. What I did notice when the rain was falling was that the sort of crossover time when the dry tyres were no use anymore and it was time for everybody to come in on wets, which everybody pretty much agreed on the same lap with regards to when that crossover point was. The lap times had just gone over 2 minutes 20 for the first time. So initially, when the rain started falling, they weren't actually that far away from their best lap times of the entire day. They were just dealing with the conditions quite well and just managing them as it was going along. But that's came to an end pretty quickly. We got over 2 minutes 20, and at that point we got into this wet tyre running. What that says to me basically is that given we're doing nearly 2 minute 50s at the moment, some going slightly below that, but given the fact we're about 30 seconds a lap slower than that at the moment, even if it stops raining now, I can't imagine it's going to be too soon until we'll be seeing dry tyres again in this race.
Potentially the case, but I guess if you go off what the forecast is telling us, you can only assume that we'll at least have another hour of rain. Yeah, it's going to be massively fascinating to see how it pans out over this next hour, because we've seen already loads of drivers having huge moments, and we've seen a lot of incidents as well, and that can only increase. And will we see a really big one from one of our leading pair?
Yeah, indeed, or in any of the leading three really, who were covered by less than 20 seconds before the pit stops. They are not anymore as things stand, but we'll talk about that in a few moments' time. I'm pretty sure everybody, and yes, with BS Turner into the pit lane now inside the top 10, we have all seen the field in, so we can have a little look at where everybody is in the field now, with, as I say, BMW M Team Redline leading the way. 7.4 seconds the margin back to their Ford Mustang, or it was last time I looked. It's now plummeting, and it's going over 10 seconds for the first time in a little while. PS Competition are in third position. As I said before, Ryan Potterveld was less than 20 seconds off the lead before the pit stops there. However, he's now 35 off the back, and that gap seems to be only growing at the moment. Peckham Jessir for the number 1 Williams team is dropping away as well. He's at over a minute and a half now, but is up to 4th place after a relatively recent crash in the rain for the Falcon BMW. In 5th position, the Apex Racing team have been recovering ever since they got off to a poor start, really, where they dropped to the lower end of the top 20. They've been climbing positions ever since. They're now 5th. Atik Karppinen in another one of the Williams cars is in 6th position, ahead of Oskari Rene in the number 10. Conte Guiné is in 8th for SimRC, and he's been going quickly in the last few moments, so we'll talk about him in a little while. Sven Hassler, the first of the grid in Go cars, is 9th, ahead of Alexander Davidson. WSR have moved up into the top 10 for the first time in a little bit. Maybe that was due to the BS Turner pit stop. I would imagine that it is, but there is Alexander Davidson in that 10th position in what is actually a pretty congested part of the standings, even though they are all a lap down now compared to where arguably they should be. Maybe another reason actually for this was that I can see Vasilios Pelletsiotis is displayed as out the race at the moment.
Really? I didn't even notice that. I saw that there was obviously, we saw SimRC actually passed that car this way, this lap, and it looks to be maybe a disconnect of some sort for Vasilios, which actually happened after SimRC made the move, because we did see that pass actually happen on track. And yeah, there's your incident for Barneveld. Wow, that is really, really unfortunate.
That was really awkward. I mean, David and Lorenzo were talking about this just before, and it seems to be that let's ignore the fact that sometimes the cars are just aquaplaning through corners anyway, which is a bad enough problem, but also the concrete just off the side of the circuit is becoming a real problem, as we have a little bit of a replay look here at some of the spins. Pecorini going around at the top of the hill there. that Huizenberg car still hasn't got a rear wing, but they seem to be still going okay. Yeah, it seems to be this sort of painted concrete just off the side of the track, which is even slippier than the actual racetrack itself. And Ryan Barneveld, not the first person to find that out.
Yeah, and I think the spray, and I noticed that passing lap traffic is just so difficult in this sort of condition. I was watching the likes of Lolem and also even Guinness talking about passing maybe cars in the mid-20s of when they were coming around to put a lap on them. And it's just so hard. You have so much spray. It's almost an impossibility to choose a different line because of where that key line is. And you can see by the amount of these drivers are absolutely world class, top to bottom. There's thousands and thousands of iRacing, and if you felt bad in your race, if you raced in one of these earlier splits, for maybe feeling like the car was loose or having a problem to drive, just look at these guys. They're also struggling, and it really shows you how tricky these conditions are.
Yeah, they really are, and that won't be the last time we see issues like this, by the way. It's one of the great things about having rain, of course. It just creates these situations where maybe it's not quite as controlled as you might otherwise see in special events, which we used to get. Eduardo Pecorini has been caught then as a result of his spin at Eau Rouge, and this is the Ferrari of Verstapp's racing team, and right round the outside they go. There's a display of just how the different lines in wet weather can really play into your hands, because in a dry situation that may well not have worked, but it was looked very easy for Juan Cruz Nikias there into 27th position for that Ferrari. Ferrari looking pretty good in these wet weather conditions. You were telling us earlier you were disappointed not more of the top teams chose them, but really this is a car that's been chosen by those teams lower in the standings, and I guess the most high profile team, if you want to put it that way, to pick probably Impulse, but I think they're both out of the race now.
Yeah, I do think it's a little bit of a shame we don't have a bigger depth of car from the top teams. I'd really love to see the dynamic of maybe Apex, for example, in a Ferrari or something like that, because I think when you look at these sorts of conditions and look at how tricky it is, okay, one car theoretically over a lap is 4/10 faster, let's say, between Mustang and BMW. That's the theoretical difference, right, in wet conditions, but realistically, like, the drivers are making more than that every lap. And I think that you look between the guys who are prepared and who are slightly less prepared for this wet weather, it's so clear that sort of difference can help, but it's not really that decisive when you consider the overall swinging times. Oh no.
Oh dear. Well, it's all well and good making the pass, but if you don't keep it on the road afterwards, then that will all fall apart very quickly. And Juan Cruz Nikias finds that out straight away, and he's damaged his rear right. Excuse me. Look at that. Oh, Pecorini's off again. Oh goodness, that's going to be a big crash at Pouhon. We didn't see the impact just to the left-hand side of screen. Oh, but we can see the aftermath. Goodness me. The rather large Mercedes front bumper has been dislodged, and I would imagine these two will be seeing each other again in the pit lane. Look at that, just no control over the car.
And it's as soon as you cross that rubber line, you can see the car's just completely, it almost looks like aquaplaning, but it actually isn't. It's more of of just a lack of grip, and the change of grip. It's just so severe and it affects the balance of these cars so severely. It is really super difficult to control. I'd actually love if we could go on board with maybe a Lulham or a Ariel or one of these drivers driving really well in these wet conditions to give you an idea of what it looks like from the driver's perspective, because it is just so difficult to search and find this grip. It is truly a massive skill for these drivers to be lapping at such a pace.
I'll tell you who was fastest last lap, by the way, Hugh Poulter. So maybe he'll be one to have a look at. But as you said a little bit ago, traffic is playing into a role, I think, actually quite a lot. But we'll talk about that in a few hours' time. Just want to address a question in the Twitch chat on iRacing. Of course, we're streaming there and on YouTube as well. But wherever you're joining us, good morning, or at least good morning if you're in Europe. Somebody asking what place is Max in. Obviously, well, he's not driving at the moment. Obviously, he's driving in the number 20 car, though, later on. I think this morning he'll be back in again. It's about 6 o'clock in the morning where he is at the moment, so may well be soon when we see him in the car. Currently in the lead of the race, just by about 7 seconds or so. Chris Lullum currently at the wheel of that one. 7 seconds is the margin. That could very much disappear, I would say, very quickly. Now, there's a lot of discussion before the race about which cars would be good in these types of conditions, but as you were talking about earlier on, if all the big teams choose the same car, then it doesn't really matter which car is best or worst in dry or wet weather conditions, because they've all got the similar machinery anyway. And with so many BMWs in the top positions, in fact there are 14 BMWs in the top 16 places, so that tells you all you need to know about the variety among the top teams. It doesn't matter almost. So for me, traffic has been a real factor, and we're seeing it here a little bit. We're watching a battle between Falcon and Maniti here, where Falcon have the number 33 car, not the one that was running in the top 5 not so long ago. They've just moved ahead of the Maniti Porsche just behind, but look at the difficulty they're finding in even passing the Hoisingveld Mustang that doesn't even have a rear wing, as they try and avoid the BS Turner BMW that's in the wall at Pouhon as well. It's so difficult to overtake in these conditions.
Yeah, it's so unbelievably hard, and it's a game of just absolute risk. The people that risk the hardest into the corners are the ones that are going to be going the fastest, and that leaves it on such a knife edge to make a mistake. Essentially, for a lot of these corners, you want to send it up against the white line into every corner and almost turn the car adjacent to the white line, because that's where the most grip's going to be. But as soon as you touch that white line with one tyre, you're gone, or you have a huge moment. So you can see people giving fine margins, and it is just such an absolute knife edge game to perform well in this wet weather condition. And like we've been seeing, I think the standout drivers for me so far is obviously Ariel and Lullum in the two top cars. But I mean, Guinness, wow, what a run and Guinness has been putting in, and Barta as well. So I think that those drivers have been putting in such a stint. Hugh Barta, Guinness, and they've just been another level in this condition so far.
They've been spectacular. Gustavo Ariel's last lap, by the way, was particularly good. That's maybe why the gap's coming down to 6 seconds now, but it will continue to fluctuate. Want to continue on with the questions? If you've got any, then pop them in iRacing Twitch chat if you like. Will the rain end by the end of the race? Now, I believe the answer to that question is yes, Will, but you'll have a bit more idea on the detail from that to me. Just have you got any more information about maybe where this rain stops, what this race looks like going forward with this weather? Because oh dear, as the Hoisingveld car goes off into the wall at the top at Radion, that's not the first time they've managed that today, unfortunately. You can see with the damage on their car that we were seeing not so long ago. The Falcon BMW has had to slow down as a result, and the Maniti Porsche may well get through as a result as well. No, not quite. Falcon hang on to that position, but they slide into the corner, and Maniti trying to come back at them again. They're not quite going to manage it into Le Com. But yeah, have you got any more detail in terms of how this rain is going to stop, how it's going to end, if you like?
Yeah, I will just touch on that in a second. I mean, you see the Turner incident. Again, just a bit of what I kind of talk about, sending it really close to that white line. If you touch the white line, you're gone. And that's what will happen. You might see another painted line, you're gone into the wall, unfortunately, for the number 5 Team Hoisingveld car. In terms of rain, we're expecting rain for the next hour and 20 minutes of 100% chance. So we're going to have rain the next 1 hour and 20 minutes. Then it gets a bit more to chance and kind of how it's going to go. In the next 4 hours, the chance of it still being raining, at least actually raining onto the surface, not necessarily the track being wet or not, is 18%, and that is only lessening towards the end of the race. And I think by the time we get to the very end, it would be very surprising to me, at least, if it was still raining. But that doesn't mean, just because it stopped raining doesn't mean the track's fully dry, so we could see an incredibly treacherous end to this race.
Yeah, we very much could, and especially offline as well. Just want to highlight this on the way towards Blanchimont, by the way. It's not the actual corner itself that's really wet, but have a look at this next camera shot here. Right on the inside there, you can see the sort of shininess to the inside. Now, you will have noticed the drivers running around the outside there. Now, it's not only to avoid the rubber, but it is to avoid a very, very shiny part to the inside there. Lots of build-up of water. France just trying to avoid their own Luciano Berti moment, if you remember that from all those years ago. Maybe you don't, Will, to be honest. But yeah, it's a very slippery part of the racetrack, and that's why everybody's running around the outside. Again, it goes back to this thing of traffic being so important, because the more narrow the line gets, the less opportunity you've got to go down the inside or down the outside, and so you need to find your way through. We're not seeing it at the moment, but I would hazard a guess that Chris Lulham has been in traffic for the last couple of laps, because his gap's come down to 3.5 seconds.
Yes, very much the case. I'm kind of keeping an eye on that sort of train. I'm keeping a keen eye on the SimRC car, because it's very much interesting me how much progress that car's making in the race. I'd certainly say that at this point we are seeing the Mustangs of the front pack are on average, I'd say, lapping a little bit faster than the BMWs. But again, a lot of it comes down to drivers. So again, is it a perfect idea if the Mustangs is faster? On paper, on my paper, it is, but I think in practice, it very much depends on how the driver's actually performing in the moment. Like you say, traffic for the number 20 car has been rife, and unfortunately for the 20, the 21 has been able to get through that traffic a lot quicker than the 20 could. And yeah, it's certainly very interesting going into this second half of the race.
Yeah, I just saw the group in the background, just get a brief shot of them on the way towards Eau Rouge. I think Ariel is caught in most of that now himself, actually. And so, but as you say, if you can get through it quicker, then he's made a net gain. And there you go, he is through. You can see the silver and red in the background there. He has made progress, and he is now only 4 seconds behind. It's one of those things that when the leader comes through, everybody suddenly sort of pricks their ears up, especially those who are getting lapped for the first time, and there have been a few of those recently. We're into the top 10 now with cars getting lapped. SimRC recently have been getting lapped. You just mentioned them. We just saw the Grid and Go car in the background there as well, or one of them. The 001 has just been lapped for the first time as well. So the leaders are now making their way into the top 10 in terms of who they're lapping right now. That is to be expected, really. We're not expecting too many cars to still be on the lead lap at the end of the race, because it is the Spa 24 hours, and even though it's a relatively long Grand Prix circuit, 24 hours is a very long way, so you would expect to see most of them off the lead lap by the very end. But there is Lulham in the BMW. The thing with these conditions is that even if Lulham's got a 40-second lead, never mind 4 seconds, but if he's got a 40-second lead, you just never feel quite safe in it, because look at the wheel work that he's having to put on here every single lap for, as you say, possibly at least another 4 hours, maybe longer. This is really high-stakes stuff, high-intensity stuff, and I would argue not the time you really want it. I know it's daylight in sim, but virtual standard time, we're well into mid-morning right now. In real life, it's very early in the morning, and people are not as alert as they would normally be to be driving in these types of conditions.
Yeah, and you can just see the way that the cars are squirming under the rubber line through this, what would be normally a nothing section of the lap, and it really does emphasize just how difficult these conditions are. And I must bring attention again to the fact that, you know, we're seeing this SimRC car, this SimRC car of Quentin Guinness, Jürgen Frank, and I think a few others, I forget the name for the time being, but that car was running 13th, 12th, 11th in the dry for many and many hours of this race, and now we're looking on it being, you know, about 15 or so seconds off the top 6.
Yeah, I wonder where they can get to in this race. It's discussion a little bit maybe about a top 5 here in this race. I mean, it sort of depends how long you think they need the rain to go on for, really. Oh dear, as Marla Racing Team have a bit of a slope right in front of Lulham. That wasn't especially ideal, but they've got away with it. And speaking of SimRC, they will be one of those teams catching Ascari Rinne very quickly indeed here if these trends continue, although he didn't last lap around. I wonder how long they're going to need this rain to continue on for if they're really wanting a top 5, because they are still well over a minute behind Hugh Barter, who is in 5th at the moment.
And I think when you look at Hugh Bart and the lap times that he's producing, very, very fast across the last hour. So I don't expect that to be the case. I think top 6 is doable for the time being. Are we going to see an incident for one of those top 5? Potentially. You know, it's definitely not off the cards. When you consider how hard it is to drive a car in this condition, you certainly can't rule out an incident for anyone at any point in time. And just as you watch Llewellyn here, so to talk you through kind of what Llewellyn's doing here, so he now goes to the outside line. Just try and imagine in your head, when you watch wet weather, where the normal racing line would be. So you're crossing here, so you'd be crossing the rubber line just there. Now we're going to break offline a little bit, send it to the outside. We cross rubber now. As you can see, the small correction as he crosses the rubber line, again on the exit. On the outside of the track now, going to cross the rubber line on the exit, see the car squirming around a little bit, and that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to make sure that when we cross that rubber line, we're as straight as possible, and when we're turning, we're as far away from the rubber line as possible, and that's the very, very basic principle of the way. I mean, trust me, the amount of wheel work and skill it takes and pedal work to drive in this condition, it is not that simple, but that's the best and the simplest way I can describe it to any viewers watching.
And also, it's a good sort of way to think about it in terms of just notice when he's having to correct the slides as well. When you put it like that, you start to notice that most of these sort of last minute think on your feet sort of corrections are having to be made when he is crossing that line. So it sort of displays again just where the real slipperiness is, although, you know, even off the rubber line it's not exactly not slippery, but you get what I mean. It's just more slippery when you're crossing that line. So it just correlate quite closely really with the corrections when he's on that normal line. But all the while, as impressive as that is, Gustavo Ariel is doing it better because he's closing every time. Another large portion taken out last time is the number 12 car goes for an almost perfect 360 there. Now, where's the number 12? That's fiercely forward. Luke Peters, who is currently 22nd, as we've got change for 4th. Beckham Jasir has lost a lot of time here, and he's now behind Hugh Barter. I think there's been a mistake from Beckham Jasir somewhere, because the last timing check I got about, half a minute ago, he was a second and a half ahead of Barter. Now he's all of a sudden behind.
Yeah, it looks to me like a small moment at Huon, or not. Well, there we go. We can watch the replay. Entering a little bit too much on the rubber line, entering up on that concrete, and then, to be honest, smart decision. Just take the outside. Don't risk anything. Don't try and cross any curbs on your re-entry to the track, and losing time, but thankfully not going into the wall, which still allows the car to keep fighting on in these final few hours.
Losing time, but not as much time as a pit stop would, as one of the Ferraris now into the wall as well. I wonder who that was at Blanchimont. It's one of those corners we've seen a lot of incidents in so far since the rain, especially the exit of that very final part of Blanchimont, round turn 18, and then on the sort of green concrete after the curb where people are spinning into the wall. I'm sure we'll have a look at some of the other incidents that have been happening in the last few moments, if we can, when we've got a moment. But Hugo Luis is broadcasting and producing this entire race, so do forgive him. Here we go. It's Delatraz who is at the... it wasn't on the curb at all. It was just quite a violent whip around spin actually on the curb there, or on the apex there.
Yeah, so that again will be a kind of a coincidence of the rubber line. What you've got to think of is when you've got that rubber line that's so slick, if you've got half your tyres on the normal stuff and half your tyres on the rubber line, the car's going to have a massive pitch in the way it's balanced. So if you're turning through the corner and let's say your right side tyres have 50% more grip, what's going to happen? You're going to spin. So that's kind of what's happened there. Obviously, it's really easy for that to happen and for you to misplace your car when you're right tucked under the bumper of someone else and you've got so much spray, and it is so easy to do. And me and you and it's out in this commentary, really have the easy job here, because we can criticise them or say that, oh, maybe that's a bit of an incident, unlucky. I promise you, if we were out there, we'd also be struggling a lot.
Yeah. I've got to confess, I'm sure it's not the same for you, but I've actually never driven in the wet weather conditions on iRacing yet. I've still not done it, so I really don't have a place to criticised at all. You're right. So I'm sure you would have done, haven't you?
Yeah, I have. And I can tell you it's incredibly difficult, but what I think is incredibly realistic from what I've experienced whenever I've driven in wet conditions in real life, it is the same sort of thing. And I think that when you have such a dynamic rubber line like we've had for a number of years here on iRacing, it just couples up with the wet conditions so well that it just makes for such a dynamic and wonderful race mixer-upper, I guess you could call it.
Mixer-upper, excellent. We really need a new word for mixer-upper, but I get what you mean. Here's out the final corner for David Boschke, just on the back of Alexander Davidson, the battle for the last spot inside the top 10. David Boschke, long-time iRacing and Racebot TV viewers may remember, was a Simify esports driver until pretty recently. Now he races for Grid and Go. Well, he was still racing for Simify. I can find records of him racing in May as a Simify driver, so it's still a very recent thing, and he's now trying to put his work to good use into Eau Rouge. This will be quite special. Side by side, he doesn't decide to go for it, and that is probably the best decision he has made so far this race. He'll go for it instead on the way up the Kemmel Straight and into Les Combes, which is a much better idea.
Yeah, what an attempt that would have been. If that had come off, fair enough, but I really don't think that's the sort of corner you want to be overtaking in this condition, especially. Of course, there's an urgency to get through, and we'll see maybe a move to the outside here. But of course, every time you end up on the outside, you'll inevitably end up on the inside the next corner, and that is not where you want to be in terms of grip. So again, a bit of a balancing out, waiting for the car ahead to make the move in a defence or make a small mistake, like maybe a slightly tighter line there that you see from the WSR car, and then be able to make your way on by.
Oh, maybe I'll have a look at No Name. Oh, he's been aggressive, David Boschke, and just about given the space by Davidson, who probably wasn't expecting that, and now they're going to be in trouble because we've seen so many instances at Pouhon so far with drivers on their own, side by side between them. They make it work between them as well, thankfully, but that could have been a lot worse for absolutely everybody. But David Boschke makes it doesn't make it worse. He makes it through into the top 10 to give us two Grid and Go cars inside the top 10 now. The 00 into 10th position, and Davidson goes wide into the Piff Paff chicane as well, and I think he is struggling in these conditions far more than the Spaniard because he's lost out on track position to PGZ now as well. That's not the PGZ car that is running 12th, that's one that's running a couple of laps further down from these two, but you can just see in the gap that it has been put into him there immediately, Alexander Davidson not as comfortable in these conditions quite.
It's purely a condition of who's willing to risk it more and who's more comfortable when the car is out of control, because essentially half the time you are almost out of control in this condition, and it really is a balance between risking it all and ending up like a hero or ending up in the wall, and we will see that, and we have seen that already from some cars. Oh dear.
Oh, it's so ungainly, isn't it? when they get on the tarmac and they get sliding, it's so odd. But again, the lines are so fine between the good grip and the grip that's going to send you straight off the road. Where's that PGZ car disappeared to? Has it gone entirely? Oh no, there it is. Sorry, it's just at the back of the train, just dropping out of this group with these two. I mean, again, I think Boschke is just being a little bit more aggressive, paying the price for that slightly at the bus stop chicane, but he's got away with it, and as long as he keeps getting away with it, then he'll be okay. But he's in the top 10 for the moment. The gap for the lead, by the way, came down to less than 2 seconds a short while ago. Traffic again has hit Ariel, I think, and so he dropped back to nearly 3 seconds, a couple of moments, but as I'm finishing this sentence, it's back down below 2 seconds again. Generally, as you were saying earlier on, generally the gaps are trending away from the BMWs and trending towards the two Fords inside the top 10, but it's not a stark contrast between the two manufacturers, really.
And I think that's reflected in the fact that these two cars still, technically on paper, are the two worst cars, and the delta between them, I think it matters a lot more for the driver than it does for the ability of what you can maximize the car. You know, maximum potential of these cars are only a few tenths of a second apart, whereas when we consider how much of a difference it makes in driving and commitment, that, you know, that's much more important in these conditions and getting past the traffic. So like you say, generally we are seeing the Mustangs lap faster on average, but as things stand at the moment, it's still a very, very, very close race between the two red lines at the top of the field.
And how much do you think we can read into the fact that times are about 1 or 2 seconds quicker than when we came to air about half an hour ago? I have noticed that in these last couple of laps, that the track is getting slightly quicker. Is the rain easing off? Is everyone getting more used to the track being like this? Is it just coincidence? Why are the times coming down just in the way they are at the moment?
What I've noticed, at least from my time kind of spectating, I decided to jump in as soon as the rain transition started, just to get an idea of what was happening in towards this commentary stint. I think that now we're currently under a green patch of rain, and green, for anyone that isn't familiar with the radar, is essentially medium to light rain. Blue is the lightest, green is the second lightest, and we're currently under quite a light patch of rain. So despite the fact we've got still a lot of standing water, in general we've got a little bit more grip on the surface, and for a large period of the end of the Lorenzo stint, and when we came into this boot, we were under yellow and slightly darker yellow rain, which is more medium to heavy, and it does tend to trend the times forwards and backwards. I think the more important thing to look at is how other drivers are comparing to each other, and kind of that sort of thing, because in this sort of condition we can't really assume any sort of pace should be the case. We can only look to what the drivers are managing to do.
Well, there's Gustavo Ariel managing some of the best lap times of anybody so far. In fact, the 2:47.2 he set last time round would, in a previous condition, have been one of the best, but actually wasn't so much last time round. Lost half a second to his teammate, lost 1.5 seconds to the Apex Racing team, who are really flying at the moment. Or maybe, as you were saying earlier, maybe it's just Hugh Barter who is flying, and it's driver skill which is really playing the big role in these battles at the moment, along with the traffic that we've already talked about as well in these wet weather conditions. But this is what Gustavo Ariel can see, staying wide through the run up towards Blanchard. You can notice them grabbing 5th gear now towards Blanchard, which they weren't doing before. They weren't getting any higher than 4th on the run out of the curve pull Frere and into Blanchard, grabbing 5th again before the bus stop. Maybe that's the way that the Ford is set up, compared to the BMW we were seeing earlier on of Chris Lunham. Or maybe that's just the conditions drying out, and you will start to see the gears being reached for a little bit more, if indeed we get that. And conventionally, we would see longer stints because of the rain, and longer stints because they're saving fuel in the rain compared to dry conditions, but that didn't really seem to happen in the first stint. We'll see about this in the second rain stint here.
So I think an important thing to note on stint length is that when we were seeing some of the longest stints in the dry, there was heavy fuel saving involved. And when we're looking at the wet stints here, you know, no one's pushing, no one's fuel saving, everyone's just trying to extract the maximum lap time amongst the conditions. So I actually think that the general stint length if we're doing 26, that's actually really quite good in my opinion, because I think if you were to watch these cars go flat out in the dry, no fuel saving, same sort of scenario as they're doing right now, we'd only probably see, I'd assume, to be something around the lines of 25 or 26.
Now that was Huizenveld in the wall again there, by the way, after a brief battle with the number 97 Apex Racing Academy BMW. Dana Moore is at the wheel of that one for the moment. Not sure whether he had any part to play in the Ford Mustang ending up in the fence, but that was certainly the end result for Jan Sinkowski, who's had a very eventful couple of hours in these wet weather conditions at the Falcon Tire Spa 24 hours. Gustavo Ariel makes his way past it all and retains second position, has retained it by more than half a minute so far. Continues on trying to chase down his teammate in the lead of the race, with still just 3 seconds between them, but a smaller gap than what we saw before this stint started. I will note, by the way, most of this gap was actually created due to strategy during that rain cycle anyway from Redline. So as we have a little bit of a replay look here, this is one of the PGZ Mercedes into the wall. This was at Blanchimont just after, and a loss of a front end there for one of the Mercedes, the number 124, driven by Jorge Garcia at the time of that. This is Sekowski. Was he sent into the wall? Ooh, difficult one to call there, but the Epix Racing Academy were the ones involved.
Yeah, it's really hard to judge incidents in the wet because if you've got a car on the inside and you're on the outside, that car on the inside, if they hit the rubber, they don't really have much of a shot. It's not like they can just steer more or brake more. If they're sliding, and there's nothing they can do. So it's harder to call any blame or certain things in this type of weather, because it is just so much harder to avoid incidents per se. So yeah, it's an interesting one. You've currently got Guinness on your screens at the moment. One of the stars of this condition so far, in Ascari Rene, who was, I'd say, unfortunate enough to have to take over a car in the wet from the teammate that had seen it go into these conditions initially, Sebastian Weldon, is now trying to get up to speed and fend off the hard-charging Frenchman.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think Weldon struggled a little bit in the wet weather when that all started a couple of hours ago, just over a couple of hours ago now, in case you weren't with us. We had nearly 14 hours of dry weather at the start, with not so much as a blip of cloud on the radar, but it then fell with a vengeance. Indeed, lap times were about 6 to 8 seconds slower than they are now at their worst. Now we're into the 244s predominantly inside the top 10. There's Damon Woods in one of the victims of this wet weather. Falcon Sim Racing Team unfortunately went off the road at Eau Rouge. I'll tell you when it happened actually. It was with just under 10 hours to go, so about 90 minutes exactly before now, if you see what I mean. And they are now down in 22nd compared to the, I think, 4th or 5th position. P5 they were running at the time. So real disappointment, but fair play to them for continuing on in these conditions, because it would be very easy in the middle of the night with a damaged car and no chance of winning the race anymore to just give up. But Falcon have decided to carry on, and they're now making their way back through the field.
And I think that's the spirit of a 24-hour race, right? A lot of teams can continue, you can push on, you can try and make something of your race. You know, there's a lot of hours that go into practice of these events, and you don't want to necessarily amount for nothing. I mean, maybe early on, if you have an incident, you decide to retire the car because, you know, you're going to be fighting a losing battle for the rest of the race. But when you've got so far in, I think it's a fair effort to continue going and to give it a good go. There's still chances for this car to make up positions and get inside the top 15, for example.
Absolutely. Someone asking in Twitch, by the way, how many cars are still on the lead lap? 6 for now, but Ate Karpinen is not too far away from being lapped here. He's about, 8 seconds away from Chris Lutham. So we could well see a change in that very soon. Could play into the hands of Gustavo Aero and the Ford Mustang, who gained 1 second on that last lap there and is now well within reach. These two, Lutham versus Aerial, over the top of the hill at Radion. There is the fluctuation of the margin, generally the same, but 1 second gain by Aerial last time round. Obviously we didn't see the entire lap, so can't exactly tell you where that loss or gain was made, but the two teammates almost getting back together again here. And I just wonder whether they are going to come out the other side of this wet weather period absolutely together, and whether Redline are going to take this to the line as a pairing, as they've been unable to do actually get a 1-2 so far in the 24-hour special event season. They've been pretty dominant as far as GT3 racing has gone, but they, I don't believe, have taken a 1-2, so this is unprecedented territory for them in 2024, and I wonder whether they are going to get onto that dry period and go back to the bump drafting and fuel saving that they were doing before the rain actually came.
I think it's a really interesting dynamic to see what happens later on in this race if we do have a straight fight between the two redline cars. And I think if you're considering this now a two-horse race, depending on obviously what happens, of course there's still many cars that are able to win this race if we see issues for the two red lines. But I think if we want to see a fight between the two cars, we need to see a gap to the car in third, or they'll just probably hold order. So I think if the gap was at this sort of, if this was the end of the race now, I think they'd be free to fight, and I think that'll be a super, super interesting dynamic.
Yeah, I think it will be. But long way to go before we get there. I think it was about this time in the race when we were sort of starting to think about that at Daytona as well. But I think there was a disconnection for one of the cars there, and they weren't able to quite go through the entire race helping one another as they were kind of intending to. But they did end up getting their success at Daytona anyway. Of course, had a good Nürburgring as well, looking to cap it off here at Spa quite a few weeks later, as Lullen makes his way into the final couple of corners. Now coming up to the Apex 1 Lamborghini, which was involved in an incident very early in the wet weather conditions. It was crabbing horribly afterwards, but they've clearly got that car repaired. And Lullen has got the big job of getting through as efficiently and as quickly as possible, because if not, then Ariel will continue to close, as he did by another 3.5 tenths on that lap.
Yeah, I think that's going to be really interesting, especially going up Eau Rouge, because we assume Lullen to be able to carry quite a bit more speed than the Lamborghini had. Thankfully, he's got a little bit of a gap, but maybe getting checked up on the exit potentially looks to be just about okay for Lullen. And that fight ever rages on, very, very close, as we get obstacled by a little bit of a tree. But it seems like Lullen's got through cleanly, and it'll be interesting to see whether that Lamborghini yields a little bit to Ariel or gives him a little bit of a harder time.
Yeah, let's see whether the leader will benefit from this or whether it's the second place car that does, because that is often the way. Does the Apex 1 car get out of the way this time around? No. Of course, they don't have to, but if you are the following car, I guess you'd like them to, selfishly. As times continue to tumble, by the way. Last time around, it was Atte Karppinen who was the quickest in the entire field. A 2:43.5, just a bit quicker than Gustavo Ariel and Ryan Barneveld, who were next quickest. There goes Ariel through now, weaving his way across the nose of the Lamborghini. But he's through, and another lap car put behind them, but it's relentless at this stage. It's not often talked about at the Spa 24 Hours because it's not multi-class traffic, but it's so crucial for this race. You've got to work your way through traffic as efficiently as possible, and it really doesn't stop, just like in any other 24-hour race.
And I think in conditions like these, it is actually harder to lap a car of your own class than it is to ever have. In the dry, you don't have that big of an issue because you can predict what the car ahead of you is going to do pretty easily. It's not that big of a deal. But in this sort of condition, the range of speed from top to bottom in this field varies so much, especially when we're in some of the wetter periods that we've experienced so far, that it can just be so chaotic.
Yeah, it can. And we've seen... well, it does make me think what would happen with multi-class traffic here and where they would go to try and make your passes. But again, as we were talking about earlier, as you diminish the lines that you can take with all of the standing water and the slicked up rubber as well that's been laid down on the circuit, does make it all very difficult to contend with. So make their way down in towards turn 1 again. 1.5 seconds, nearly 16 hours gone of the Falcon Tyre 24 Hours of Spa here on iRacing, Racebot TV as well. It is just 1.5 seconds between the leading two, and some other gaps even smaller than that. Damon Wood still trying to find his way up into 20. Well, it was 21st he was trying to find his way into. He's now managed that. Jan Sikowski is behind them, and Luke Peters, though, still ahead of Damon Wood, still a bit of a thorn in his side as he tries to make his way up the field again after the crash we were talking about not so long ago. You said top 15 might be possible. I don't know if you noticed the gap between 15th and 16th, but it's nearly a minute between Tom Rea and Kalen Chin. That is going to take some catching.
It would indeed, but you never say never. Never say never. For the 44 car, and we'll see how this pans out. I think as the track's starting to dry now, which it is, and I really think we've seen the worst of the rain for the time being. I think the sort of conditions are starting to shift slightly back towards the BMW. Not that so the BMW's fastest, but I don't think we see. I think we see a much larger pace delta when the track is utterly sodden with water everywhere. And when we look at it now, when it's starting to dry up a little bit, that the BMW seems to pick up pace just that little bit more.
I mean, the rain has certainly got lighter. That you don't even need to look at the timing screen to work that out anymore. You can just look at the conditions on the road themselves. Just use your eyes. It is not raining as heavily anymore. You can even see some remnants of daylight starting to poke through back again. Now Damon Woods gets a big slide into poo on. I know it's mid-morning here at Spa Virtual Standard Time. Now you might be waking up this morning across Europe, 5:30 in the UK, 6:30 in the rest of Europe, but it is still much later in the day in the sim. As we go back to the battle for 7th place, one of the stars of the show in the last couple of hours, Quentin Grinet, closing on everybody, looking to try and get this Sim RC car into the top 5 possibly, but that is becoming a bit of a long shot. Here we go into the final couple of corners. Ascari Rene with the job of holding him back, but I'm not really sure how he's going to do this because that Ford has been very quick and he's still right up there with the others. Although, as you say, not quite as quick compared to the others maybe as it was in the real wet conditions.
Yeah, I think we're seeing that in this sort of condition now, between those top 6 drivers, we're seeing a variance in the second, whereas when it was really, really wet, we were seeing variances like 2, 3, 4 seconds a lap, potentially. So it's making it easier, certainly, for the drivers out there in the current condition, but maybe we have a move on here as Guinness gets a really, really good run out the corner.
I think Rene got it a bit wrong as well on the top of the hill there. This could be pretty easy for Quentin Grinet, but they've got to sort this out between themselves because they won't want to go side by side particularly, and Grinet especially wanted the better braking zone just on the right hand side of the conventional racing line there. He was able to get it slowed down though. He is up to 7th position now in this race. What a drive from him. And now he's got about a quarter of a minute to catch Ate Karppinen, who is in 6th place, but has been one of the quickest drivers in the field through the last few laps, so it might well take some chasing for him again there. But Sim RC up to 7th place now, and they are only going in one direction, and that's the right direction so far in this wet weather period.
And I think what's important to mention is when we speak about someone like Ate Karppinen, he was exceptionally fast earlier in the year when we had our first ever wet race on iRacing in the Sebring 12 hour. He was right up there with the likes of Lula and Pinto in that LMDH class when we were first transitioning into the wet period. Of course, the Redline car retiring when they switched drivers a little bit later on, but like we say, those two were really a standout earlier in the year, and it's no surprise to me that we're seeing Koivunen drive fast now in this wet condition.
Just reminded me of something in what you said there about something I was thinking about to myself earlier on. I wonder if you've got any guesses on this yourself. I was thinking about distance records for these races because iRacing has got now a very long history of endurance racing. We've already had a few iRacing special events since the rain started to actually be a factor on this sim. Sebring 12 hour being one of them. You just referenced it there. The Watkins Glen 6 hour was not so long ago, and that was interrupted by rain as well. Do you think we've sort of got the distance record sort of set in iRacing these days, and we're actually never going to beat them? Because it seems that in all the races it's been possible to rain in so far, these endurance races, it has rained, and we're seeing that again here at Spa.
Indeed, I think that Yeah, I would tend to agree, but just because we've seen a lot of wet races and this new weather system is a standard and it is really, really good to have, doesn't mean that every 24-hour race is going to be wet, let's face it. You know, we could still have some fully dry races. I think in terms of an overall all-time distance lap record, that's already been set, and I can tell you who has that, actually.
Oh, go on.
It's Chris Lullum, me, Diogo Pinto and Dylan Scrivens in the French countryside in an LMP1 car.
Wow. So that's the most distance completed in an iRacing event ever.
In a 24-hour race
Yes.
ever, yeah. I got it confirmed by iRacing. We were just doing a fun race through the French countryside, and it was back when the LMP1s were doing 3:10s at Le Mans, which is just insane.
I can't think of what track he might have been lapping.
No idea.
Oh dear. Yes. Okay. That's fair enough. No, I mean in terms of individual races and you know, distance lap records or whatever for for these races. But I get what you mean. But it just feels like in every special event we've had so far, we have seen some rain. Sometimes you can get unlucky. I mean, how many times have you watched whatever it is in real life, or even looked out the window of your own house and just thought, God, it's been rainy this year?
Yeah.
You know, it does just happen sometimes. So you know, it's not inexcusable at all. But these things will start to become a bit clearer as time goes on, and we get a bit more experience with the rain. Because when you think about it, realistically, we haven't seen rain that much so far, and we're still relatively inexperienced with it.
Absolutely, and I think as teams develop, as drivers develop with rain on the platform, I still think we see quite a lot. I don't want to call it a skill gap, but I still think we see quite a large delta between the fastest drivers and the slowest drivers in these conditions, especially when it starts to get really, really wet. And that's something very apparent that we don't tend to see in the dry, because the dry everyone's so perfect and they're all so used to it that, of course, the wet condition is just harder. It's way easier to put a foot wrong. But in general, we do see quite a delta between the top and bottom cars. Even when we were looking throughout the top 10 at some points earlier in this race, an hour or two ago, we were seeing deltas of 3 seconds, which is completely unheard of if we were in dry conditions. So I think as teams and drivers develop, we'll ultimately see closer races and maybe even more interesting races where we get a slightly different car selection. I'd certainly love to see a race that was half wet, half dry, and see which cars are picked and who's gambling on what conditions. Yeah,
it would be very interesting to see. Now, I've got a theory, by the way, on why that may be. Maybe you've got a theory as well, but I'll put mine out there. You mentioned a skill gap, although you didn't want to call it that, between the top and the bottom, even in a split like this, which contains some of the best 50 or so sports car teams in iRacing, with quite a few duplicates, of course, so maybe the top 20, 30 or so in iRacing at the moment doing this event. Now, if you think about it, the teams at the top are more likely to be able to have their drivers almost full-time practicing wet weather races, or at least have more time on their hands to practice whatever it is, compared to some of the lower teams where maybe you've got a full-time job alongside it, or you've got something else going on, or whatever it is. You're much less likely to have that if you're in a professional environment. Now, the reason why you might counter that by saying, well, why isn't the whole of iRacing like that? Well, I would argue that back when iRacing was produced back in 2007, was it? 8? Something like that.
Yeah.
Something like that. Professional sim racers weren't the norm by any means, and so it was very different. It felt like a level playing field where everybody was sort of practicing with whatever time they had spare, and sort of everybody had that time spare was roughly the same, and so everybody kept a pretty similar level of skill. But it feels like with rain being introduced here, as you say, it's almost like driving a completely different sim as it transforms going forward into this more difficult condition. And those who have got more time to practice, surely it makes sense that they would be a bit better, and maybe that's why the gap between top and bottom is so large in these wet weather conditions, and that's not something really that anyone's going to be able to fix anytime soon.
No, and I think we'll see it change over time. I think we'll see a development in everyone kind of gradually getting a bit better, but there'll always be that risk versus reward. And there'll always be the case of the leader, you know, if you're the leader and you've got 20 seconds, why risk as much as the car that's behind you that's got it all to win? And we do definitely see that in this sort of condition. When it's dry conditions, everyone can lap so safely and so consistently and not make a mistake for so many thousands of laps that it doesn't really become a factor. But when we consider something like the wet weather, where I'm sure that all of these teams have had huge crashes when it comes to practice, that if you do overstep the mark, or if you can slightly reduce the risk, it's probably worth it, at least if you're leading.
Yeah, that's something that's not going to go away, I don't think. That kind of phenomenon for the leader, which, by the way, is still Chris Lullum, despite the pressure he's come under in this last hour. He has retained a lead that was actually growing to nearly 3 seconds at a time not so long ago, but he's seen that come down again to just 2 seconds now. And, well, we were praising Quentin Guinet earlier on for his driving in the wet weather. We were mentioning he's maybe not quite as quick as he once was, as everybody else has caught up to him a little bit in these lighter rain conditions as opposed to the really heavy rain we saw earlier on. Oscar Rene very much staying with him, although they did both catch Ate Carpenter by 2 seconds on that last lap, so they're now only 10 seconds behind 6th place.
Indeed, and that is something to keep in mind, still kind of looking at the gaps forward and backwards. I think that obviously Ate's had to yield some time to allow the leaders to come through. First and second have obviously just lapped him to put another car down a lap, and yeah, that's an interesting aspect to this race that we're seeing develop between 6th, 7th and 8th in this what is now called a moderately wet condition, according to the iRacing weather.
Yeah, I would ask some of these drivers about that, whether they describe it as moderate. Down the inside into Stavolo for Grunet. Not an ideal line, but you've got to do what you've got to do to get down the inside and through on these cars when you can. That's one of the impulse Ferraris. I said earlier on that they were both out the race. That is not the case, evidently. That's the number 69 Ferrari, driven by Marco Shukov at the moment. Just to round up on retirements, by the way, we've got 11 of them so far from the 47 that started this race. The most high profile among them was the most recent, I would say. Williams Gaming Club were driving inside the top 10 for most of the race before their incident. Although we didn't really get to the bottom of what it was. We think it's a disconnection for Vasilis Belletsiotis, their young driver. Unfortunately, just disappeared from the earth a couple of laps into the wet weather after making a change onto the dry tyres, and that was it. That was the most recent retirement that we have seen. Other than that, it's been fairly quiet on the retirement front for the last few moments, and not too bad in terms of the attrition rate that we've seen so far in the race. We're just coming up to the end of the first 2/3 of the Francorchamps 24 Hours of Spa here on iRacing. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast wherever you're watching from, whether it's Twitch or YouTube for iRacing or Racebot TV. You're very welcome. You're very welcome to the wet weather as well. A good morning across Europe if you're just waking up to our coverage. It's myself, Ian Illyrian, Will Chadwick, taking you through the next couple of hours. It's been interesting so far, Will. We're seeing a drying and a lightening of this rain, and we've still got a very long way to go. There's nothing that feels like a longer race to me than it being wet in a 24-hour race, and you've still got 8 hours to go.
Yeah, it's certainly a handful for these drivers. The concentration will be at the absolute maximum for these guys at the moment. And I think, you know, if you're thinking, oh, the rain's going away, it's getting a bit lighter, everyone's making less mistakes, just you wait until we get a dry line and they're on slick tyres. Just you wait. We'll have a whole load of carnage yet again.
You can see the top 10 on the left-hand side there. That is a corrected top 10. That is how they should be running, as we're just on lap 400 at the moment. By the law of averages, we should be on about 600 laps by the end of the race. But, of course, when we spent most of that most of those 400 laps dry and some of them wet. That doesn't quite add up in the way that it used to. It used to be so easy to work out how many laps we were going to have in a race. It's not so easy anymore, that is for sure. Let's tell you a little bit about what's happened so far throughout the 24 hours. We won't go through absolutely everything because there's too much to go off, frankly, but it was a clean start all the way back at 16 hours ago compared to some of the other years where we've seen plenty of cars crash and out of the race by the opening stint. We very much didn't get that this year. It was a good start to the race. 8 cars got away initially in a leading group that was largely fuel saving, and that was the real pattern to the early part of the race, Will. In fact, it wasn't just the opening couple of hours where we got 8 hours through me and Arjuna's opening stint of the commentary, still 8 hours with 8 cars within 3 seconds. There was still actually 5 cars involved by the 1/4 mark in this race. It stayed as a leading group for an abnormally long time.
Yeah, and I think that when you look at it, it was a long time until we actually saw a bit of a breakaway for the 2 red line machines. It was, I think, around about the 15-hour mark when we saw a bit of traffic, which unfortunately took 89 kind of out of that slipstream tow train, and that ultimately kind of wrote red line into a bit of a lead. But then obviously we've had these wet conditions, which, I mean, from the 89's perspective, the BMW BS competition car has actually harmed them a little bit. They've actually dropped time to the 2 red line machines, but in fact it's given us such a interesting dynamic in this race so far, and it's just going to continue to be and get more interesting potentially as the track actually starts to dry.
Yeah, it was 8 hours ago when Redline finally broke away and decided that it might go a lot quicker if they got away from the rest of the group, and they decided to try and action that. But it wasn't the first attempt at trying to get away. Redline tried to break away with the Falcon number 44 at one stage. That was a few hours in. They couldn't get away. Falcon then tried to break away on their own. They managed that for a little while, but eventually would fall back after an incident with a back marker. Then it was back to that 5 cars in the leading group, a few getting thrown out the back as the eventual wear and tear of a race took its toll. Grid and Go took a second and a half or so, about 7 hours in, but it was an hour after that, as you say, that Redline finally made their move. Everyone had been fuel saving so much that they realised they could afford to short fuel quite substantially. They made themselves go well over an hour into the race, like they are doing now, in fact, and they decided to use some of that fuel they made up to get an advantage. That was set up just in time for Max Verstappen to get into the car. That happened about 7 hours ago now, so he can't have got out much more than 5 hours ago, so maybe we'll be waiting a little while to see him in for a second time. And then other than that, other race favourites dropping by the wayside. Grid and Go having a disconnection just after the halfway mark was a pretty big moment, unfortunately, for the 001, although Sven Haase is still 9th. Pretty good recovery from them. Rain then was the real factor. With 10 hours and 20 minutes remaining, it started to fall on the racetrack. Nearly 2.5 hours later, it is still falling on the track, albeit at a much lighter rate than it was before. But in terms of who's actually winning, who's leading the race especially, the story hasn't really changed compared to that breakaway that was made with 16 hours or 15.5 hours to go. It is still the 2 red lines ahead of the rest.
Indeed, and I think that the dynamic, the real story of the wet weather, if we consider that the red line cars have almost been status quo, it has to be the Sim RC car. It's been a standout in this condition, and in a race where it's been fairly similar. You know, I think you could state that Apex have been a standout in the wet weather. You can say that obviously Redline have done a fantastic job, but Sim RC, again, moving from around about 12th at the time of it started to rain, 12th, 11th place, all the way up to 7th, now chasing 6th. They've had an excellent time, and particularly Quarantine Guinness.
Yeah, I'm going to go back in time in a... Well, sorry.
In time travel?
Sorry, no. Sorry, started that sentence all wrong. I'm going to look back in a few moments' time and see just where Apex were before the rain started to fall, because I think they've sort of under our noses been slowly, steadily gaining on the red lines without really making a noise. So I'm just going to have a look back now. Don't forget the rain came with about 10 hours and 20 minutes remaining. That was comfortably when the sun had risen, so it wasn't exactly like we had to struggle with both the wet weather and the darkness all at the same time. What is really noticeable about going back and looking at these wet weather conditions when the rain did start to fall for the first time was just how close the actual spread of the field was. We had the top 6 covered by less than 50 seconds. Now we've not even got a top 6 on the lead lap. That is just how stretched out the field gets. That is just how difficult the wet weather is.
Yeah, and I think we've seen a lot of big names drop out that top 6, particularly Falcon, I think, is the story of the wet weather, and that's obviously elongated that gap a little bit, because I think for a long time we saw Apex quite far back, and they're really the ones that I think have maintained, if not caught, in this wet period. Whereas a lot of people have dropped off from Redline. Even the likes of SimRC have dropped off to the extent of 10 or 20 seconds.
Yeah, they certainly have. Now, I've got to do a bit of maths before I tell you about my findings from Apex. As Carnage just loses a place there to Oscar Rene because he's into the pit lane. Now, you will note, and if you have been with us for the last hour or so, that the drivers predominantly came in with about 9 hours to go last time round. We're comfortably past the hour here. They are going longer than what they were in the dry in terms of time. They're not doing any more laps. But as you were saying earlier, Will, 25 laps or so is absolutely fine in terms of a fuel stint, and Brian Barneveld is in now too, but it just takes them longer to do those 25 laps because it's raining.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that you obviously spend a lot more time in the lap. We're seeing some interesting dynamics. You'll get teams now thinking, I don't want to be on this racetrack on wet tyres when it's dry, and they don't want to have to do a pit stop, for example, and then come straight back in for dries 1 or 2 laps later. So again, the dynamic of extending the fuel out a tiny bit, we might see, because ultimately the teams don't want to be caught out. And a bit like when we transitioned into the wet weather, they didn't want to be making a stop and then going on to wet tyres. Unfortunately, that did actually end up happening for everyone. But you don't want to be the one that's caught in the middle of that, the one that's pitted and everyone else hasn't, and you've essentially lost a full stop.
Yeah, and if there's ever a track you don't want to do that, it is here. In case you've not been with us, we are using the Grand Prix and Endurance pits combined, which means it takes you about 50 years to drive through the thing in one go. Lane time, by the way, here is for a regular service over 100 seconds. That is very unusual when you consider the GT3 pit stops are at about 40 seconds these days, with fuel and tyres being taken on at the same time. Number 1, Williams Esports Racing Prodigy is now in. Beckham Jessir at the wheel of that one, as Ryan Barneveld, by the way, makes his stop. He's staying in here. Some credit may be given to those drivers who have been in since the start of this rain, thinking about Lulham and Ariel, for example, for Redline. In fact, there were a lot of driver changes when everyone pitted in for wet weather conditions, knowing maybe that they might have to be in there for a while as they deal with the changing track conditions from lap to lap.
Yeah, and we're starting to see a switch here of drivers, which I think is quite interesting. I think if it was my call in this wet weather, despite, maybe you've done 2 hours, right, and your plan is to change drivers, if it was still raining and I know it's going to start to maybe ease off in the next hour, I'd actually keep the drivers in the cars that have been lapping around. But SimRC have said no, and they've changed to Jürgen Frank, so that's going to be an interesting dynamic to see how quickly he can get up to speed.
Who's that? That's one of the grid and goes, and it was the 10th place grid and go kart. We're on board with Alexander Davidson because he's chasing a top 10 here, and he's just been handed it there by David Boschke, who is in the 003 just ahead of them. But now you can just see in the rear view camera. So that was a off-track moment that has cost him a lot of time again there, David Boschke. And again, the dangers of running right round the outside at Bruxelles writ large for you on the screen. So Davidson back into the top 10 again. I wonder how long that is going to last, to be honest. Again, in fact, Boschke must be on the last lap of his stint. I think this is lap 26. That's quite an extraordinary stint.
Yeah, and I think that might be one of Davidson's the first time that we've seen that WSR car in the top 10, to be completely honest. So good run for them as well. They've picked the pace up a little bit in the wet. I know that maybe early on they weren't quite at maybe a pace that they'd be happy with, but with the attrition that's been taking place, with the mistakes that have been taking place, even if you are half a second off every lap, which I think people have been more, but if you're half a second off a lap but you don't throw it off the road once, that when that other car loses 10 seconds, you're having a net gain.
Yep, it's the name of the game. Stay on the road in these wet weather conditions, and Bosco finally does come in after a whopping stint. I think 70 odd minutes is the sort of length we're going to here in these conditions, because especially early on in the stint it was so wet. They were doing 2-minute 50 lap times. It's going to take you a very long time to get through however many laps if you're going that slowly, but that was the quite astonishing weather conditions that we had, and about 9 hours to go in this race. You still see it's not dry by any stretch of the imagination. On board with Alexander Davidson here, battling with the conditions on the way up the hill, but it is still challenging as ever for everybody, and that might be one of the reasons why we're not seeing too many driver changes among the top names. Hugh Barter now into the pit lane. He's not getting out, and nor will I take him out for the Apex Racing team. I must admit, Will, to not knowing a lot about Hugh Barter at all, but he's been so impressive, especially in these wet weather conditions.
Yeah, I can only agree with you on that front, to be completely honest. I think Hugh's really made a name for himself, particularly in these wet conditions today, and I'm all for it. Great opportunity to show your talents, and I think in the wet conditions it is where it really matters to be able to put it on the limit, and it is super hard with the dynamic ever changing across the course of this sort of stint. So yeah, great stuff for him, and I expect to see all the top names continuing on, and pretty surprised that we saw Sim RC make the change.
Oh, I found some information, Will, that might not not impress you very much here. Do you know what year Hugh Barter was born in?
No,
just googled it.
No, I don't want to know. It's all right. No, I don't want to feel old. Don't make me feel old, please.
2005.
God.
Sorry, everybody. No, great job from him, and he carries on again. I'm inclined to believe that I am getting the correct information. Arjuna's given me some real nerves about presenting this information as complete facts, because I know the internet is slightly odd. I produced one in IndyCar last night that he just couldn't believe. I'm starting to doubt my own research, but there you go. I've just googled him, and there you go, 2005. So wow, pretty impressive job from him so far today. I did find a stat about how the Apex Racing team are indeed a bit closer to the lead of the race than they used to be, but I'll present that when the actual leader of the race has come in, as we follow Alexander Davidson into the pit lane, and we're following a PDZ car, I think, at the moment as we're on board. I wonder whether this is after a good 26 laps as well. It is indeed. So he's one of the last drivers to come in. I think Gustavo Aero might be about to complete a 27 lap stint. That would be quite amazing as well.
Important to note that the overcut in this weather is quite powerful. So think about it this way: these wet tyres, it's very cold track conditions. These wet tyres do have an operating temperature, tend to be a bit of a softer compound than you'll get from a dry tyre, but indeed it does take a bit of time for that tyre to get to its peak. So the likes of Sim RC, who pitted quite early, are going to be feeling a little bit of pain, as their lap times just won't quite be at the same pace that we saw towards the end of their stint.
Yeah, no driver change here. By the way, you can see in the rearview camera there, the Huizenveld car is finally getting some damage repair, which has been long overdue, I've got to say. I do believe they're wanting to continue. Eric Enders is the new driver there. That's why I mentioned I think they're going to continue, because they are... that's not the driver who was driving when it was brought in, so... That's my only theory I've got really about that. Out of the pit lane for Alexander Davidson. He chucks him right behind the PGZ car. He went in behind and will make his way back out onto the circuit again. Kalen Chin is the driver. You can just see up ahead as they make their way out. A pretty treacherous pit exit. Must be even wetter up there than it is the rest of the circuit, getting a lot less natural drying through the cars running around the circuit than the rest of the track does. Gustavo Ariel pulls to a stop in the lead of this race, and he'll be hoping he comes out ahead of Lullen, but that would be a surprise.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that one. But then again, we do have the overcut for the 21 car. So, of course, having the advantage of having slightly warmer tyres, slightly less fuel for the period of time that they were able to stay out above the 20. So there is technically a chance we see a fight for the lead here on pit exit, but we'll have to find out. Of course, watching Alexander Davidson, who's, it must be so hard transitioning from a car that's so light with such warm tyres. Oh!
Sorry, Mercedes off to the left there. Can't tell you who that was from the brief shot we got. But that was through no-name corner, and a bit of a mistake made, clearly, for that to have happened, but not the last time we'll see that. 1.1 seconds for the lead between Lullen and Ariel. That is down a little bit.
Yeah, and briefly was switched, but of course the delta, when you're coming out the pit lane, you are going at a much slower speed, and that switched over pretty quickly. I think it's important to kind of notice the difference in the track at the moment. So you can see the spray is a lot less, we're getting a lot less rainfall, and perhaps, starting about literally now, I think we should see the stoppage of general rainfall onto the circuit for the first time in what has been about 2 hours.
Yeah, David Haynes says we could be as much as 45 minutes away from the rain fully stopping, but we'll see. There'll be weather radar changes as we're speaking, so it's won't get too hung up on the numbers. Now, if you're ready for this very slightly what's the word? Slightly I can't find the word, but it's a slightly tenuous stat about the Apex Racing team, then I'm willing to provide it for everyone. So, with 10 hours and 20 minutes remaining, or 10 hours and 15 when people really had to start pitting for wet weather tyres, the Apex Racing team were 1 minute 15 off the lead. Now, you'll notice that is a smaller margin than 1 minute 23, which is what they're off Team Redline at the moment. But I think we've got to put this, Will, into perspective of the conditions and just what the track is doing at the time. So I've gone and done that, and I've found out what the corrected gap actually is for those two figures. So in the dry conditions, the Apex Racing team were 54% of the lap behind Team Redline. So if you picture it like that, if Team Redline are at the start, then Apex are about to hit the halfway mark of the lap, if you see what I mean. In these conditions, as Davidson just goes slightly off the road and gets passed by the Apex Racing Academy car, the Apex Racing team have been making progress as far as I can work out, because they are at 1:23 behind, but given that we're in the 2 minute 40s at the moment, the Apex Racing team are 53% of the lap behind. So effectively, they've gained 1% of the lap, i.e., 70 metres, 700 metres, something about that.
Excellent report.
Thank you.
You and O'Leary, and I'm proud that you brought that stat to this broadcast. And as the sun rises across Europe, that is the information we've been looking for. And like you say, to be honest, all jokes aside, it is a really interesting point, because, like you say, Apex themselves have been a hard charger in this weather, and let's not forget they've had to overtake quite a few cars in that period of time as well.
I'm trying to work out whether that is actually, is that 70 metres or 700? No, it's literally 70 metres they've gained. So they've really not got very far at all, but it just feels like it to me. Maybe it'll be corrected when the rain actually dries out, because you will notice, I think you'll notice this across the board actually, as we start to see dry stuff appearing here. I think you'll see all of the gaps in the top 5, because they are the only gaps we can really see. You'll see all of them come down because the track's getting quicker. So as a percentage of the lap, the gaps will come down as well. So it's just one of those slight odd things with time that will slightly confuse you. But there you go. It's all that work for 70 metres, and that's where the Apex Racing team are at the moment, still well over a minute off of the lead. So it's a good job nobody's awake enough to think, what the hell was that? Anyway, let's move on. Go on.
Say that is the only car we think that has actually gained on the leaders in the whole.
Well, yeah, okay. If we're just counting the 2 red lines as being pretty much equidistant from each other the whole time anyway, then yes.
Yeah.
We're counting them as one entity. Yeah, just a couple of seconds between those two. I mean, I don't think it's a stretch to say that Ariel has done a good job of catching Lulham in this stint. I think he's been quicker than Lulham actually in this wet period of the race. But yeah, I think you're right. I think Apex are the only ones who have really gained here. We've seen some impressive lap times for the likes of Ate Karppinen, who was at the wheel of the Williams car. That's Parker White, who's now in 6th place, by the way, and is now at the wheel of that one. Now, oh dear, big spin just up ahead of the Falcon car. Don't know who that was for, but Falcon haven't gained any positions out of it. They've just gained an on-track place, I suppose. So they've avoided potential disaster there. But yeah, I mean, some good laps intermittently from everybody. We've talked about SimRC a lot, of course, as well, but predominantly it has been the Apex Racing team. And again, to go back to what you were saying earlier on, predominantly about the driver. It was the Apex Racing Academy who went off the road and did. Predominantly about the driver, and that driver has been Hugh Barter for this wet weather period of the race.
Yeah, and I think, you know, it has been quite clear who have been the standout performers. I think it's really interesting looking now towards where this dynamic lies as this track dries a little bit. But as it started to dry, you'd assume the times would start to come down, but now it's raining again. We had that little period of dry weather or dry, no rain, I guess you could say, for maybe 10 minutes. But now we're raining again. If we take a little look at the radar, you'll see it's pretty patchy for the next, I'd say at least half an hour to an hour. Like if you're looking at this period now, so that the way that this radar moves is that's the past half an hour. So if you consider that that's how much it's moving half an hour, you can imagine that we've got at least half an hour of patchiness and rain to come yet.
Yeah, but as you spoke about earlier on, what actually the colours mean is that it's mostly green and mostly not very heavy. So, you know, the track conditions are unlikely to get very much worse than they are right now. It might just prevent us from getting onto the dries for another half an hour.
Oh, I think we're still a good hour off any form of idea of transitioning to a slick tyre, and I think maybe we'll get that sort of drama towards the end of our commentary stint. We've got 1 hour 36 to go. We're almost halfway through, and I think that yeah, within that period of time, I'd like to imagine that we might start seeing maybe some people gambling on slicks.
Poor David's going to have commentated on the most of this race of anybody and only seen about half an hour of rain. That's quite cruel. But that's looking like what's going to happen at the moment. Dear oh dear. We'll see, of course, just how long it takes for us to get to that dry weather. I don't think I've seen a drying phase in iRacing just yet, quite as a proper... Because I wasn't there for the Sebring race. I was... at a football match, in case you're interested, and I was working. I wasn't just. Okay, thanks. You don't believe me, yeah. So I haven't seen a full sort of an endurance race work itself out as a drying circuit, but you can already start to see the lack of standing water compared to where we were an hour or two ago. It was treacherous everywhere. Now it's not. These drivers don't look anymore like they're going to fall off the road at every possible moment, like it did at one stage.
And I think when you consider that the lap times at the worst for all cars were above the 2-minute 50s, and now you're considering you've got the likes of of Gustavo Ariel doing a 2:39.5. That's pretty much as fast as we've seen since the transition onto wet tyres. I think we saw 1 or maybe 2 laps as it just started to get wet, where we were doing like a 2:33, for example, on wet tyres. But it very quickly jumped above the 2:40s, and looking towards that lead battle, it's as close as it's been for, well, 2-3 hours now.
Yeah, this is under a second. Haven't seen this very often throughout the Falcon Tyre Spa 24 hours, but you're seeing it here. Chris Lullen versus Gustavo Ariel, a battle of the red lines in their slightly new look silver and red, which I've got to say, I think looks way better than their normal black and red, but that's just my opinion.
Not black, can't say that. It's blue.
Oh, all right, you know what I mean. It's a very dark blue.
It's a very, very dark blue, but it's not black, and that's important.
Sorry, fine, whatever. As you just said earlier, we weren't going to have any arguments about colours today, but now we're having arguments about colours that aren't even here.
I didn't really get the memo, but I must state it really isn't black, and I'm sure the Red Line marketing department would really like you to know that it wasn't black.
Do you not remember the thing at Daytona with Lewis about orange and bronze? With one of the Williams
with the playseat car. Yeah, the Williams playseat car. Yeah, but that was a really weird colour, wasn't it? Let's face it. It was. They did fantastically well in the race. I'm pretty sure they won that playseat car, but weird colour.
Yeah, I thought it was a good colour, but couldn't agree on what colour it quite was. So there you go. But we said we weren't going to have any of those arguments today, because this is definitely silver. I was asking what colour Lewis might try and convince the rest of us that colour actually is. Well, they might go for bronze or white or something.
Sure, this is I mean, we'll continue the colour talk, are we?
No, sorry, he told me to stop. Sorry, never mind. 7.5 hours to go here at Spa. We've got a leading battle up, for goodness sake. 3/4 of a second between the two of them, and this could last, by the way, a very long time. The lap is currently 410, number 410. Chris Lullen has just started his 5th lap of the stint. We could have another 20 laps of this yet. This could be very, very long into this stint for these two.
Indeed, and I really want to see a dry line develop. It's so interesting.
I think there is. Some places.
It's drier, I'd imagine.
Okay, fine.
We're seeing much drier lines in general, and I think you can definitely distinguish the kind of area of what the tracks, where the track's wetter and drier. But ultimately, we've still got rainfall on the circuit. Track's still classed as wet, not even partially wet. We're still moderately wet according to the iRacing service. And we've got no hope of jumping onto dry tyres anytime soon. But once this rainfall starts to stop, I do think it could be quite a quick transition.
I think David Boschke's been off on this lap. He has lost a lot of time, and he's now behind Alexander Davison again. Feels like this is a recurring theme, that he takes 1 step forward and then 2 steps back again whenever he makes the pass for 10th position. The two of them, by the way, putting a lap on the PGZ car that's running 14th. That just shows you about the gaps that they've got behind them. There's Caelan Chin, despite only needing to make up 3 places to pass the very yellow BMW that is just behind him. He's still about to go a lap further behind it. And in fact, the laps do get very, very sharp very quickly. In fact, 20th place is about to be, is another PGZ car, incidentally, about to be put a 4th lap down. And that's the kind of gaps we're starting to see now, partly because of these wet weather conditions stretching out the field a lot more than we have before. As I just said, in case you weren't with us earlier on, just less than 50 seconds covered the top 6 about 3 hours ago. That is very much a thing of the past now, as... Oh dear, who's dropped out the field there?
MLC. I think MLC might have had an issue.
Jürgen Frank. I think you're right, yeah. I think they've towed back to pit lane.
Oh yeah, they've had an issue, and I don't even think it's really of their own doing. I think they've had a collection with another car. Let's have a little watch here.
Oh, they have. Oh, Jürgen Frank. And he can't even get it back to pit lane. Look at that front left.
Front wheel. Oh, that's really a shame for them, because they just had such a good run, and it's upsetting to see it when it's not really on them or a crash that they've had themselves. Really, it's so hard to stop in this weather that, yeah, that's so unfortunate.
Now, what were the Apex Racing Academy doing in the middle of the road there? Because we've already seen their incident at Radion, which may have been... Oh, don't stop there, Jürgen. Well, you must have known that there was nobody behind him, but goodness me. Anyway, that can't have been the same incident that is still hurting the Apex Racing Academy, because we saw that replay, tens of minutes ago, didn't we?
I think we've seen a lot of incidents from the Apex Racing Academy car, and I think that they've maybe had a few challenges in this condition, particularly maybe a driver or so maybe had a bit of an issue with the conditions, and it's so unfortunate to see that take out I'd say one of our favourite cars to be watching over the last few hours, because it was pushing forward nicely, and one of the only Fords as well.
Your response to David Haynes' claims that you've jinxed them?
That is blasphemy, because I have been talking about every car, and if you talk about enough cars, then you can jinx anything.
Yeah, well, not a believer in the commentator's curse. There you go. Clearly, no. In all seriousness, a real shame for them. It's been a wonderful race for them, especially since the rain started to fall, going from sort of maybe a top 10 to maybe a top 5 when they really started to put the hammer down in those particularly bad conditions that we started out with. Well, that all of a sudden is going to feel like a very long time ago, as nearly into our 3rd hour of rain, or nearly into our 4th hour indeed, nearly completing 3 hours in the rain, SimRC have got involved in an incident that wasn't really their fault. By the way, the Apex Racing Academy had that incident I was talking about at the top of Radion 10 minutes ago, so I wouldn't have thought they'd be limping around with a damaged car for that long. I think maybe they were just recovering from a spin at Pouhon, maybe we'll find out as we go and look at Gonzalo Vergara now. But that's a technical failure if ever I've seen one.
What I think that is I've had a problem. I would like to check my problem on the straight, and my wheel's disconnected.
What do you mean, check the problem? How would you do that?
It just looked like they were kind of wandering around the circuit. They maybe had a problem with the pedals, or maybe the wheel was disconnected, and then they've maybe checked a few puddles. Sorry, I'm in my sim. I was just watching the leading cars, and I must say, Crystal and got very close to crashing then, but I couldn't help but react. But it almost looked like they were trying to rectify the problem they might have been having, or maybe the wheel was slightly disconnecting, clicking on and clicking off, and they've maybe gone to reset something, and bang, turns to the left. But certainly a wheel issue, to say the least.
Very much so. If ever you see a car suddenly jolt to the left-hand side, it's almost always a wheel failure. That's the sort of, I don't know what it's called, the sort of standard setting, I guess, for wheels. It just sort of goes left to right, and so if it goes back to the start, if you see what I mean, it goes to full lock left, sends you straight into the wall. So there you go. That's a little bit of an explanation. One car I've seen driving very quickly in the last couple of moments, by the way, in the absence of SimRC, who we've been saying nothing but good things about recently. Ryan Barneveld has been driving very quickly. Ever since his spin at Bruxelles, he's been slowly creeping up on the red line drivers again. Now, I've sort of put my theory into the world about the lap times getting quicker, and so the gaps are naturally going to come down. And while that is true, Ryan Barneveld is still going quicker than those around him, lap after lap anyway. He's now 32 seconds behind the leaders, gaining more than half a second on the overall leader, Chris Lulham, last time around. And he's not out of the possibility of winning this race. With 7.5 hours to go, 30 seconds is not too far.
Certainly not. Stranger things have indeed certainly happened, and I think that when you're looking across the course of this race, although it's quite, it's quite far at this moment in time. I mean, anyone can have any issue at any point in time, so we can certainly see some things happen yet.
We could. That was Boska going very deep on the brakes into Lecom. Nearly rear-ending Davidson completely, but just about manages to avoid it. Battle for 9th place now. And Davidson, by the way, the driver in the top 10 who's gained the most places today, with 12 so far. The most overall, in case you're interested, is the Dash Automotive by Majors Garage car, Augustin Bernier, the one who's gained the most there, starting from 46th and almost the very back to 20th so far in this race. And still plenty of time for him to gain some more if he would like as well. Meanwhile, this is the battle for the lead again. Gustavo Ariel hasn't, I know you've been watching and keeping a bit closer of an eye than we have on the broadcast, Will, primarily because I believe nothing's really been happening between them.
No, I've just kind of been I've been having a look over them. They've both been lapping really consistently, really confidently. Again, I think in the transition after the stops, we saw Ariel gaining quite a lot of time. Lulham seems to have started to try a few more lines. I would say, generally narrowing the entries to corners a little bit more. Of course, when the acceptable usage of lines opens up a little bit, you do always want to be taking the shorter distance through the corner. So as soon as you can really get away with it, you will start to take these corners a little bit narrower and more onto a conventional racing line, and that is what Lulham started to experiment with, and it certainly looks to have been helping him on the lap times as he's picked up the pace.
He has. This has just extended a gap to the man we're riding on board with, Gustavo Ariel. Now, let me pose a bit of a philosophical, not philosophical, but a theoretical question, hypothetical, that's the word, question to you. If it is still lightly raining and we're still in these sort of conditions when these guys come in again here, you were saying earlier that it's good to get guys in who have been with the conditions, changing with the conditions, because they can adapt to them as they've sort of experienced it. But these guys are getting to the end of a third stint in a row now. Would you leave them in for a fourth if it's still raining?
It depends how we see the weather panning out. So, of course, the number 20 car had some success early on. We don't know if Max will get back in that car. We certainly know Florian needs to get in that car. He hasn't done already. Those drying conditions can be really, really challenging. And if we're in or we're looking like we're going to have a transition soon, by the time that these guys come in for a stop, I would not be surprised to see them keep on for a fourth stint, because chucking someone in on that condition can be quite hard. Let's not forget that as much as I love the guy, Florian obviously was one of the drivers to crash in the Sebring 12-hour in that exact condition. So, for the red line outfit. So, scars run deep sometimes, and you know, I think when you have these drivers that you trust for the wet weather the most, for them to see it out towards a drying condition, if you have the chance to do that within a reasonable time, I'd certainly, if I was in the car, I'd be asking to stay in as long as I didn't feel terrible. And it's only the drivers that can tell us how they feel at this moment in time, which fortunately we don't have a chance to chat to them while they're in the car.
Well, especially in the case of the BMW team for Redline here. I mean, those two drivers have been doing a lot since Verstappen and Lebiga have not really been around. I'm right in saying they're in the same car, aren't they? I mean, that leaves a lot of a burden on those two drivers remaining.
So obviously, I think from the 20 car's perspective, Florian was obviously driving the Porsche Esports Super Cup qualifying series yesterday, so naturally was focusing on that. I did probably expect to see him in a little bit sooner than we have, although Pinto and Lulham are two incredibly capable drivers who have put in a mega shift here and kept this car going.
I mean, but effectively they've done 17 hours together alone.
Yeah. With a small interlude from Max Verstappen at 3 a.m. Hungary time.
Yeah. Was it that late?
Yeah,
was that when he got out?
He was driving at 3 a.m. his time.
Goodness me. Well, there you go.
Loves racing.
He certainly does. He doesn't like sleep very much, evidently. I'm not sure what time the race is yesterday, but you know that's about 11 hours before the race, isn't it? Meanwhile, Alexander Davidson was talking about how smooth and how few mistakes he's made today. Well, maybe that's my fault too. That's a spin at Pouon. I was saying how unlike these guys look like they're crashing as well, but there you go. There was one, a big spin at Pouon there. So that's given 9th over to Grid and Go now, who are running 8th and 9th in the field. David Boschke, the one in the 00. So there you go. By the way, how much did you know about Verstappen doing this race prior to today? You were the first one to tell us that you knew he was racing, because it was very much kept on the low this time compared to Nürburgring.
Yeah, I mean, I knew weeks ago that the intention was there. It just depended on how he was feeling, because I certainly know that there was a point in time in this week where he didn't want to race, and I think that obviously depends on how you're feeling in the car. And all of these things. So, yeah, I mean, it really depends on the kind of the car setup. And I think if they were driving the Ferrari, you wouldn't have seen Max race. I think it was just a personal decision from his side of whether he was going to enjoy it or not. And I think he did, or he looked like he did at least. He was fast, as always.
Yeah. I wonder what he'd do in these wet weather conditions. I wonder if he's even driven in the wet yet. You'd imagine he would have done. As Ariel makes his way past the only Corvette still running, I think. There was a couple on the start, and yep, indeed, the only one still running. In fact, the only one that started as well. So, not a very well chosen car. Here's Chris Lulham. A few laps ago this was now with slightly wetter conditions. This was through Blanchard. You were telling us about this. Well, this came while you were mid-sentence, Will, and that's why you reacted.
Yeah, that is so close. It looks like it's fine, but that is a huge moment on the exit of a corner, and certainly something that you wouldn't be wanting to repeat very often. Again, stressing how much these guys are pushing, and on the exit like that, you know, that sort of angle of steering lock that you're having opposite lock in this sort of condition is pretty extreme. And you know, we've seen, I think, a lot of these top drivers have, you know, they've been centimeters away at times from having a much bigger incident than just keeping and lapping around.
Yep. As down into the final chicane again come the two red line cars. Still 1 and 2, still being caught by Ryan Barneveld, who is currently in 3rd position. Going back now to try and find, I'm not going to pretend I'm going back in time again, but I am going to go back and try and find where he was after making that big spin and incident, which came quite a way into the wet weather period actually, when you think about it. He made it through a good hour or so, made it through the first stint, I believe, without any sort of incident, but it was just on the sort of I don't think it was quite on the outlap, but it was very early on in his second stint, where he went for a big spin, dropped to 32.5 seconds behind Chris Lulham. At that stage, Gustavo Aero was still 8.5 behind, so the battle for the lead wasn't exactly a prospect like it is now. But just note that Barneveld just gained those few seconds as well. Wonder whether that's him finding the speed, whether these two have slowed up a little bit now that Ariel has caught up. Not entirely sure, but I think maybe we can deduce that the fastest car from the front four, either fastest driver I should say, they've all been the same drivers since the rain started to fall, either Hugh Barter for Apex or Gustavo Ariel for Redline. In terms of who's made the most inroads in terms of seconds to the driver in front, it's certainly Gustavo Ariel, who's gone from over 10 seconds at a time in the rain to Chris Lulham to less than a second at one time.
Yeah, and I think that a testament to all these top 4 drivers, I think they've all ran incredibly fast lap times. You know, Chris Lulham has certainly not been slow, and being the guy always to be leading the pack and always be forging that line every time we come through for a slightly different weather condition is a challenge in itself. And I think that, you know, all of them to not have, I mean, aside of Ryan, who obviously has been fast but has obviously made that one, I don't want to be harsh and say critical error, but it certainly has cost them a lot of time. We've seen them all be very, very consistent and not really making that many mistakes.
I mean, I'll check the gap just before the pit stops. It was 15 seconds just before, so I don't think critical error is too over-egging it too much, to be honest. It's doubled the gap effectively, and that is well, I mean, they would really be delighted if they could have those 15 seconds back, put it that way. Does that leave the two red line cars as the only ones to have not had issues so far today? I mean, maybe they have, to be honest, but we're always looking in 24-hour races for the perfect 24-hour race, as if it's possible at all, which of course it isn't. But to my knowledge, they're the only two cars that have not had problems in any way so far.
Are you trying to do the whole thing you did with Davidson and Sim RC? You know, I can put that blame on you if you want.
No. I'm just saying.
No, I think you're right. I think they've been short of incidents, but that's nothing saying against these drivers, because I think they've drove exceptionally well, especially in these wet conditions, to avoid incidents. But like you say, talking of incidents, that's another one of those slightly on the rubber line, slightly into the wall, or pretty heavily into the wall, if we're being honest.
Yep. That was the 415 Veracious Racing Team, Fernando Borda. Into the wall there. That's a horrific looking Mercedes there. Goodness gracious, who's that? I think that's the one that Eduardo Pecorini was driving earlier, and he still is. 54 with yellow have made a real mess of that Mercedes.
You could call it an art piece.
Could call it a GT4.
Yeah, you could. That is, you know what? If you get a GT4, knock the front end off. You know, yeah. I don't know. You tell me.
That is, I've not seen that for a while. The front end gone, the rear wing gone, and clearly a big crash has befallen that car. I don't know if you saw that there, by the way, but some patches of dry, even on the way towards Pouhon, and we just got a notification from David Haynes a few moments ago again, showing us the radar, showing us what's happened. About 10 minutes ago, he said the rain might stop in 20 minutes, so do the maths. By about 7 hours to go in the race, we might see the rain stopping, and a phenomenon that you were talking about earlier might well come to fruition, with the rain stopping maybe just around a pit stop cycle that might make these guys decide between, do we go a few more laps on the wets and have to come in again very, very shortly, or do we go for a dry stint but it's slightly too early and the first few laps are a bit precarious?
So let's face it, the real decision between the drivers here is, if I select dry tyres and the track is still optimal for wets, am I going to lose more than, let's say, 60 to 70 seconds? Because that's what it's going to cost you if you want to come in and change tyres again. And if you're the likes of Apex or BS Competition, you might take that gamble more than the leading red line car would. Yeah,
I think you're right. But then again, what do you do if you redline here? You're the scapegoats here. You're the ones who are sort of deciding for everyone here, and everybody's trying to beat you. Almost, some people might just decide to do the opposite of what the leaders do, just so they can try and gain that time.
Yeah, and that can certainly be the case, but I think that the transitional period won't be a prolonged one. I think it'll be reasonably sudden, so I think we won't see a difference in tyre for more than 5 laps between the cars. So if someone's on a dry tyre and it's working, I don't think you're going to see any car on a dry tyre within 5 laps of that. So how much time can you really gain?
To be fair, look at the dry-ish lines that are starting to appear here, especially when you get the sort of... that is a drier line for sure starting to appear. And considering these two are on, well, let me just check how far through the stints they are. 13 and 12 laps through the stint. They're barely halfway through. They might even have another half hour, maybe more to go. They might even end up cutting these stints short to go onto the dries in the end. That's how long the fuel is running in these wet weather conditions, and that's how quickly the track is drying as well.
Here we've got a replay of the 021 Lamborghini entering the corner a little bit tighter than he has done before, and just, looping it around. really easy to do. We've seen plenty of people do it in these conditions so far, and thankfully no damage for the 021.
And that brings me on to another topic I want to ask you about, is drive-through penalties and incident limits. We believe that the Apex 1 car was the first to take theirs because they hit the 100x incident limit, quickly followed by the 003, which you'll notice on the left-hand side of your screen has dropped down from the top 10, now down to 11th because of that. And the Pro Sport number 17 has also got a drive-through penalty for hitting 100 incident points as well. Now, from doing this race last year, I personally didn't think it was too big of a task to actually achieve keeping it below 100 incident limits, but then we had the absolute unit of Enzo Fazio on our team, so you know he doesn't get incident points. They don't apply to him, so we were fine. But then again, also last year we weren't contending with the weather. How much do you think the weather is actually playing a role in incident points here, and do you think it's something that the real top teams will be actually concerned about?
I certainly know that some cars were in a very, very good position in form of incidents, but like you say, the upturns in incident points gained during the wet weather period will be stark. You know, we'll see a lot more incidents in that period of time. And just think about it: if you have a spin, you got 2x. If you've gone off the track, you're getting a 1. Any small bits of contact can be a 4. So I think that we could. I'm certainly not surprised to see teams exceeding the incident limit, especially in these wet conditions, because it's certainly way, way harder to avoid those 1x's, especially if you start to drift wide onto a curb.
Yep, certainly. Someone mentioning in YouTube chat just how incredible it is that the gap is just 1 second between first and second, with 17 hours gone in this race. That's wide from Lulham. Goodness me, he was close to that painted tarmac on the outside there. Exactly where we saw Ryan Bardeveld spin and double his margin to these two. That's the stakes that we're playing with here. It's not exactly like you just run a little bit wide and lose a couple of attempts. You'd lose seconds out wide, even in these drying conditions at Spa. As I said earlier, 7 hours to go, and we're expecting maybe that the rain will stop. Maybe not actually that long after that. We might start to see dry tyres brought out. Again, I mentioned it earlier on. As soon as the lap times went over 2 minutes 20 on those dry tyres, we started to see the wet weather tyres used as the red line cars now have to breathe in, and we'll both be hoping that they get past this Apex 1 Lamborghini without problems.
Yeah, and we'll certainly be seeing a drier period of time coming to fruition. But you know, I think if Hugo can get the weather graphic up for us, as much as it looks like it's going to be dry from 20 minutes, maybe even let's say 10 minutes from now onwards, there's more rain in the bottom left corner. So who knows at that rate?
So it's going to start again, you think?
Potentially. I mean, we're at mercy completely to the weather radar. So yeah. We've obviously got that period there that you can see just in the bottom left corner, which is, let's say that's about 20 minutes of absolutely no rain. But then we could still pick up again with light rain. And just think about how quickly the track changed from being fine for slicks to being you need wet tyres earlier in this race.
It was a lap, wasn't it? There was a very distinct lap where you thought, right, this is the time now. And if anything, that makes it easier for everybody because they all know then, and there's almost no decision to make. The track almost makes the decision for you. In a sense as well, the rain, if you're interested, is coming up in a sort of northeasterly direction, so it will hit Stavelot first, or Bruxelles first, sort of the southwest of the circuit, if indeed we get more rain again later. But as you say, that's a very good observation. We are starting to see maybe a second band of rain coming in, and that, but then even still, in another 5 minutes or so, we might well be seeing our first break in the rain for over 3 hours now. Can you believe it? The last 3 hours have absolutely flown by, but it has been raining at the Spa 24 Hours for now 3 hours of this race.
Yeah, and we did, you know, I think it's clear that when we started to get that forecast, it was looking like we would have a large period of rain in this race, and it really has panned out this way. And I think this next hour is going to be really, really interesting to see where we are at the end of it, because ultimately this sort of period of the race where we've got reasonably light rain, reasonably static conditions of where we're all doing high 39s, low 40s, 41s maybe at a push, it's actually quite consistent for these guys, and they're not really struggling too much. And when we're getting towards maybe that drying condition, we might again start to see a bit more variance in lap time and a bit more swapping and changing.
Yeah,
positions.
it has got a little bit more linear in the last hour or so in terms of lap times. No real standouts. Though if we're looking at the last individual lap, Gustavo Ariel was quite a lot quicker than everybody else, the only driver in the 39s. I wonder if you've got any explanation as to why Hugh Barter's not made any more inroads here for the Apex Racing team, not apportioning all the blame on him for them being in 4th place at all. We know how good he is as a driver. We've seen it in this race. And indeed, I found out he's a Formula 3 driver as well when I went and researched him, in case you weren't aware, Will. But as Jürgen Frank makes his way through into 21st, he's gone from very quick in the last stint to this one to pretty much holding his margin to the front runners in this stint. I mean, that's no mean feat in itself. It's difficult to even stay with the red line guys, but it's a big contrast to where he was in the stint before this one.
So you obviously stated that he was 53% behind the leader, and he thought, you know what, don't want to be like that anymore. So has obviously slowed it down a little bit just to prove you wrong.
Thanks for that. He's probably about 50. I mean, the lap times have come down further. He's probably a bit further away now because his gap hasn't come down, even though the lap times have.
I think he relished in more challenging conditions, and now it's become a little bit easier. Certainly not easy, but a little bit easier. The differences in drivers and lap on lap has become less so, and we're certainly seeing a more consistent lap time across the course of the top 15. So I think as that started to happen, his advantage of being an absolute madman in the really torrential conditions has obviously lessened. So yeah, I think that he's still doing a great job. He's still very, very much firmly in 4th position, and you know, keeping it on the road is at a great pace is still a massive achievement in this sort of race. And from where they came from, you know, being outside the top 15 after a slowdown early on in the race, they're certainly having a bit of a resurgence.
Just trying to find some Formula 3 results at the moment, by the way, but it says on his I'm on Google or I was on Google. Yes, exactly. And yeah, it says about his Formula 3 racing for Campos, so I'm just having a little look around, because I noted that they're racing at at least the main series racing at Budapest at the moment in the real world. But anyway, there you go. I'll try and find more about his real-life racing results in a couple of minutes' time. But in terms of sim racing, he's been with the Apex Racing team for a pretty short time. He has been with them before in these special events, but it was officially made a partnership in the middle of June this year, so it's only a month or so old, but now he's an officially recognised Apex driver. And very quick, as we've already said, very young as well. Another one to add to the list of those who get into sim racing pretty young, get into driving pretty young, and get suddenly very, very good, even by their late teenage years. It's becoming very common.
Yeah. Do you want to know something I saw the other day which made me think, wow? You know, so I'm sure that many people follow along with the Formula Championships of the world. You know, one Arvid Limlad in Formula 3. Know of the name?
Not really, but go on.
Oh, well, he's second in Formula 3 at the moment. He was born in 2007, and not just like January of 2007, August of 2007. Oh dear.
That's when my memories start to. I can start to remember stuff from that kind of time. So that's where it's getting really concerning, to be honest. Dear me.
We're getting old, Ewan. We're getting old.
I know, yeah.
What year were you born?
I was born in 2002, so I suppose I'm not very much better.
Same as me.
Oh yeah, there you go. I think we've had this discussion before. I think you're a couple of months younger than me, or older. I think older.
September for me, so.
Yeah, you're just a couple of older. Sorry, and Hugo Louise is producing. Sorry, we shouldn't talk about ourselves getting old too much, because that makes him feel really terrible.
I was 10 years old when Hugo Louise was iRacing world champion.
Stop that! Oh no, that's going to get a terrible reaction. Oh, the stream's going to be pulled because of that comment.
Well, he poked the bear by saying that comment to us there. So, what can we say? Anyway, going on to slightly more relevant topics, the race continues to plod on. We've just gone under the 7-hour mark. Not got long left, and that dry period is edging ever closer. And to be honest, we're not really seeing that much in terms of action at the moment. Everyone's behaving themselves. Everyone's kind of playing ball, and unfortunately, because the rain's still kind of beating down in a sort of moderate manner, we're not really seeing the track get any drier at this stage.
Yeah, it's sort of a status quo, if you like, with just under 7 hours to go. The rain we thought was going to stop looks like it may well reappear. It's still just spitting. As we have a look at Parker White, who I think has been struggling a little bit in these conditions, by the way. He's lost a second and a half on the last lap to Ascari Rene when he was overtaken by the Marla Racing Team driver. That puts two BS competition run cars in the top 6 of this race. And it takes Williams to 5th and 7th as things stand, with their two best cars, with the Williams Gaming Club car out of the running. There's the Pro Sport Mercedes right ahead of the Marla Racing Team. There's no grip on the inside there. They go straight into the side of Ascari Rene in the final turn.
It's certainly a challenging time when you've got all these cars kicking up spray. That's the 89, your current 3rd place runner, whose Parker's just moved out the way to let on by. It's definitely a smart decision. You don't want to get yourself caught up in any unnecessary fights, and you know, a general shout out to Parker really in general, because what a driver he is across so many different disciplines on iRacing. To drive oval at the level that he does, to be able to compete in the Porsche Esports Super Cup and even these GT3 races in the rain, such a vast amount of series that, you know, he is really one of the very few oval drivers that truly can perform still at the level that he does in oval on a road course.
Yeah, so one of those sort of all-rounders, if you like, one of those drivers who can just do a bit of everything. And it seems that those are coming a bit more common as well these days. There you go. Thinking of guys like Max Verstappen, of course, who can do it at the very top in Formula 1 and in sim racing as well, in lots of different cars. Parker White at the top in a couple of sim racing disciplines as well. Really impressed me at the Bathurst 12 hour, actually. Did a lot of driving there. And the first time I really saw him put in a very prolonged, great performance on a sort of sports car grid filled with other names right at the very top of the field. He's seen his credentials in the oval side of things, but two entirely different things. Actually, I was talking to some drivers after the IndyCar event we had at VTO last night about the prospect of them doing an oval next week, because that's where their schedule goes to next. Now, IndyCar is obviously renowned for having road courses and ovals on its schedule, even though there are less ovals with every passing year, it feels at times. Some of these European road course drivers will not really know what to do around an oval other than turn left twice. It's a lot more technical than that, of course. Wonder how it works the other way, with Parker White being able to do it well. How the Europeans who don't do very much oval driving, how they're going to do when they're forced to take to the high banks of Iowa next weekend.
Yeah, and certainly incredibly challenging. I think the only time in the year that we often see generic road course drivers taking to an oval is the Indy 500, which we were happy enough to see back on the service this year. Think of names such as like Diogo Pinto, who we've seen run in the top split of the fixed events. I think Luke McEwen and Peter Berryman also this year were running. high up in the Indy 500.
Yeah,
so
Perryman's very good. Yeah.
there's certainly capability there, but it is, like you say, a very different challenge, and it's so hard to describe how hard it is to do an oval at the level that these guys do it, because it does seem so much more simplistic than what this is, what we're watching right now, a very, very challenging wet race. But the fine margins and the minute details is just amplified when it's in such a linear environment, when it's so smooth, and how every small tiny little input matters. It's crazy how big a difference just the smallest of matters can make in that sort of discipline.
Someone reminded me, Casey Kerwin's another. Yeah, absolutely right. Yeah, it is. And when the margins are so fine as well on the ovals, which is really sort of to the fore there, really sticks in your mind when you see oval racing. You know, look at qualifying session there. It's not unusual for the top 10 to be covered by a tenth or so, and maybe more. And so it's a really real recalibration of your brain when you go to one of those. So there's Parker White, still running in 7th place, but as I say, just I think being found out a little bit in these conditions. He's got nearly 50 seconds though to fall back on to Sven Haase, who is 8th. Team PGZ are back into the top 10 now with Samuel Ward. Daniel Alves Lorenzo is also into the top 10 now as well, but that's because David Boschke has been in, and so has Alexander Davidson, finally getting out of the WSR Esports booking car to make way for Lucas Prada now. So pit stops are beginning all over again, although for some of these drivers it is still a fair way away. Chief among them, Daniel Alves Lorenzo, is only on lap 18, of his stint. He will still be waiting at least probably another 20 minutes until he makes his trip down pit lane again.
Yeah, and I think this is really an interesting dynamic. You know, we've talked about it a lot. Tracks impending a dry spell of absolutely no rainfall, with again all of this rain batting down onto the circuit has kept it in a condition where we're still seeing similar times. You know, these drivers have been doing times within about a second for the last, I'd say, half an hour, and that's even with fuel loads coming down, for example, which can probably be attributed to the lap time gain that we've seen of about half a second over the last, like we say, half an hour. So yeah, it's an interesting phase. It'll be really interesting to see where we can get to, and just as people are going round this sort of section of the track, the rain and the radar is suggesting that it's getting a bit lighter and close to not raining at all. Yes, it certainly is. I mean, I'm struggling to spot raindrops falling out the sky. Oh no, there you go. I can't see them. It's okay. I'm wondering how obvious it is to everyone else at home, but at the moment, earlier it was really obvious. At the moment, I'm having to get my nose on the screen almost to see the raindrops falling. If we take maybe a look at the weather forecast again, if you look at maybe the zoomed option, where you can actually see the circuit's outline, you'll see what I'm kind of starting to talk about, which is that sort of no rain period start to enter the circuit. So when it pauses for a second, that's where we're currently at, and that's where we've been for the last few minutes. And as you can see, just starting from Brussels Rivage, whatever you want to call it, we're starting to get no rain on the circuit.
Yeah. So, as I mentioned earlier, the rain's sort of moving in a northeasterly direction. That means that either Bruxelles or Stabilo will be the first dry parts of the circuit, or at least the first parts of the circuit with no rain on. And as you can see, that means we could be entering the first dry period in this race, or at least a period with no rain, at least, for the first time in 3.5 hours. If there is, on that zoomed out option, a prospect of more rain, though, Will, I mean, surely these guys will be very uninspired to take a risk on dry tyres.
It actually, to me, as the radar comes in and we see the 97 take its 97th spin of this wet period, it looks to me just like patches. So what we could see is a dry track, or a drying track, with little sprinklings of light rain here and there, which could keep it quite interesting, to be honest.
again, could just this prolonged rain at the very end here, maybe a little bit more rain than what we thought, it may be just preventing us from going on dry tyres that little bit longer rather than giving us a full other wet thing to think about as we get on board with Gustavo Aerial here and really start to see the battle for the lead ramp up below half a second for the first time in a very long time. This is on between the two red line teams now. It's BMW versus Ford. It's a drying Spa-Francorchamps. It's 17 hours into the Falcon tyre Spa 24 hours, and it's spectacular action between Chris Lulham and Gustavo Aerial.
Differing lines as we enter Brussels. You can see that Lulham is opting for a slightly tighter line on entry, then going out to the wide, whereas Aerial tends to stay out wide for that little bit longer. That's been a line that we've been seeing for the last sort of 20 minutes from Lulham, both looking to gain similar amounts of time. So each line kind of working for each driver. Noticing a little bit tighter than we have seen in the mid corner of P1. You will have noticed that over the last sort of half an hour as this track started to dry a little bit, these lines are just becoming that ever so tighter, shortening the distance that they're taking around these corners, because that dry line is just, or that slightly less wet line I should really say, is just expanding that furthermore, and that's what's facilitating these drops in lap times. And I think we could be seeing a 38 sometime soon, which will be the first time in a very, very long time that we will have seen a 38 around this circuit from a GT3 car.
Yeah, we were waiting for the moment we got to 39s. It actually took quite a long time, but we're in there now. The last lap time around 3 of the top 4 managed it. These two as well as Hugh Barter all managed it on the circuit. And actually, as we're getting towards the end of this stint, Barter is starting to close on these guys again. Just back to the point I was making earlier on about him getting closer and closer to them, and generally through the wet period he has gained time, but Apex did start quite a long way behind the red line train. And don't forget that Apex were out of the front group right from the very beginning. I think Hugh Barter did start the race, but got a slowdown on the way up Eau Rouge and Raidillon on the very first lap of the entire event. It was not a good way to start. It was possibly the worst time. In fact, it absolutely is the worst time to get a slowdown in the entire race. Dropped, I think, 8 places on the opening lap and gave himself a lot of work to do. But he has done quite a lot of the recovery here in terms of time gain and is now closer than ever to the red line duo, as is Ryan Barneveld, who's got that gap below half a minute for the first time as well, with still probably 7 stints of the race remaining. Does need to gain about 4 seconds per stint, which is a fairly daunting task.
Certainly is the case. I'd say that they're a long shot at best for this victory to make it back-to-back years for BS competition in the iRacing Spa 24 hours. Your money certainly would be on Redline, but which one of them? They've both been up at the front for the majority, well, almost the entirety of this race, at least inside the top 6. And for the majority of that, they have been 1 and 2. So will we? Which car will we see victorious? We'll only know in about 6.5 hours' time. But ultimately, it's anyone's guess at this point.
Yeah, it is. 6 hours 3/4 remaining, pretty much. And look how close it is between the two red line cars. It is always a weird one commentating on a battle between teammates where you're not entirely sure how hard they're going to push one another, but they are still right up behind one another here. The reason why it's so significant is that we've not seen a gap below half a second between these two for Ferrari. We've seen him bring it below a second or so. I mean, at the start of our stint, it was over 10. So it is pretty remarkable to even be seeing this. But Gustavo Aerial has been one of the quickest, especially in the front 5 of the last few hours. He was the fastest driver, bar a couple last time round. He's pretty much matched his teammate. Ryan Barneveld and Oscar Rino were the fastest couple on that last lap. 2:39s from them, while the other main players were in the 2:40s. This track does look drier than it ever has been. It's not really behaving like that when you look at the lap times. I mean, look at the spray, even despite what looks like a dry line appearing here. Just as you were talking about earlier, a less wet line, it seems, appearing on the circuit, because the rain, to me, doesn't look like it's falling anymore from these cameras we're getting.
Certainly isn't falling anymore. We'll get a tiny little sprinkling over the next couple minutes, but it'll only be incredibly light, and then again, a period of no rain. For the longest time we've seen, well, since it wasn't wet. What is important to note, again, just before I think you touch on the 89 car, is that they're all pitting just before we're getting a prolonged period of dry time. So they're not being able to stretch it out to be able to make a decision whether they can jump onto a dry tyre or not.
Goodness me. This is fiercely forward.
It's a car of beauty and a car of a wall.
Yeah, car on the wall. You won't be surprised to learn that they've recently had a drive-through penalty along with their sister car, the number 12. The Apex Racing Academy car has also had a drive-through penalty in the recent past for hitting the incident limit. And by the way, it's every 20 after 100, so going 6 3/4 hours of just 20 incident points is going to be almost impossible for those who've already had a drive-through penalty.
Indeed, and I think that cars have obviously struggled across this period of time. We're getting into the business end of this drying track. I always think it's quite interesting to note what iRacing calls the track. They currently call it moderately wet. It has been moderately wet, I'd say, for the last 40 minutes. When that changes, I will let you guys know on the broadcast. We've seen Barneveld into the pit lane. We're seeing a bit more rain, as you can see. This is this last tiny little sprinkling, and I do really mean that. It'll last for maybe a minute at most. And then we'll be back to dry or no precipitation zone for a good 20 to 30 minutes before any light sprinkling of rain. If we take a little look at the weather forecast zoomed out, you will definitely see that clear as day, as we are about to see a very, very non-rainy period. I'm trying to think of different ways across the last I've nearly done 9 hours of commentary now to describe rain and not rain, but as you can see, we've exited that period of rain that we've been under for such a long period of time, and as I say, it's going to be at least 20 to 30 minutes of no rain at all before any little sprinkling of showers.
Have you really been ramping this rain up, hyping this rain up for the entire race? This is the first competition you've had on rain.
I've been talking about rain before it was even on the service. You know, I was
cool.
Talking about before I was on the rain train before it was cool.
Oh dear.
My god.
That's not quite what I meant, but fine. I'll take that answer. Brian Barneveld has just come out there. As you said, I will touch on that now. I'm going to presume he's put wets on, because it would be quite suicidal not to. But what do you make of his decision and their decision, BS Competitions, to actually fill the car up full? Does that say to you that they're just going to stick it out with these wets for another entire stint here, even through some dry periods, because they know that there's sprinklings of rain coming up, and the wet tyres will survive better in the dry than the dries will survive in the wet, if you see what I mean?
I just think it's so hard to decide when the changeover period is going to be, when you're not quite sure how the track's going to react. They will have done testing. They will have tried to experience and simulate some form of wet transition. They will have done it. I'm absolutely certain all these top teams will have tried that. But ultimately, it does surprise me if they've taken a full tank. And like you say, if they have taken a full tank, it's a slightly non-risky decision from a team that I would suggest needs to take risks at this point in time.
Well, is it risk or is it stupidity? That's the line you've got to walk a little bit, as the Williams Beckham Jasir driven number 1 car comes out again now as well. Hugh Barter is into the pits for the Apex Racing team as well, and coming up to the end of his 25th lap is Chris Lulham. I wonder whether this will be the lap for Team Redline also to make a dive for pit lane. Might want to try and go a lap further or so if they can, because they could try and shorten their final pit stop compared to the rest, and they certainly would have a shorter final pit stop if things stay the same compared to BS Competition and the Apex Racing team. As things stand, they're main rivals from separate teams, but Lulham stays out, though can go a bit further than the rest. I'm not suggesting they can cut out a pit stop by saving enough fuel over these last 6 stints. I think that will be quite a stretch. They would need to go 66 minutes probably per stint, and that's a bit far. But they would shorten their final stop, and at the moment, Lulham's able to comfortably do 25 laps. On to his 26th he goes.
That's a little bit of a question we've seen pop up in the Twitch chat. What is the kind of average drivers, the amount of drivers that we see in this race? So the number 1 car, Redline, has 4 drivers. The number 2 Redline car, which is the 21, sorry, I should say, has 4 drivers. If you look towards the BS competition car, I'll just get the number up on my screen. It's currently Apex that are technically in 3rd. But if you look at what sort of composition of lineup they have 4 again. 4 is definitely the chosen option, but we will see a few 3s. You won't see any 2s, and at a rarity you might see a 5.
Maximum, if you really want to be pedantic about the rules, is 16, but we haven't seen any of those for obvious reasons, because that's an average of an hour and a half each. So I mean, I'm sure it's been done in the past, but that's... imagine the drive time rules on that. It's probably about a lap.
Yeah, I mean, someone's definitely done it before.
Yeah.
But yeah, maybe we should start a campaign to get a bunch of fairly high iRating drivers to do that sort of thing next year. I'd be up for it.
All right, putting yourself in the high iRating category, are you? Goodness me.
I'm high enough to get in the top split. You know, if you're going to do it, you might as well do it in the top split. What do you mean, am I? Wow, Ewan. That's a bit harsh.
Oh dear. Very good. I had the idea about the RaceBot TV card just doing about it's just 16 of us, because there's probably about that many, and that doesn't put any responsibility on any of us really. We just all have a bit of a giggle and do about an hour.
iRating gain you must get per driver when you split 40 iRacing across 16 people.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's not very. It's the iRating gain you get from these races is not very big anyway, is it?
No. Even if you win and it's a high soft, you're still only looking at maybe 60 for a car, and then that 60 gets split between the drivers depending on how many laps they've done each.
To be fair, after a normal race, you'd be pretty happy with 20 odd iRating gain, but it's just the length of time you've put into it for 20 iRating that is the problem. That's less than 1 iRating an hour. Meanwhile, Chris Lulham comes into the pit lane, and Gustavo Ario carries on for what will be probably 1 more lap. So 26 lap stints in these type of weather conditions seem to be the norm, and Chris Lulham makes his way down pit lane to satisfy that pattern. We have started to see some driver changes now. I think some people were going with your strategy of let's keep someone in for the entire rain period, but now that it's gone on for nearly 4 hours, we're starting to think, well, this is a bit too far to send someone doing the entire thing. So, as I mentioned before, Parker White has got into the Williams Esports pit fit car, but that has been one that has changed over for the last stint as well. Alejandro Sanchez has now taken over from Hugh Barter, who has made some real inroads into the lead. Sanchez will now try and do the same in the 99. And Nicholas Rubelar is getting into the 001 in place of Sven Haase. So people are now deciding that it's a good time to get out of the car, or at least a not bad time to get out, because, as you say, I think people would have wanted to stay out through the whole getting wet and then getting dry period. That's not possible anymore. Florian de Bigra then is getting at the wheel of the number 20.
I did say I'd make sure, you know, when it happens. We have now transitioned to a lightly wet track. Is what the sim is now classing it as, and as far as I can tell with my eyes, it looks like we're still on wet tyres for the Team Redline car, so no gamble made there.
It would be a pretty ludicrous gamble for them, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, for the 20 at least, absolutely.
Yeah. I would agree. None of the outsider teams, if we can put it that way, the teams who are not Redline, have decided to do that either, because I just think it's too big of a gamble to make quite at this stage in the race. I wonder who's going to get restless and go on to drive out of a normal pit stop first. I think someone will do it, but we're a little way from that stage yet, and maybe just as we get into that stage we might get a period of light precipitation again, so we could... Have you used that one to describe rain? I'm sure you have.
I heard that it really scintillated my eardrums, that one, so I don't think I have. I don't think I have used that, so I'll give you props for that one.
I don't think I've ever scintillated anyone's eardrums before, so I'm quite... I'm quite pleased about that.
There's a new time for everything.
Into the pit lane for Gustavo Ariel with just over 6.5 hours to go. He's following in the Belgian flag, it seems. Someone painting their car in the national colours. Team PGZ train coming in behind as well, as Sammy Ward has got the first of the PGZs into the top 10 for the first time. They've elected to go for the BMW as well, of course. By the way, with the SimRC Ford now dropping by the wayside, only one of the top 15 is not a BMW. It's real domination in this race, even bigger domination from them than what we got in, I think it was 2021 or 22, I can't remember which, but I think 2021, where the BMW M4 first came out in GT3, and it was just everywhere other than Coanda, who were in the top 5 in that race.
I just think it's a case of that we've not quite seen a really big team take a gamble on car, and I do think it's a shame, because I do think that if we saw maybe a Ferrari from Apex, they could have made it work and it would have been interesting, whereas all the cars that are slightly varianted, like the best Ferrari we have is a team that, you know, I think on a normal situation wouldn't be able to compete with the teams that we have at the top. And even if you look at another car which has a good team behind it, like Simify and the Porsche, the Porsche is, in my opinion, it is probably the worst car on average, and picking that for this type of race, it's really hard for them to make the difference, and they haven't been able to, because it's just so far off that I don't think no matter who you put behind the wheel, the Porsche would have been competitive in the split, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think Simify one of the best teams at handling the Porsche as well, and they're only down the field. Now, lead change here. Team Redline's Ford with Gustavo Ariel are going to get ahead of the BMW with Florian Lebigra. Now, where has that difference been made? The pit stop times were 1 second different there. Gustavo Ariel spent 1 less second in the box than Florian Lebigra, and I think add that to the outlap and the fact that Florian Lebigra is getting used to wet weather conditions, this might be the time when the Ford Mustang, the number 21, can start to motor.
Yeah, so a clear distinction there for you is that the 20 pitted first, which meant that the 21 had a full lap of low fuel warm tyre running, which the delta for that is quite a lot. And when you couple that with Florian getting in for his literal first laps of the race, it doesn't surprise me that we've seen a swap there.
What do you make of their strategy to allow Florian to focus on the Porsche qualifiers last night in sort of isolation there, use his entire Saturday for that, then go get some rest after that and come back at what is not a particularly early time in the morning, only, you know, it's 8 a.m, 20 past 8 at the moment in the rest of Europe, Central Europe right now. What do you make of their strategy to hold him back for so long, give him so much rest after the Porsche qualifiers last night?
Could have taken control of the car a bit earlier. Whatever decision that was to let him have a rest is ultimately Redline's decision to make. But it definitely makes sense that we didn't see him in the car just before the Porsche qualifiers, and after the fact that they obviously had to fit in a stint from Max. So the room for Florian to run in was probably quite narrow, the window of time that they'd want him in the car, because let's not forget we did have a real risk of rain at about I think about the time that Max was in and around the car last evening, and that was having Chris staying up to be on standby because they had designated him as the wet weather driver. So I think to let Florian rest, get up in the morning, be fresh, and get a good bit of warm up in at a reasonable time in the morning would see him at his best.
Yeah, it's certainly a strategy that seems to have come to fruition now, in terms of we're starting to see maybe the downside of it. Labiga not up to speed compared to Ariel, although they can't do a lot about the weather. There was a forecast, but even so, they can't do a lot about how it's actually come to pass. Just beginning to wonder as well, with the now a Ford Mustang leading, whether this would be the first special event that the Ford Mustang had ever led. I mean, I'm sure it's led before, hasn't it, in this race, but this may well be the first race that it has led as a special event. Not entirely sure about that. However, it certainly would be the first that it has ever won, if indeed it were to be able to do so. I think this is only the second special event it's even been eligible for, and at the moment it is leading by 2.5 seconds. You can see the difference between a driver who's been out there for the entire stint so far and the entire rain period, and one who is only getting in now. No disrespect to Florian Labiga, of course, but he is struggling. 2.5 seconds, even despite setting a 39.5. Maybe we should stop putting the blame on him and start giving credit to Ariel, who's clearly going very quickly.
Yeah, very fast indeed.
Oh.
I think that he's obviously very eager to make the gap now. I think if you're a warm driver who's been feeling the track out for the last 3 hours, no matter how good you are, that you're always gonna see that. And Florian was never the designated wet driver; it was always Chris. So I think when you've still got that designated wet driver in the car for this transition period, it doesn't surprise me. And Florian just needs to keep pace and wait until the race can come to him a little bit, and hopefully take advantage of a bit of this traffic. I don't think I've seen a forward shot of that Mustang without its lights flashing the last lap.
No. And it won't stop probably until this Falcon car gets out of the way. They're being put a lap down for the 3rd time today, by the way. Is the Falcon Ford, excuse me, it's a BMW. The Falcon BMW, of course. There, number 33. That's Lucas Muller, who just gets out of the way. A big fan, Lucas Muller, I believe, of Zach Sweeney, so he'll be very pleased in about half an hour.
Oh yeah, Zach's coming into the commentary booth.
I think
he's even younger than me, which is disgusting.
I think he might have been born in 2006 or 7.
Yeah, he is, isn't he? I don't want to talk about it. Let's not talk about it. But yeah, moving on from horrific commentators such as Zach. I love him, really. I am joking. It's fantastic. This is interesting because we are seeing that slightly less wet line. Cars are kind of maybe ducking off to get a bit of water underneath the tyres. A good tell is the spray that the cars are kicking up, and as you can currently see, still seeing a little bit of spray come off the back of that Ford Mustang. So as things currently stand, it's not slicks yet, but it will be for someone soon.
It's actually 2006, apparently. And he is awake as well, so I'm pleased about that. And he'll be here in half an hour with David Haynes to take you through another few hours towards the end and possibly take you to this drying period of the race, which we are about to get. 3 seconds the gap between first and second then. Gustavo Ariel pulling out a margin on not only Florian Labiga, but the rest of the field as well. A 2:38.1. That's by far and away the fastest lap time, indeed, we've seen through a long time in this race. For nearly 4 hours, in fact, when the rain really started to fall and the wet tyres started to be brought out here in the Falcon Tyre Spa 24 hours. It's probably not the last of the rain we've seen, but this is certainly a return to drier weather, a return to the drier tyres maybe that we're going to see in the not too distant future, and maybe a defining point in the race. Gustavo Ariel's speed in these drying conditions here is far and away faster than anybody else on the circuit. He was 0.8 of a second faster than anybody else on that last lap.
And this is really why I don't quite understand the decision to put Florian in the car at this very specific moment. I do feel like having Chris in the car for this final transition, having been, you know, maybe the course of the next, let's say, 10-20 minutes would have been more beneficial for the number 20, but I stand to be proven wrong, and we'll certainly be interested to see kind of how this transition period is. I do expect to see Josh Thompson into that 21 car. And what I will say is that Josh's stints earlier on were very, very quick, so I don't think that 21 car is slowing down anytime soon.
Absolutely, I agree. Just over a quarter of this race remaining here, by the way, so still plenty of time for gaps to come back down again, but 37.5 on that last lap. He's still a second quicker than the rest of the field. And now, just look at that, starting to weave around a little bit, driving down the wet portion of the Kemmel Straight. That's the first time we've seen that today. But he's starting to search for wet patches, starting to try and just keep on top of those tyre temperatures that may well have been starting to get out of control. Just look at the sky there, you can see from this camera, or that camera through Malmedy there. Starting to see some blue sky indeed, some blue patches among the clouds. As you said earlier, it's not the last of the rain that we've seen, but this is a turn towards drier weather and a change in the race situation that we've not seen for about 4 hours.
And I must say that I think someone needs to bite the bullet. Someone needs to switch to dry tyres. This certainly, to me at least, looks like we're starting to see that crossover point become more and more true. And you know, I'm not driving the race. I'm not participating, so I'm not entirely sure. But we cannot be far away.
No, it doesn't look like it. Somebody asking in YouTube chat, by the way, Will, what Max Verstappen's stint was like in the car. I think you were more privy to that than me. Did you see anything notable about his stint?
Very fast. I think that it was. What else do you expect from Max? Incredibly fast stint from him. Teamed up with Josh Thompson in the 21 car, and they pushed and incredibly effectively bump drafted each other for a solid 3 hours straight almost, and that was actually the period of time when Max and Josh were both working together that they were able to first open up that period where they started to get that gap on the BMW Team BS competition car, which ended up being, I think, about 13 seconds at the end of that period of time.
I think if, when, and where he gets in next to be the talking point. Really, I wouldn't be too sure we're going to see him again now that we've got Lebiga in the car again. Now, I have a feeling it was around this time in the morning when he got in the car again at the Nürburgring 24 hours, if memory serves me correctly. Happy to be proven wrong if someone has got the data on that, but I think it was about this time in the morning, about 8:30 Central Europe, when he decided to get back in again. Well, he would have his squirt cut out keeping up with Gustavo Ariel at the moment, because everybody is. 2 minute 38.0, despite passing a couple of cars that time around, was still the fastest on that last lap by half a second ahead of everybody, including the other fastest drivers, Alejandro Sanchez, who is closing on Ryan Barderveld, and Oskari Rinne, who's been catching Parker White again for quite some time in the not too distant past. One notable thing about Oskari Rinne, spent 1 minute and 2 seconds in the box last time round. Don't know what that was all about.
Potentially some ARB changes to manage the drying conditions, potentially even a wing change could be taking place. You would assume that if it was an ARB change, you wouldn't see it on the stop time, but potentially with a short fuel and a bit of a wing change, you might see that reflected in the stop time a little bit. Yeah, certainly the fastest times we've seen in a large period of time. It'll be interesting to see how these come down over the next 10 or so minutes, and yeah, certainly Ariel just looks so fast. It's not a case of Florian being slow. I really think it's a case of Ariel just being so fast in these conditions. Yeah,
I think so. I agree. I really do. Lebiga if you compare Lebiga to the others, well, say that Ryan Bardervell's just done a 37.8, so that slightly knocks that out of whack a little bit. But around the others, you know, he was only 3 tenths slower than Alejandro Sanchez. He was 1.5 faster than Beckham Jasir, 5 tenths slower than Parker White, only 2 tenths slower than Rene, 1.1 quicker than Nicolas Rubelar. So, yeah, in terms of the rest of the top 10, he's right in the top 3, 4 or so. But it's just compared to Ariel. Everyone's looking slow compared to Ariel.
Indeed, and I think we are approaching that crossover point to dry tyres. I'm wondering when that spray starts to disappear from the back of that Ford Mustang, and I think that'll be a really interesting time to see if that is the case at any point. Be interesting to see whether that 20 car decides to bite the bullet first to maybe gain a little bit of time back. But yeah, 37.2 now for Ariel, so times are only falling.
They are really falling very quickly here. And to your knowledge as well, is the next period of rain going to prolong us staying on the wet tyres, or is everybody going to be on the dries and have to suffer through a small shower?
I think it's, yeah, rise and suffer through a small shower. There's not even a guarantee that we get that rain. I think that when we're looking at it right now, it is approaching on the radar. If we get another view of that, sorry to make you keep doing the work with the radar, but if we do get another view of that, you see it's incredibly patchy and incredibly light rain at that.
Okay, yeah, you're absolutely right. It is very light and very patchy indeed. The light blue, by the way, is the lightest of rains. Goes light blue, green, yellow, red, and then catastrophe for rain levels. At the moment, you can see catastrophe is a long way behind us. We did see, by the way, I think we did get a brief period of red rain at the very worst during the. I think it was during David and Lorenzo's stint, and then we were sort of seeing the back end of that, where times were, you know, we came to where with times, some people in the 252s, you know, we're seeing times 15 seconds elapse quicker compared to when we started commentating, which is pretty crazy to think about.
Yeah, and to consider that the air temperature's gone up in that time as well, to consider that the overall, you know, the track's technically got slower if it had stayed identical, but of course we're in a very changing period of the race. For some comments in the Twitch chat, the Ford Mustang hasn't led much of this race. It put it on pole, courtesy of Josh Thompson, and had a good stint early on working with the number 20 car, but you know, for a large majority of this race it has been the 20 on top, and there you go, a little bit of light rain as you see a few spots fall onto the circuit, which will only prolong this period of rain, period of wet tyre running.
So it's just going to prolong these wet tyres ever so slightly rather than make these guys suffer on dry tyres. As I say, the Ford has led before. It's not never led, but it hasn't led a lot. It qualified on pole, of course, so you know, it's not never led, but it hasn't been on the front very much. They're just really enjoying these drying conditions, and Gustavo Ariel, to narrow it down even further, is really enjoying these drying conditions that we're seeing out on the circuit at the moment. We've gone back here to the lower end of the order, and the 07 Racing with Sim Race Lab car, one of the Ferraris, running in 24th. They're nearly a lap behind 23rd at the moment, the Fiercely Forward Pink, although that car has been having its fair share of problems today, not least with a fairly recent drive-through penalty for hitting the incident limit. Thankfully that's behind them. They're just in behind the number the 10th placed Lucas Prada WSR Esports bookkicker car, which is behind PGZ after the spin relatively late on in Alexander Davidson's previous stint. Is that Daniel Alves Lorenzo has got chance to try and catch up to Lucas Prada, who's been thrown into these trying conditions without previous knowledge of the track conditions or previous experience of the track conditions. And last lap he lost 1.6 seconds to Lorenzo, who has experienced most of these conditions, even if he did have a pretty big spin at Blanchimont throughout them.
Yeah, and it's such an interesting period of the race, and I'm glad we've got to see a little bit of it. I'm hoping we'll get some slick tyre runnings before we have to disappear and hand the commentary over to some other drivers, but I hope they're not drivers.
They're not drivers.
Some other commentators. So, yeah, it's interesting. It's certainly a challenging dynamic, and with this light rain falling, you can't imagine that we'll be going on to slick tyres with this light bit of rain falling onto the circuit. So, who knows? It could stay like this for a number of hours. Well, probably not a number of hours. A number of half an hours. Probably never a unit used before.
That could accumulate into a number of hours, a number of half an hours.
It could, but it could also be 2, which is otherwise known as an hour.
Well, I suppose 1 is a number. Anyway, so it's 0.5. Anyway, let's not get too hung up on that as we follow cars in different parts of the order. There's actually no nose to tail anymore anywhere in the field, but you wouldn't know that. Considering how engaging this race is at the moment, you'd be forgiven for thinking that there'd be lots of battles going on at the moment, but actually not really. It's really the skies where we're looking for now, and it does seem already that bit of rain is coming to an end. It is still falling. Doesn't seem to be making too much difference to either lap time or track conditions or visuals at the moment. It's almost making no difference at all.
Just you watch. Okay. Is about to go 1 second slower, I guarantee it. Yep, well, 7 tenths. It's having a small effect, but like I say, some people in chat suggesting that the cutoff, the switch over time might be around the 234, so we're not far from it, but if this track isn't getting any drier, then we're certainly not getting closer to it at the moment. But like you say, very, very light rain, not having too big of an impact, and it'd be interesting to see whether the cars can dry the track quicker than the rain can re-moisturize it.
Very nice. Re-precipitate. Yeah, okay. Into the pit lane for Verstappen Racing Team. Are they the first takers here in the Ferrari? Are we about to see the test dummies, if you like? I don't want to call them that, but you know, they could be the ones who are going for this early. They could just be forced through necessity on fuel, and with 26 laps complete on their stint, I think it's probably the second one.
Well, if they've already been up in the air and they're down, they've still got wet tyres on, I can tell you that. So, still wet treaded tyres from my visuals. That's as long as the visuals are correct. I guess a bit of an unfortunately timed stop for them, maybe serving a penalty perhaps.
I mean, is that a good idea, or is it better to take a risk with the dries at this stage? I mean, it's probably difficult conditions if you're going out on dry tyres.
I don't know if it's a risk worth taking, to be completely honest.
Yeah, I kind of agree. Next cars who'll be in, by the way, Sim RC will probably be in very shortly after their 11-minute pit stop last time round. Probably be a bit shorter this time, but they'll have no less of a big decision to make. Same goes for Simify Esports, who are recovering from Gonzalo Vergara's technical problem, although Gonzalo Vergara is still driving, so he's clearly fixed them. And he's clearly confident it won't happen again, because he's still going, and he has been going for about an hour. In terms of real front runners, the first pit stopper will be the Falcon Sim Racing Team 44. That was the car that was running up inside the top 5 until they had a crash at Eau Rouge in the rain. Now they're down in 13th, although that is a big recovery on where they were at one stage in the rain. They're just ahead of their teammates, in fact, Lucas Muller by about 8 seconds. They'll be the next soonest to come in. I think they will be hoping that by the time they have to pit, the rain will make it an obvious call to put on the dries, but they're only about 3 or 4 laps away from their pit stop. That might be too soon.
Yeah, indeed, and I think that like we say, this dry period is just this bit of light rain is just extending that for us. However, both your leading 2 cars into the 36s for the first time, which still suggests that as things currently stand, despite the small amount of rain, the track is still drying. Yep,
it is. Personally, I think that the lap previous to that was just down to traffic, because I was thinking when you said it, you know, he did lose 7 tenths of a second, but he can lose more than that in traffic, surely.
I watched it.
Okay.
No, I don't know. It seemed to have a few moments. It is definitely getting close. All cars are on wets as things currently stand, but I don't think they will be for too long.
Yep. Let's have a look at some replays, or a replay of a quite catastrophic spin and crash for the Apex 1 car. Was that on the run up to Blanchimont, or is that in the actual corner?
If it is, they must be on slick tyres.
Well, you'd think so, especially the way they were ripping round spinning. I mean, that would be consistent with with dry tyres. They are 4 laps new onto the onto the circuit. 2 minute 40, so if they're on dry tyres, might be encouraging news for those wanting to take a gamble.
Certainly could be the case. I think it'll be interesting as we switch over onto part 4 of this broadcast. Of course, if you're watching on Twitch, it is a continuous stream, and but if you're on YouTube, you will be needing to switch to part 4 potentially, which will be switching on the turn of the final 6 hours. Each part is 6 hours long, and part 4 will be your final 6 hours with, unfortunately, a new commentary team.
Or fortunately, depending on how you've been enjoying or not the last 3 hours of the race. Not, we don't want to presume. So yeah, David Haynes and Zach Tween will be here for the next few hours before I come back again. So sorry about that, if you that way inclined. Meanwhile, 6 hours and 9 minutes remaining on the circuit. BS Turner have been making some inroads into the WSR Esports bookkeeper car here. There you can see the BMW just ahead, and you can see the half and half livery of BS Turner just in behind. SimRC are right behind them, and Jürgen Frank is out on the circuit again after making his pit stop. I wonder if you know whether he's put wet tyres or dry tyres on here, Will, but that could be pretty instructive of the dry tyres if he's decided to go for them.
You know what? Maybe. I'll have to check there. So, okay. Just continue on.
All right, I'll continue on for the moment. But if he is on dry tyres, he's going rather well at the moment. He could just be on the wets, though. I don't really see
I think he's on wet tyres still.
Okay. I don't really see why not for some of these teams, the gamble, really. I don't really see why not.
Ending in a barrier upside down with no wheels on the car.
Yeah, but you could just... but where are you going to drop to? You might drop from 22nd to 32nd, but, you know, what's that? What's the difference in that?
They are 5 laps down. They're not going to make 5 laps up by just switching on to slicks. You would assume.
Such a negative...
1 minute 21 to the car ahead. You know, I'm not trying to be like a negative Nancy, but... Unfortunately for SimRC, they had an incident that was pretty much out of their control by another car having a bit of a careless spin and being in the wrong place at the wrong time for the SimRC car, which went superbly well in the early hours. You have your leaders dipping into the 35s for the first time, so we are edging closer and closer to that period of whether anyone's going to gamble onto a slick tyre.
Yeah, Ryder Barneveld was the fastest driver last time. It was 1.1 seconds, crucially quicker than Florian Lebigra, and that gap is certainly plummeting. 23.2 seconds. And again, circle back to it, I know we talked about it a lot, but his spin in the second stint of rain of this race has cost them a lot. If that were... and motorsport, of course, sport indeed is about what ifs, and everyone could have won everything what if this have happened and what if that had happened. I get that, but take away that spin for Ryan Barneveld, he's only 8 seconds behind Lebigra, only 15 seconds off Ariel, and we've got a different race.
Indeed, and unfortunately that is just the way it goes at the minute, and I'm sure he will love you continuing to remind everyone about that. No, but you're completely correct, and unfortunately, no, it's fine. He's definitely driving right now. No, but it's true, and he'll say it himself. He'll be the first one to condemn his own mistake, and I'm sure he has very, very high standards of himself, like a lot of these drivers do. So they have to live with it. He has to try and put on the best stint he can now from now to the end, and see if he can make up any of that time.
Yeah, just to let you know, if you just come in to watch us this morning, a good morning to you. It's coming up to it's coming up to 8 o'clock in the UK, 9 o'clock in Central Europe, and just up to 7 UTC. We've had rain in the Falcon Tyre Spa 24 hours. The first ever iRacing 24-hour special event to see rain here on iRacing. It's absolutely fantastic to witness it. But it's just coming up to the end of it now. As you can see, Gustavo Ariel there in the silver and red Redline Ford Mustang, searching for the wet patches as he tries to cool down those tyres and keep them going for as long as possible into a drying circuit. We don't believe anybody is on the dry tyres at the moment, certainly none of the main contenders on the dry tyres for the moment. It's just too early to make that kind of risk. However, we believe also that we're not too far away. I think, Will, that little bit of light rain that you were talking about, sort of patchy, very light precipitation, has now passed over, and we can probably get into a drying period with no rain realistically on the horizon.
Yeah, so the wet tyre obviously being the tyre of choice at this moment in time, but soon to change. And as we approach our switchover period of time, it looks like that's going to pretty much coincide with the changeover.
No, it's still raining. Just so,
only a tiny bit if you look at the radar, only a little tiny bit.
I've seen it in my screen there. We were looking at poo on there. It was definitely
You
raining.
really are against looking at the radar, aren't you? Or can you not see it? You're not.
I can't do it. I'm not in sim. No, I can't do it.
It's only a tiny, tiny bit passing over the track at the moment.
No, I'm not against it, but just unable, as it turns out. Yeah, just around 5 minutes or so until we'll be jumping out. So stay with us. And as Will said a couple of moments ago, if you're on YouTube, just stand by for the moment, because if you're on the Racebot TV or indeed iRacing YouTube, you will need to switch over your stream to the final part in about 5 minutes. So just mind out for that. And if you're on Twitch, sit back and enjoy, because you won't have to do any of it at all. So there you go. Just bear that in mind in the next 5 minutes or so. There is Florian Lebigra, taking the gap below 8 seconds, just briefly there, as he gained into the final chicane, passing the Falcon, or one of the Falcon BMWs. In fact, it's the only Falcon BMW left on the circuit, as Lucas Muller makes his way into 13th at the expense of his teammate. Damon Woods is into the pit lane with a big decision to make here, and either dry tyres to put on and a really precarious few laps out on the circuit, or wet tyres to put on and a rather quick change onto dry tyres to be made pretty quickly after that.
I hate to highlight it, because I did just see it, because I was paying attention to the Falcon Sim Racing car of the 44. Of course, been in a little bit of the wall since the wet weather hit. They just hit the wall in the pit lane, turning the corner, and damaged their front end, despite maybe switching on to the dry tyres soon. But yeah, they've now picked up front splitter and front aero damage due to, well, them hitting the wall in the pit lane.
That's really clumsy, and a really sort of another bad thing to add on to all of the other annoyances they've had in the last 4 hours. They were in the top 5, running really well, don't forget, just before the rain started to fall, and they survived for a good half an hour actually, since the first drops really laid their claim on the circuit. However, since then it's been disappointment for them, and at least they're back in the top 20, which they weren't at a stage, but even so, it's been a difficult few hours for them. You see them dropping back from Florian Lebigra, who matched his teammate and actually went 11 thousandths of a second quicker than him on that previous lap. Alejandro Sanchez went quicker than both of them with the first 35 of the race, as we see a right old mess on the way towards Blanchimont.
Yeah, so a small tap of the barrier there for the 315. Maniti also involved. Interested to see whether they rejoin the track safely. They're still going around, thankfully. So that was a close call for the Maniti Porsche, which I always give credit to, because that Porsche is not very fast, I don't think, in the BOP. So credit to them for driving the car and giving it a really good go. No change of tyres to the slicks for the Falcon tyre car, which came in and unfortunately grabbed a little bit of damage. Looking towards the end of these stints for the Mustang and for the BMW Team Redline car. Of course, as things currently stand, I think, about 15 laps into the stints? Do you have the information on that? My time is not quite loading.
Not quite 15. 13 and 12, respectively. Gustavo Ariel just a little bit less of a way through his stint than Florian Lebigra is, because of the way that their pit stops have worked out. Well, we've had an interesting few hours. Well, I think that's fair to say. What have you made of it?
Redline are fast. Gustavo Ariel is even faster at this point in time. He's been a standout. Corentin Guinness deserves a shout out for a tremendous stint in the wet weather before unfortune was bestowed upon them. And yeah, it's my final few moments in the commentary booth, so I've really enjoyed it, and thanks for carrying me along for the ride.
Yeah, thanks very much for your contributions, Will, throughout the race. As you say, you've been on commentary for 9 hours of this race, and it's only 18 of the way through. So thanks very much for your contributions throughout. It's been great to be alongside you for the last few hours. We're coming up to 6 hours to go, though. The final quarter of the race coming up in the iRacing Falcon Tire 24 Hours of Spa. Make sure you stay with us on Twitch, on YouTube, on iRacing and on RaceBot TV, because we've got an absolute barnstormer, a grandstand finish coming up, and the next few hours we'll be with you. First of all, with Zach Sweeney and David Haynes.
Thanks, Ewan. Thanks, Will. It's been thoroughly entertaining the last 3 hours. I've not been able to tear my eyes away from this Falcon Tires Spa 24, a constantly evolving and dynamic situation. Rain coming, easing, coming back, going away, and now there's just a tiny bit of it back, but we're definitely headed towards a drying line, headed towards a drying racetrack inside of the final 6 hours. Team Redline still run 1 and 2, but we have seen and proved from the weather gods there is so much sting left in the tail of this race, so much capability for anything to happen, teams to make risky strategy decisions that set them on a path towards glory or potentially significant embarrassment. And we'll bring you coverage of all of these remaining 6 hours so you can ride the journey along with us. Again, David Haynes with Zach Sweeney. Man, this is a good race in this back half, Zach.
Yeah, it is. Obviously, going to sleep when it's dry and then waking up again, obviously for the most part, and it's a very, very different race dynamic. Obviously, not at the front. It's still Redline that are obviously very, very quick, as we'd sort of expect. But that rain is such an interesting dynamic to sort of add, especially to a 24, especially to a circuit like Spa. And it is that big equalizer, isn't it? It really does change the dynamic of things in terms of, you know, the pace of teams and drivers, and obviously cars as well, as Will was hammering on about for quite a large portion of his stint in regards to sort of the BMW versus the Mustang and the switch around that could happen in that transition from dry to wet. But of course, despite that, we've still got 3 cars within 30 seconds or 32 seconds, which, you know, is not that far away considering we've been racing for 18 hours.
So I've been keeping an eye on the lap times. We're at a plateau of 2-minute 39-second lap times, and the live timing is available. Racebot.tv/pages/timing. The timing, scoring, and spotter guide all there for you to keep up with this absolutely thrilling race. And one of the things we've been keeping our eye on, of course, these lap times have been slowly getting quicker on a drying racetrack. Now seeing that the 001 Virtual Coach Grid and Go, they were the first team to make the jump from slicks to wets just as the rain started arriving. There's a chance that they are the first team here to make the jump from wets to slicks. That's them being absolutely Ricardo zonted down the Camel Straight by the racing cars that are still on the wet tyres, BS Turner and WSR Esports Butt Kicker. And it's pretty clear from the very, very ginger body language of Nico Rubelar there and how he's absolutely freight trained. That car has gone to slicks. They are making a gamble that is going to either send them back into the top 10, or it could end up with that car in the barrier. It's still sprinkling rain, but the racetrack has improved to the leaders setting 234s away from sort of the 239s, 240s, even 250s that we'd seen in the rain. And the Marla Racing Team 10, 7th place, has a drive-through penalty for 100 incident points. Since the rain came down, Zach, we've been seeing this consistently. Teams are really hitting those 100 incident points early.
Yeah, and to be fair, I mean, I know 100 sounds like a lot, but when it's wet, when it's Spa, and when it's a 24-hour, it really isn't. You know, one spin in the wet, that's 2x. You go off track ever so slightly, that's 1x straight away. Any contact you make is 4x, and very quickly over the hours, they do really start to add up. So it's not necessarily a case of avoiding it entirely, more so limiting the amount of penalties that you get, I think, for the most part. On board, by the way, with Lucas Prada, who on that lap going into Lake Com, of course, we did see it got overtaken by the BMW just ahead of him. Of course, that was a change for P9. Both of them finding their way ahead of the Virtual Coach .GG 001 car. Of course, Rubelar coming in for slicks, trying to sort of grunt it out, I suppose, for the first couple of laps and hope that the track becomes more suitable for slicks. I mean, it's still raining. There's still a lot of spray, still a lot of standing water either side of the racing line. I mean, it very much was a risk. And even if the track is dry enough, is it warm enough to really turn those slicks on?
apparently not, because the weather says 20 degrees Celsius on track, 19.5 in the air, relative humidity, surprise, 94%. It is very, very moist out there. In fact, so much that there's a bit of water falling out of the sky. So he said Marla Racing Team drive-through penalty. Falcon Sim Racing, the number 33, they've just picked up one as well. And Apex 1, the 021, is the first team to have their second drive-through penalty. There is still 6 hours left in this race. We spoke about if you can get to 100 quickly, you can get the next 20 just as easily. And so we have the first team with 2 drive-through penalties, and it is still wet out there. We see challenging conditions. The number 10 is going to serve that drive-through right about now, but for virtual coach G&G on those slicks right now, they have got to be oh so careful. I see my first 234.999 from third place there as well. Just constantly watching what the weather is doing, how the lap times are evolving, because I've seen this before, going from wet weather to dry. Is you go, no, too wet, and then suddenly there's a very quick evolution just as all the standing water starts to get cleared, and it goes, the pace starts to ramp up very quickly, and suddenly you're going, oh, it is slick weather, when just a couple laps ago it didn't look it at all.
Yeah, exactly. I've experienced that in sort of the real world. There's obviously slightly different, but in the world of bikes, it is a case of, one race, and you're talking 10-minute intervals. One race, it's like, no, we're nowhere near slicks. They're still on wet. And then 5 minutes later, it's, yeah, slicks are fine. And it is literally just that immediate switch over. It's not like a gradual, the slicks are slowly coming into their own and the wets are slowly dropping off. It is a sudden, very quick, exponential shift, purely because the wets can work on a drying track, the slicks cannot work on a wet track at all, right? The wets, at least to some capacity, have got a little level of grip on a dry track, whereas the slicks, they've got no way to disperse that water. They've got no way to find a decent contact patch on the circuit. So the moment they touch a little bit of water, they are just going to go straight round. And of course, they can't get the temperature in. At least with the wet, you can sort of, to an extent, monitor that temperature as well. You can stay on the racing line to sort of, obviously, scorch the temperature up. But any standing water you can move on to cool them down again and sort of regulate it a little bit better. So that transition onto slicks, you have to take with confidence. You have to be so sure it's going to work, because here at Spa, it's a huge penalty for going into the pit lane. There's a bit of a mistake there from Alves Lorenko.
Yeah, there is. Got in so deep into the bus stop chicane, just managed to keep it on the road, and that's critical, because ordinarily I think you'd go, oops, I'll just take some of this runoff and keep my car safe. But you want to avoid that at all costs. They could be oh so close to 100 incident limit themselves. Now, we saw kind of going on 2 laps ago now, down the Kemmel Straight, just as we're approaching, WSR Esports bike kicker Lucas Prada passed the virtual coach GG Grid and Go car, won the first to go to slicks, Nico Rubelar. He is now 17 seconds behind, so he's losing about 6 or 7. Have I done the numbers right there? No, perhaps 8 or more seconds per lap on those slick tyres versus these wet cars at the moment. The question is, are we just about to clear off a dry enough line that the slicks make that big jump that you've just described from no way to, oh, hang on, actually, this is the tyre to have?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, though, is that have they done it way too early, in the sense that 17 seconds, even if right now it goes from wets to slicks being the quicker tyre, and everyone on wets has to pit, are they going to be able to make up, obviously, are they going to be able to make up that 17 seconds? I mean, maybe, because potentially so, but 17 seconds from wets versus slicks in that early sort of period of slicks being quicker is a lot of time to gain. And I've always said, don't try and be a hero, don't try and be a mastermind predictor, because you're only going to sort of make it worse for yourself 9 times out of 10. Yeah, sure, you might have that odd spurt where you're like, oh my goodness me, that was an absolutely amazing strat, I am a god. But the other 90% is, oh, someone's had a bit of an off through piff paff. That's one of the Mercedes, obviously. Our 2 cars working their way through quite nicely, but for the vast majority of the time, you're not, and you're just going to make yourself look a bit silly. Predict what you can see, which is the track is still wet, wets are still quicker, so stay on wets.
Bit wide out of the final right-hander for Lorenzo in the BS Turner car, the number 96. Now in 9th, we continue to ride on board with 10th place Lucas Prada, WSR Esports butt kicker. And I keep watching the timing as Nico Rubelar, he's not even in the mirrors. He's like 3 corners back, 5 corners back, now 20 seconds behind this duo that remain on wet tyres for the moment. We are getting the very, very last of the sprinkling rain before we expect no further rain for the rest of this race. So we are going to dry up. Oh, Rubelar's off the road. He's spun. He's heading for the wall. He's in the wall. That's not the right tyre for these conditions. Virtual Coach G&G, they were gutsy going from dry to wet, but being gutsy going from wet to dry has cost them. And for the reasons you pointed out, the wet kind of works on the dry, but the dry does not kind of work in the wet.
No, and to be fair, he nearly saved it through Blanchimont, but then you just saw the car just went completely light. And what happened there is he started to aquaplane. He has no contact patch on the road, so he effectively just becomes a boat, becomes a passenger, and the car just had no grip. So what it was doing was going off momentum, and that momentum was telling the car to go a little bit sideways. And because he's got no grip, he can't do anything about it. He brakes and the wheels are going to lock. You know, he tries to put some opposite lock on, it's not going to do anything because it's just skating. And he was a passenger in that. And all he did was turn a little bit too late for Blanchimont, run out of grip, get onto that wet patch, and then you're stuck. It's not a case of, oh, I can bring it back onto the dry bit if I'm... No, you touch that wet patch and you are just going to follow it and basically just follow that trajectory of the car. And unfortunately for them, the 001, they've found themselves into the barrier, but they've not come back into the pit lane. So I think they've sort of... It come to the understanding that they've made their own bed and now they've got to lie in it and commit to these slicks until they work.
Oh, there's another PGZ Mercedes around. I wonder if there's a couple of other cars that have thought about going to slicks. There's a few cars in the lane right now. Voracious Racing Team are in after only 8 laps. Altitude Sports are in. Oh no, again, and a much bigger hit at Jackie Ick's corner for Nico Rubelar.
It's going to get from bad to worse, isn't it? From this point, it's going to be one spin, and then that car is toast. That is not a very pretty car to drive at all. Pulling over, and I'd assume going to get a tow back to the pit lane. That was a fairly hefty whack, and it's a long way home on slicks on a wet track with damage. The right call indeed, but an unfortunate one at that. And fair play to them because they took a risk. Unfortunately, it didn't work out. But had it done, they'd have been a hero. Unfortunately, it just was the case that it didn't on this occasion, and they're stuck in the pit lane for a while.
They've got their other team car out there. I wonder if it's also on slicks. Based on the lap time, I think the 003 is also on slicks. Stopping 2 or 3 laps ago, I think there's a PGZ Mercedes that's gone to slicks, and that's the one we've seen around 1 or 2 times. Your leaders not making that mistake. Gustavo Ariel remains on wet tyres out front in the lead of the race in the Redline Mustang, 7 seconds ahead of BMW M Team Redline 20. Their BMW, of course, it's BMW M Team Redline, and then BS Competition run in 3rd at the moment.
Yeah, so of course
from 10th.
Oh yeah, indeed. So
is 26 laps though. What do you do if you have to stop now? Another set of wets? Presumably you just have to go another set of wets and then take them 20 minutes. Oh no, the other grid and go car is off in the same corner. Jakub Kwiatkowski, he's also gone hard into the wall. Same place,
same mistake,
same accident, same spin, same left-hand side, driver's side of the car, going into the wall after a 270-degree spin.
Yeah, that is... I mean, it's picturesque in some sadistic sense, but for them it's so unfortunate because both cars have made the exact same error, and that is such a shame. Going back to what you were saying in regards to WSR by butt kicker, obviously Lucas Prada in the pit lane, I think it goes back to what I was saying a couple of moments ago in regards to don't try and be a hero. It's still wet, it's still drizzling, go for another slicks. If it dries up in the next 5-10 minutes, there's no reason you can't come back in. The loss of one extra pit stop is not going to sort of be outweighed by the loss of potentially binning the car. So I'd assume they're going to go on to another set of wets just to ride it out, because again, we are in that limbo, aren't we, of we're close to slicks but not quite there yet, and it's a case of what do you do? And it is stay on the quicker tyre until a different tyre becomes quicker. Don't try and be a hero.
back with your leader. Lead relatively stable to their teammates in second place, 18 and 19 laps into the stints respectively for first and second, so they're also reaching their next pit stop at a very critical decision point as far as strategy in this race. You're seeing some sprinklings of rain right now. My understanding of the weather radar is this will be the very tail end of the rain, in search of that wet patch down the Kemmel Straight as well for the moment. So right on the limit of trying to keep the wet tyres in their optimal range, but still there's this little gulf, this little chasm between what are the best conditions for the wet tyres, what are the best conditions for the slicks. We're heading to that point in between, but you err on the safe side, and the safe side is wets.
Exactly right. That is undeniable. Right, slicks at the moment are a risk. We've just had that proven by the virtual coach cars. Of course, one of them, the 001, was on slicks and lost 17 seconds in the span of 2 laps, and then binned the car and is now effectively out of the running. Of course, it's a shame because they took a calculated risk, I suppose, but they were running in the top 10, and that's a really decent position. It goes without saying to sort of risk it from. And unfortunately it didn't pay off, but as you can see, Gustavo Ariel, the 21 Redline car in the Mustang, which we sort of did predict was going to be fairly decent in the wet, is just ripping it up out there, isn't he? But saying that, actually not the quickest car inside the top 3. In fact, actually that last time by was the slowest lap last time by. Let's go through Radion. This is what Will Chadwick was alluding to just in our little chat. Huge tank slapper going through Eau Rouge and Radion. That's where the 3-second time differential has come from. Maybe that's going to tell Ariel just to slow it down ever so slightly. I have no idea how that car is still running. Quick hands from Gustavo Ariel.
Yeah, really big sideways moment at the top of the hill. Ariel's way up high. And, I mean, you're leading the race. You've been through all of this so far. How much of the face of God do you reckon you see in a moment like that? Looking straight at the wall or looking out the side window, which is forward. Going to have another offboard of it.
Oh, he's so... Wow. That is... I mean, that's something to look back and laugh at and be impressed about for Ariel. In the moment, I'm sure it's vastly opposite. Let's see how he handles this time by. Obviously, Eau Rouge Radion difficult enough in the dry, let alone when you've got millimeters of tolerance either side. He's nice and careful that time through, but he got a decent chunk of angle.
Yeah, he sure did. That replay was from 2 laps ago, so he's also been up Radion one more time since. Puts a lap on Boots and VDS there, one of the more colourful Mercedes circulating at the moment. Still seeing just a very, very light sprinkling of rain, but you see that there's a relatively white, fluffy clouds around, and there's quite a bit of blue sky peeking through. And the direction we're facing now is give or take approximately the direction the weather is coming from as well. So after that moment that either stops the heart or raises the heart rate, but it does not leave it at a resting heart rate, whatever it does, Gustavo Ariel continues in the race lead for the Mustang.
And is running actually really well. It goes without saying, of course. 6 seconds over the sister car, of course, the 20. They've been very much a pair all race long, slipstreaming off each other, helping each other with fuel, and sort of just using that slipstream like a cycling race, I suppose, in some sense, to sort of try and bridge the gap away. Obviously, that mistake for Barneveld saw him drop down 27 seconds, but recently, for whatever reason, Barneveld has been able to turn up the wick ever so slightly, bring that gap from what was 32 to now 27, and slowly but surely creep in onto the 2 leaders. Obviously, it's not enough nor consistent enough to see that gap come down in the foreseeable future unless there's a mistake, but what he is doing is bringing him closer, so much so that the window when we transition to slicks is going to be all more important for BMW MT and BS Plus competition to sort of work their way back into contention. Also means that the pressure is back onto Redline, because one small mistake and immediately BS are there to capitalize.
One thing these hours of rain has done is spread the field out somewhat. I remember a time when we had 5 cars within 2 seconds for the lead of the race. Basically like 12 hours into this thing. It was so close up front. We've seen a few fall to the wayside with some accidents, etc. We've seen some strategy blunders. Now you have 4 cars on the lead lap. But somehow I find it more enthralling than at any other point. This entirely dynamic situation unfolding with just a tiny bit of rain hanging around, really delaying the crossover point. A couple of teams have timed it wrong, thinking we were there, but we weren't there just yet. But we keep looking like we're close, and it's tantalizingly out of reach. Just like for many hours it seemed like rain was coming but was tantalizingly out of reach.
And you just, like I said, you're sort of just suspended in that limbo. It's a case of we've rode out the worst part of it as the Williams Esports Racing Prodigy number 1 comes into the pit lane. Now, is that scheduled? They've done 23.
Yeah, hard to know.
Slightly off.
Oh my gosh, the challenge of a wet pit lane hairpin is something as well, for sure, to behold.
I know Arjuna and Will were talking about it last night in regards to Will Chadwick and any skill issues he may have had going through that particular part of the circuit. It's very tight in the dry and very much so in the wet. Of course, the turning circle of race cars, not great, and a very tight pit lane with very narrow left and right. 23 laps that last stint for the number 1. It's not drastically off sequence as to say they're definitely going onto slicks, but it is also slightly off sequence as to maybe say that potentially they are thinking about it. So obviously we'll see. But from what I've seen, anyone that goes onto slicks now surely is going to do exactly what that 001 virtual coach car did.
Yeah, I see the Williams Esports Racing Prodigy car is still on wet tyres, but the key thing that I see is the change from Beckham Jasir to Sotomuto in that car. So have fun, Sotomuto. These are some very challenging conditions. When it's wet, it's tough, and you know it's wet. But right now, you're like, how wet is it? There was a moment when we had 2 of those grid and go cars on the pit lane getting near identical repairs done, and you're going to run out of BMW spares potentially if you do identical damage to 2 identical cars. Nice to see that fiercely forward car has got a rear wing and a nose again. There was a time that it was racing around missing 3 or 4 panels, and that is clear copyright infringement of Mustang GT3, the original and best V8 front-engined rear-wheel drive panel shedding GT3.
I wouldn't know. I haven't seen it, so I don't necessarily. I'm not familiar with the panel shed. What does it do? Was it just prone to crashing?
Something about the attachment points for the rear deck lid, the rear splitter, all of that, and they just fall off.
Result. That's American muscle for you.
In World Challenge, just Mustang bits, shedding like a snake.
Beautiful. That is suboptimal, but very picturesque, I suppose. I have got experience of it. A Lotus Evora just started shedding its engine cover at Alton Park a couple of weeks ago, and that is probably the closest thing that I can relate to the Mustang having its problems. But yeah, the V8 obviously just too good. There you can see the 14 Mercedes running, of course, at the moment in the wet. That is unfortunately the fiercely forward yellow car down in 13th, looking very colourful. Obviously, the purple and the yellow, obviously, around the car, but just taking it nice and tentatively. Of course, definitely not been without their issues. Of course, that yellow and black Mercedes just in the background as well, wide at Pouon, but I think for a lot of the teams a little bit lower down, it is just a case of we've had our issues. Do we just want to see the checkered flag? Because realistically, there might not be too much in terms of positions to go and catch. Let's just be in it until the end and see what happens.
Yeah, so I think there's clearly a couple of cars out there still on slick tyres. I think that's the 119 PGZ that my iRacing Focus on Crashes wants me to look at. Oh no, that's the BMW. Okay, they seem to be okay. They're up. A big handful of positions. Christian Steenborough. They could likely still be on wets. It's their Mercedes that you've got to worry about. That we've seen at least one or two of them off-roading. In another holding pattern as far as lap times are concerned, everyone doing 235s, 236s, and not seeing much improvement come along, and we're going to need improvement. I think, I don't know if I want to be stubborn or I want to be right. If I'm going to be stubborn, I'm going to say the crossover point is 225, because that was the number I threw out about 2 hours ago, hypothesizing what the crossover to slicks was. Now, obviously, Grid and Go thought it was more like 233, 232s, the crossover point you want to go from wets to slicks. I want to split the difference somewhere in the middle now and say if I see someone on wet tyres doing a 229, you could probably survive on slicks and the track is heading in a slick direction.
Yeah, definitely. Speaking of maybe going for slicks, Ryan Barneveld for BS Plus into the pit lane. That's after 26 laps, so of course is a scheduled stop. You'd assume they're going back onto wets because, I mean, the track looks drier, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's dry. There's still a lot of spray being kicked up. And not only that, it's that margin for error that we were talking about. The pace hasn't come down enough to warrant potentially going on slicks, because I don't think the reward versus the risk is enough to change, because the reward at this stage, if the slicks are quicker, say in the next sort of 3 or 4 laps, it's not going to be by enough to warrant potentially dropping the car in those first sort of 3 or 4 laps. So I'd assume they're going back onto the wets. Obviously, Redline are in a nice position here because they've still got another couple of laps of their stint before they have to come in, which gives them another couple of laps to really assess the track temp situation, the track condition situation. Phil Denez now gets into the car, taking over from Ryan Barneveld, and like we said earlier, with another driver change, with the Sato Muto getting into the Racing Prodigy Williams car. Good luck.
I think we're experiencing the very, very last of the rain at this moment. I'm about to see what's gone on that car tyre-wise. I think they've gone slicks,
Okay. That's risky, I've got to be honest.
I can't be confident because I'm getting some very... I've got a timing screen saying slick tyres for cars that I definitely know are on wets.
Right.
Like the race leader, Gustavo Ariel. But I mean, what do you take from that weave that he did of people fitting... That looks like slicks to me. Just the body language there. It's snapping. And he was weaving, trying to get temperature on the dry line, on the Kemmel straight. I don't know. You keep watching the behaviour of that car, but I think that's what's happened.
Yeah, I'd assume so, because if you're on a drying track, you don't necessarily need to worry about temperature of wet tyres. They're going to do that themselves. The slicks, on the other hand, with the track being not overly rubbered in, you're not going to be able to push them as hard, because obviously you run the risk of running wide or turning too early and going onto that wet patch. So they're not being as laterally loaded, so you do need to try and pump some temperature into them. And of course, slicks have a very specific operating window, especially in drying conditions. Obviously, that's the Williams Esports Racing Prodigy car going into Piff Paff, giving them a flash of the headlights. The disparity between this car and others would tell me they are trying on slicks. They're not terrible, but it's still nowhere near as quick as the wets. The key thing, I think, will be the next 2 laps to see if those slicks can switch on, because it might just be a tyre temp issue. It might not necessarily be the case that the track is too wet. It might just be a case that it's too cold, and once those slicks have got some temperature, they'll then switch on and be quick. Look out for this 89 over the next couple of laps, I think.
Yep, they're a top 3 car on pace, and you've seen how quickly some of these other cars have closed in on them and how much more grip through Blanchimont that Williams car has got than Phil Denez. So it looks slicks. There's enough of a dry line in most places. The problem is when you get off that dry line, you will be grid and gone. So Apex Racing Team 99 that have inherited 3rd place are now on pit lane. So Phil Denez will go back to 3rd behind the 2 red line cars. And it's not going to get any wetter than what it is right now. Rain is stopped, rain is gone, so it's just a matter of when you go to slicks, but you're not going to fit slicks and then have more rain come in 10 minutes. If you survive now, it will get better.
Yeah, exactly. That's the important thing to note, is that it's not going to get worse. There is a light at the end of this tunnel, and it is the fact that the track is drying, and you should have a fairly easy affair for the remainder of this race. Interestingly, the number 1 Williams Esports Racing Prodigy car hasn't overtaken the 89. Obviously, they are a lap down, so it's not a fight for position or anything. But you'd think with them being on 2 different tyres as such, that maybe they'd have an easier time of it. A little bit wide through Malmedy, and that is going to encourage the number 1 machine to move their way through. And going into Rivage, that's an easy unlap for Mikasuto. So still struggling potentially in the early stages is Phil Denez. Let's see if that BMW gaps the 89, because that will be the true test. It's one thing to keep a car behind, it's another thing to stop them from getting away.
Yeah, that was my thoughts exactly. What's going to be the relative pace now that Sotomuto's out ahead? Is he going to clear out? And I think it's fair to say he's pulling 1, 2, 3 seconds a lap based on having pulled basically nearly a second in 4 or 5 corners. Right now, you've got a handful of other cars pitting, and they've got the same large and terrifying decision to make that's been made for this number 89 car. What tyre do you go with? Williams Esports Pit Fit from 5th have just entered the pit lane, and again their fuel runs out and they head towards their pit stall, and they've got to put a new set of tyres on. Do you go new wets? Do you go new slicks? Your leader on wets has done a 234.5, whereas that lap just we've got to wait for Phil Denez to complete this lap to do a whole flying lap before we really get an idea, but it's probably going to look 240-ish.
The important thing, obviously, for Phil Denez is that he's got to gain 30 seconds, because that was roughly what the relative gap between him and the leader was when he came into the pit lane. Obviously, if he can close, that's great. If he can keep it about the same, that's okay. The last thing he wants to do, obviously, is increase that gap for obvious reasons, but if he's able to sort of gamble and get it right, then maybe it was a risk worth taking, because on pace, all 3 of them were so closely matched. It's going to be difficult to do that just on pure pace alone. Parker White, of course, getting into that Williams Esports Pit Fit. We saw him a little bit earlier on. Fantastic driver in his own right. Williams, to be fair, have got such a stacked driver lineup, and obviously running, loads of cars as they usually do. Parker White leaves the pit lane, and again, is it slicks? Is it wets?
My screen says slicks.
Okay, that's a gamble on that. 237.6 last time by for Phil Denez, 233.8 for Gustavo Ariel. So what is that? Pretty much the 3.8 second differential. It's getting closer, and I think with more temp going into those slicks, and obviously the track getting drier and drier, it won't be long until that sudden switch around happens. Question is it going to come soon enough for Phil Denez to gain time before red line pit?
Parker, mate, blink twice if you're on slicks. We'll see. So, yeah, just they're forced into having to make a big decision, damned if you do, damned if you don't, just based on these evolving track conditions. And when their fuel run out, they had to pit, and it looks pretty touch and go here. I think we've reached the point now where slicks survive but are not quicker than wets, but you've seen that there's only 3 or 4 seconds difference in it. Very soon the slicks are going to start to pick up a lot of pace, while the wets on the drying track will plateau and no longer see much lap time gain. Similar thing now for the car in second place that hits pit lane, the number 20 BMW M Team Redline. Florian Lebigra in. I think you start to go slicks now, even with the lead that they've got. You think about slicks now.
Yeah, 100%. Will Chadwick has just messaged me and made a good point. Surprisingly, I know it's not often he does.
Does he send you? Mine usually like you up, babe, or like what, are you getting nicer ones?
That's not broadcast friendly. No, it's fine. Basically, all he said is sort of on the point of Phil Denez and changing to slicks. It's only not worth it if he loses 70 seconds, because if he did that, He'd then obviously have to make an extra stop relative to Team Redline, and that wouldn't be good. Whereas right now, he can do some slow laps, not have to take that extra stop by going on to another set of another set of wets, and be able to sort of stay in contention effectively relative to the two ahead. Florian Lebigue back out on circuit, of course, and still waiting, of course, for Gustavo Ariel to come in, the 21 machine. And again, they get the best bunch because they get to postpone their transition onto slicks for as long as possible. And right on cue, here they are.
Yeah, again, this is a great chance in these conditions to make an overcut advantage. My screen, again, says slicks for the number 20. You'd expect the number 21's probably going to go to slicks as well. Phil Denez on slicks has just done a 231.5. We're crossover now. Slicks are faster than wets as of the last lap. So this is great for the 21, while Florian Lebigue is working on getting tyre temperature into those cold slicks that eventually, after a few laps, 3 or 4 laps in the case of Phil Denez, are going to come good. Gustavo Ariel gets to delay it 1 lap, gets to overcut, and he's right in the magic spot.
I think so, and to be fair, I've got to say that it is basically the latest he could probably get away with, because Phil Denez, that last time by, did a 231, obviously a little bit less representative because of in-laps and out-laps, but was 7 seconds quicker than the two Team Redline cars. So they were 4 seconds slower that previous lap, they're now 7 seconds quicker. Obviously, read into that data as much as you like, because obviously in-laps and out-laps, but we've had basically an 11-second swing from wets to dries, and that's what we're talking about, just in that sudden changeover in the wets being quick and then the slicks being really quick. And it's going to be important, obviously, for Ariel to get out, get some temperature, because it's all good the track being dry. If the tyres are not warm, you need to get them into the operating window and quick. Obviously, fortunately, he's got the 20 car, the Team Redline. They can both work together and obviously not trip each other up in that sense if Ariel's struggling to get some temp in. They have got to be careful of that 89. I think they are going to be okay. And after all of that, the gaps are pretty much as they were before all of the Malaki and Phil Denez coming into the pit lane. So it's as it was, but as it was, we're still very close.
Again, my screen says slicks for the race leader, Gustavo Ariel, the number 21. Team Redline. He's weaving down the Kemmel Straight, hoping to get some semblance of tyre temperature before he breaks into Lacombe and Melmedy on what is still a damp track, but drying rapidly. The Belgian sun is out. There's no more rain predicted, and there's 30-something GT3s pounding around at pace, trying to clear some of the moisture away. Phil Denez at 229. He's motoring right now. Keep an eye on those gaps between him and the leader. I think Florian Lebigue still going to struggle with these changeable conditions and bringing his slicks in. Gustavo Ariel, of course, is still going to struggle for 1 or 2 laps to get some tyre temperature in. So I guess everything that Denez is gaining now, he kind of lost in the first 1 or 2 laps when he got onto those slicks. So I think it's much of a muchness in the wash, but he's flying now. 229 from him. He's the fastest car on track for the moment.
Yeah, you've got the 99 Apex car as well. Alejandro Sanchez did a 228.4 that last time by as well, so they're not slow either.
I said what I said.
But you're right in the sense that Phil Denez, he's basically gaining back what he lost in the early stage of his phase. So it's 6 of one, half a dozen of another, in the sense that he lost it earlier. He's now gaining it back because Redline are having to go through that same transition phase. But nonetheless, he's very, very quick, and it'd be interesting to see, because right now, see that it's changeable, right? So the track is going to be changing lap on lap. It's getting dry. The grip is becoming more and more apparent. A lot of times, you rather it be completely dry or completely drenched, right? Because at least then it's predictable. At least then it's not really going to change too much. Right now, lap by lap, corner by corner, the slicks are going to get warmer, the track's going to get drier, and you're going to need to go and take those risks to find that time. And this is a real good opportunity here for BS and Phil Denez to close in what is a fairly sizable gap, but after 18.5 hours, not really, but he's got 23 seconds or so to close. Right now is probably the best opportunity he's going to have to go and do it before the track becomes completely dry.
Yeah, if you're looking for grip, you've got to believe what your eyes are telling you, that there's a dry line almost the whole way around the circuit, but it's not the regular dry line. There's still water pooled at the apex. You look, they're all driving half a meter wide of the apex in places like Piff Paff and other places. There's still water either side of the racing line that you've got to be careful of. It'll take a while before we see them launching across all of those slippery curbs, and the fastest lap of the race is something in the 2:16. We are still 12 seconds away from that, but onto slick tyres for the vast majority of the field. And WSR Esports butt kicker Lucas Prada, the number 23, they've been out for 10 laps, and now I think they're back in for slicks.
Yeah, so I'd assume, because we didn't see them
10 laps ago, it was too wet for slicks.
Exactly. So I'm assuming they went onto wets and now have to take the suffer of an extra pit stop cycle. The only problem, right? If this was, say, like a different track on a much shorter pit lane, it would make sense to go back onto another set of wets if you weren't sure. Because it's Spa and you've got to do the Grand Prix layout and then the endurance layout in terms of the pit lane, it's a much bigger penalty if you get the decision wrong. And unfortunately, I think that is what the case is for the 23. They took the safe gamble that we were talking about, going back onto wets if they were the quicker tyre. And now, unfortunately, they're seeing the toll of taking this safe bet because they're having to come back in to put slicks on.
I think they did the right thing all in all, because it was only 5 laps ago we were looking at Phil Denez going, slicks? Really? Yeah. Those look horrible. And then in the space of 3 laps, they've suddenly come good. So you wind back another 5 laps. WSR Esports butt kicker have done the only sensible and the only sane thing, and it's brought them to where they are right now, which is after only 10 laps, needing to come back in and put those wets away and aside for another group of slicks. The challenge now, I think, with 19 minutes to the top of the hour, 5 hours, 19 minutes to go, they reached a point where they make it to the end on 4 more stops, perhaps? That's a little shimmer of hope there, that there's some other cars in front of them that might need 5 still to get to the end.
Maybe. I think because of the wet, obviously you're saving a lot more fuel in the wet, relative, and obviously changing for tyres and things doesn't really care for your fuel gauge. I know in a couple of cases it did, but Lucas Prada going on slicks was on the wets, had to take an early stop. So again, it knocks you off sequence. Basically, they can do, give or take, as a rough estimate, about an hour. In terms of lap time and pit, stint time and stuff. So they're going to have to get in a couple of minutes here or there, which is about a lap a stint, which is doable. Also just been told the 99 Apex car is in the pit lane, and that is because they have just had a huge off somewhere, and I'm assuming it's sizable enough damage to bring them back into the pit lane. That is such a shame, because like we were saying, they were the quickest car on track.
Yeah, they were flying. We'd praised some of the driving of Hugh Barter, Luca Kita, Alejandro Sanchez, Salva Talon's the other drivers in that car, and it's dropping and tumbling down the order, been in its pits box for over 90 seconds now. There's a mechanical meatball flag out for that car. They have had a big off somewhere. I haven't laid eyes on it, and I hope we'll get to it in due course. It elevates Williams Esports Racing Prodigy into 4th, Williams Esports Pit Fit into 5th right now, and there's a whole handful of other cars that you imagine are also going to get a leg up. Here's the replay through Pouan, just a tiny bit wide. They get the wet curb, they get the wet runoff, they get the wall heavy, all of it from being 30 centimetres wide of the dry line. Slick tyres are the tyre to have, but only on the dry part of the racetrack, and they got too wide.
Yeah. Pretty much, that's the margin for error, right? That is the tolerance that you've got to deal with, and one small mistake has disastrous consequences. If that was completely dry, he'd have gotten away with that, but because there is a little bit of wet on the outside, he unfortunately did suffer the consequences, and that, it was a pretty hefty whack. It's going to be a pretty hefty repair time as well.
yeah, it didn't slow at all, did it? It went in fast because they were at sort of dry racing speed through that fast double left-hander, just got the wet curb. There's the wet curb on the exit there for WSR Esports butt kicker, and then no slowing it in the wet outfield. So it just kept going at probably 200 k's an hour or so, give or take, towards that wall. It went in quick, and it went in sideways. The lead gap's been closing. Gustavo Ariel, strong as he was in the wet weather, came out of the pit stop to go to dry tyres with a 7-second lead. Oh, and here's dramas for BS. That's gone much more lightly into the wall, but it's gone 360 degrees around on the exits of Malmedy. Now, this is your race leader, now only leading by 3.5 seconds from Florian Lebigra. The conditions have moved not just to favour Lebigra over Ariel, but perhaps even to favour the BMW over the Mustang. The wet conditions brought this Mustang from Redline into the lead, where they've been for a couple of hours now. Will they remain there? And they're being caught ever so slightly by Phil Denez as well. He's one of the fastest drivers on the track. Zach, see if you find anyone faster than Phil Denez right now.
Yeah, so Phil Denez that last time by set a 2:24.2. Lebigra set a 24.6. Ariel set a 25.9. Now, how much of this is the Mustang? How much of it is the slicks not quite being warmed up? How much of it is the fact that that man has got into the car with 10 hours and 20 minutes left to go, and he's nearing on a 6-hour stint in the car, by the time obviously he comes in for this pit stop? How much of that do you reckon is just fatigue of being absolutely shattered, having to deal with the wear, all the strategy decisions, all of that? Is he just tired and therefore slightly off his game?
Can I have just a little bit of column A, B, and C, please? I think that's what I can I take that?
Huh?
So the other drivers in the 21, Sam Coutert and Josh Thompson. We're expecting Thompson could come back. All three of them. Oh, and Ole Steinbraten. Steinbraten's not in the server, but Thompson and Coutert are. And so there are drivers that at the next stop will probably make the replacement, and then we'll see what the 21 has got. But will it be too late by then? That gap has closed a fair bit and relatively quickly. Denez just had a scruffy lap, while it's the best we've seen since the rain stopped for the Redline 21 and 20.
Yeah, so for Denez, obviously, a 28.4 is a way off the pace. So my guess is either he's hit traffic or he's hit a wet patch. And like we were saying, the tolerance is so slim that the slicks work when they're in their working window. The moment you go off that, it's very easy to slide and lose a lot of time very quickly. That's probably where that time loss has come for Phil Denez. Ariel, that last time by, obviously a 23.8, a little bit more representative, managing the gap back to Lebigue. But are we going to see what we saw over the first number of hours of this race, of the two Redline cars just working together and getting away? You'd assume so, because granted Phil Denez is 30 seconds back, but in the grand scheme of things, that's not a lot. That's one spin. That's a couple of faulty pit stops. You know, those sorts of things. A couple of bad runs through traffic. 30 seconds is hard to close on pace, but very, very easy to close in an endurance race over the remaining 5 hours that we've got. It's still a big threat, and Redline still are not 100% certain to win this race. They're favourites, don't get me wrong, but Phil Denez and BS Plus are a very big threat, and Redline need to cover that off.
More dramas inside of the top 10. So the Apex Racing Team 99, they've still been taking repairs for 7 minutes. Very significant damage to their car. Williams Esports Pit Fit is back in the pit lane from 5th place after just 6 laps. We rode on board with Parker White on his outlap. He only blinked once, so he must have been on wets, and they've realised that's not what's going to work, and they've had to come in for slicks after just 6 laps on wets.
It's a very quick realization of, yeah, okay, this is not the way to go. They're back out again. I think probably in a similar vein to what we saw with WSR. Obviously, Lucas Prada came in and then did a couple of laps, 10 laps, came back in again, realized, yeah, slicks are quicker now. Didn't that's exactly what's happened to Parker White, which unfortunately does take both Williams, or one of the Williams cars, out of the top 5. They still have the number 1 Williams racing Prodigy car, but now the pit fit unfortunately isn't. Impulse Racing, the 69, that is so easy to do. Just to snap on the exit of Malmedy, and that barrier finds you very quickly in what is a fairly decently high-speed corner as well.
And that's how they lost their nose. It's where Parker White finds himself right now. He's trying to stay on the dry bit of the racing line. Oh, he's got Energy Sim Sport. But down the inside there, you've got the... not the BMW M Team BS competition, it's the other BS competition car, right? There's 2 of them? Yeah, BS Turner. BS Turner in the mix there as well, who are 18th place at the moment, having done 10 minutes of repairs after their most recent dramas. Williams Esports number 1, Sotomuto in after 11 laps. Did they also go to... did the Williams cars all go to wets and now they've got to go to dries?
Presumably so. That's what it seems, because unless there's damage, unless they've crashed, which we haven't seen, there's no reason for them to come in. Unless they've made an absolutely disastrous error and underfueled the car. We're clutching at straws there. They've gone onto wet, and it's the wrong decision. They've tried to hang them out for as long as they can, but the pace that we're now starting to be put in by Ariel Lebig, Dennis, of course, 23.5, 23.3, 22.9, we are getting quicker and quicker lap on lap. If you're on the wet, get off them as soon as possible. It is a shame, but like we were saying, we only know it's a shame because we can look back in hindsight and say, yeah, it was actually the better idea to be on slicks at this point. You don't have the privilege of hindsight in the moment, and like with WSR, like with both Williams, they just went with what was safe as opposed to taking a disastrous risk. And in fairness, they're still both cars are going to emerge in the top 10, potentially even the top 5 for the number 1. So it's not like they've lost out tremendously, it's more just an unfortunate setback.
Fastest lap from Sotomuto in that short little stint was a 2:29, and then you look at the leaders doing 2:23s, even into 2:22s now from Phil Denez, and you go, yeah, we've reached all that the wets can do and we're losing 5-6 seconds a lap. So yeah, they did end up going the safe route, but reached the end of that pathway, and it's time for everyone to go to dry tyres. It's crazy how that switch flips though, because the time they made that decision, you couldn't have faulted them for going, no, we're not going to risk dries just yet. And then, in just a matter of 10 laps time, there's no way that wet tyres are going to reach the kind of performance that the top 3 are capable of on their slick tyres. BMW M Team BS competition now 221.5. They're only 4 or 5 seconds away from the pole position pace. We're going to get under 220s so quickly, I'm sure now. And the gap to the lead, it's still 26 seconds, but they've brought it down from 30.
Yeah, it's progress, right? Slow progress is still progress, and to be fair, it's not even slow. I mean, they've gained. Ariel, of course, was having a poor run through traffic. We saw there was getting bogged down. That allowed Lebigra to close in by a couple of tenths of a second. That gap now about 2.5, 2.7 to be exact. Phil Denez, though, is catching that same bit of traffic, but in the meantime has got a nice little bit of clear air, and in doing so has been able to bring that gap. He made the mistake and lost a few seconds to bring it back over the 30-second mark, and now he very much is chipping away and getting that gap down over the duration of his stint. If he can get that sub 20, I think that puts BS on a very good stead for the rest of this race, because again, like I said, progress, even whatever the amount is, as long as it's progress, is a good thing. And Denez at the moment has a very good opportunity, like I said, with the drying track, with the changing conditions, to really hammer in some good lap times, find the grip and go and chase down Redline.
That 2:16.956 you see as the best lap. It's not just Phil Denez's best lap, it's the car's best lap of the race, of the last what would that make it? 19 hours. And so you see we're suddenly not that far away from this car's fastest lap of the race at any point in any condition, knowing that most of the race was dry up until about 10 hours, 9 hours to go. So we've had this period of wet running. We're heading back to dry. No more rain expected. Sun well and truly out, and even the track temperature beginning to rise. It actually rise quite quickly from 20 to 24 degrees Celsius, and Every sort of 5-10 minutes I look across at it, we've gone up just a little bit more. This is that's the pit strategy graphic. It gets a little messy after 19 hours.
Yeah, because you go into a race with an idea of what you want to do, and then you get about an hour into that race and think, we're going to have to do something completely different, or sort of ever so slightly adjust strategy, because you never know what's going to happen when you embark for a 24-hour race. Weather, damage, unexpected pit stops, those sorts of things put you off sequence. And it's all good coming into this race with a plan, but the great teams will have an idea, as sort of a foundation, and be able to build upon that as the race develops. And sort of the most important thing there is thinking on your feet, being proactive, taking the right decisions without carrying too much risk at the same time. The gap at the front is now sub 2 seconds, by the way. Ariel is struggling ever so slightly. Maybe obviously the BMWs coming into their own, because the 20 and the 89 respectively are both the BMW M4, so maybe that is the case in the dry running. The Mustang struggling ever so slightly, but as we say, the attrition for Ariel, usually you see drivers do 2, maybe 3 hours in a car. He's been in this since the rain started, and he's still going. He's still got a decent chunk of his stint left. The man needs some sleep.
Yeah, he's getting all of his drive time in one big chunk at the moment, by the looks of things. He has been the master of some of these changeable conditions, but you're almost getting to the tail end of that. Wonder what this lap time's going to be from Denez, because he's just smashing out the lap times, going quicker and quicker, lap after lap after lap. We go, he's in the 24s, he's in the 23s, he's in the 22s last lap. 221.120. Which has a nice little symmetry to it. We'll see what this one can be. He's maybe got just a little bit of traffic. It's the Energy Sim Sport Audi right to the tail end. I think they're pitting, and he's crossed them over. So that might have lost him just a little bit of time in the final sector, but I think he's really getting into it. He crosses the start-finish line. Of course he goes faster, 220.8. Another lap where he takes half a second and maybe a little bit more out of the next car in front, and even more out of the race leader, Gustavo Ariel. It's underneath 1 second for the race leader. It's underneath half a second. It's underneath 3/10. Ariel's struggling big time. The lead could change at any moment.
It can. Will it, though? Obviously, do Redline want to swap the cars? You'd assume so. Maybe Labriga can get in front and Ariel can just follow in tow, because that BMW, with Denez being as quick as he is, Redline need to maximise all of their opportunities and limit the chance that the 89 is going to close in more and more. So I think once they get through this sort of spout of traffic that they have got, it's still a very busy circuit. A lot of GT3 cars still hurtling their way around Spa. I think we've got 27 cars out on circuit still. Obviously, the lowest car is the Voracious. That's in P32, but there are a number of cars that are DNF'd. They still haven't quite been able to re-overtake since. So I think we've got 27 cars running. So it is busy, and Labriga obviously staying behind Ariel, not putting too much pressure on his teammate at this stage. But I think once they're through, it would make sense for Redline to swap and Ariel to sit in the tow, use Labriga's pace to better them both, as opposed to Labriga just sort of sitting behind and naturally slowing himself down, because Denez most definitely is not going to be slowing down anytime soon.
Riding on board with second place, Florian Labigra in the number 20 BMW M Team Redline, the car that he shares with Max Verstappen and the other drivers of the number 20 entry, Diogo Pinto and Chris Lollam. We're looking at the race leader, Team Redline, number 21, Gustavo Ariel. And how much of a gap is there for the race lead? I'd say nothing between the rear bumper of the Ford Mustang and the snout of the BMW M4 GT4. This gap's come down pretty quickly over the last couple of laps. Struggling to get through the traffic. There is only one dry line, so if they don't move out of the way, what can Ariel do to try to get past some of these cars and put them the lap down? He's definitely struggling with that at the moment. The key thing I'm noticing from this onboard is the racing line is dry, but look how many places they stay wide of the apex because they're still water puddled at Pithpath, at Stavilo, through Rivage, all of these places. Pouon's actually a big one. They're like way off the apex there. For the lead, the lift from Ariel, he's letting his teammate through. Florian Labigra takes the number 20 BMW back to the lead of the race with 5 hours to go.
Yeah, understandable switch. It was a convenient place to do it. They didn't lose any time in doing so. And Ariel obviously stayed as far left on the dry line as he could to allow Leaderboard to make a pass, still partially on the dry line. And you're right, when it comes to traffic, it's very difficult. I mean, traffic in GT3 is difficult enough anyway, because unlike, say, if you've got a hypercar versus a GT3, you haven't got a big disparity. A hypercar can put their foot down and lap a GT3 nice and easy. A GT3 fundamentally isn't going to be ridiculously quicker than another GT3. They've got the same pace, the same cornering grip, same braking capabilities. Couple that with the fact that you only have one line to take, unless the back markers are being very nice, like that BS Plus Turner is going into Piff Path, it makes it incredibly difficult to lap. So Redline are doing a decent job of just working their way through the traffic. Obviously, unfortunately for them, it's fairly bunched up. Phil Denez is probably going to catch it maybe when it's a bit more dispersed and find a way through a little bit easier. But Lebigra, for Redline, at the very least, making that swap was the right decision. You can already see he seems a lot more confident to push. Ariel can now sit in the toe, use that, and Redline can get away.
Let's see what pace an unleashed Lebigra is going to be capable of. Probably won't know on this lap. Might need to wait till the next flying lap to have an idea. He's kicking up a little bit of the water as they begin to broaden the dry racing line around the 7 kilometres of the circuit Spa-Francorchamps. Still water pooled in a handful of places, but everyone just keeps on improving with the sun out, drying the racetrack. All the GT3s going around drying the racing line. Track temperature has risen now to 26.7. Literally, as I started that sentence, it was 26.1, and it changed in front of my eyes, and I changed to say 0.7 instead of 0.1 because that temperature is beginning to climb rapidly. Sun is out, it's straight up in the sky at midday. I'm going to head to a pretty hot track. Who would have known how wet it was just 2 hours ago?
Yeah, you wouldn't. It's Spa things, right? We see it in the real world, just how drastically capable the weather is to change, and in the sim it is exactly the same. I mean, to be fair, it's not been a drastic change. It's been a very slow transition. We were on that limbo of the sort of the drizzle to the slicks for a decent sort of half an hour, maybe even a little bit more. So it's definitely not been a quick change, but now it is drying. It's drying more and more and more lap on lap. That water off the racing line is evaporating, and it won't be very long until we are on a completely bone dry track, you would assume. And while the track is sort of fairly nice and cold, make the most of it so that you can maybe push a little bit more on the tyres, use them a bit more without running the risk of overheating them potentially, because if we do get scorching hot over the next sort of 5 hours, it's going to be so easy to overdrive the car and obviously wear those tyres into the ground. So while it's cold, make the most of it.
Speaking of tyres, the next 2 cars ahead of the road from here are teammates also, and they're also for position. It's 5th and 6th, Williams Esports Racing Prodigy and Williams Esports Pitfit. Now that he's on the right tyres, Parker White is the 2nd fastest car on the racetrack. He's hunting down his teammate Sota Muto for 5th. The crazy thing now with all of this having, pitted just at the wrong time, gone for wets, switched them to dries a couple of laps later, is they're battling for 5th and 6th. They're about to go 2 laps down to those outright race leaders if Florian Lebigra can put the foot down.
Yeah, exactly. It's a shame, obviously, for Williams because they had to come in again, and what could have been had they not had to. They'd definitely have been about a minute and a half further up than they are currently now, and maybe contending more in the top 5, potentially ahead of Marla or whatever. But their pace is very good indeed. Question is, obviously, what are they going to do about it? Are they going to do a similar situation to what they did Team Redline? Is Pitfit and Parker White going to work his way ahead of Sota Muto and sort of use that? But they seem to be fairly equal on pace, so I don't really see as to why they necessarily would. There doesn't seem to be much to gain from it. I think maybe it's just going to be a case of sort of not tripping over each other, trying to benefit from each other, being there with slipstream, bit of fuel saving, whatever. Depends how hard you need to push. But if they can follow a similar dynamic to what Redline have been doing all race, they're not going to be doing half bad in a couple of hours' time, because the reward that you get from running with a partner is so much outweighs what you can sort of potentially lose if you're just by yourself.
Another lap completed, another scorching one from 3rd place, Phil Denez in the BMW M Team BS competition at 2:20.3, made him almost a second faster than even the released race leader Florian Lebigra. in the BMW M Team Redline, number 20, significantly faster than what Parker White was able to do, and he's the second fastest car on track that we ride on board with right now, honing in on the rear of his teammate Sota Muto. The normal racing line would take them further to the left, but look, there's still water puddled there. That's what's interesting to me.
Yeah.
Still, like, so much water there that no one wants to get their slick tyres into and push it out of the gutter.
No, that is one ticket to understeer. Obviously, the
puddle of nope.
Yeah, exactly that. That is a big no from me. You do not want to be anywhere near that, obviously because it's wet and you're on slicks, that goes without saying. Also, the curbs, for the most part, are going to be wet for some time, and again that makes it very, very slippery, so you don't want to use them full stop, and if you sort of take too tight of an apex, you are very quickly going to find yourself running wide, and then running sort of you hit the first patch on the inside and then understeering into the next patch on the outside, and having more and more problems. There they both are, of course, in the bottom, concentrating very, very nicely indeed, running very well. Two of the quicker cars on circuit, one of whom inside the top 5, and to be fair, Williams are yet to win a GT3 race in an iRacing special event so far in 2024. But what they have done is very consistent podiums and top 5 finishes. So Williams are definitely up there, very, very, very strong.
Yeah, the teammates side by side on track, side by side on the graphics. Sota Muto on the left, Parker White on the right. If you needed the help, because they've got the same t-shirt, they probably have the same headset. Obviously their supporters are written on their chest. They don't have the same guitar amp though, or quite the same decor. I reckon you let Parker White through here based on the pace. You do what Redline have done. Parker White's been quicker the last 5 laps, and if you play the team game, you let Parker White lead. Not a bad last lap from Lebigre. He's found his footing to match the pace that Phil Dinez has been putting down as well. So this is, we're talking about what 5th and 6th are doing, what 1st and 2nd are doing, what 3rd place is doing. Mila Racing Team's the odd one out in that. They're 4th place. They're only 20-ish seconds ahead of Sota Muto, who was a second quicker the last lap. Parker White's been even quicker, so 4th and 5th's not out of the question still for the Williams Esports duo here. Staying ahead of going another lap down is also not out of the question, as you see 1st and 2nd just looming in the background.
Yeah, I mean, Williams are pretty much matching their pace, which is obviously good news for them, not necessarily good news for Redline, because if they do catch, it's going to be even more difficult to lap them as such. So maybe it's just going to be a case that Libby can settle into a rhythm, or Williams let him through, or whatever, because Phil Dinez, I mean, it sort of tailed off and plateaued a little bit, but that gap getting on the edge of 20.5 seconds, which probably is going to go sub 20 by the end of his stint, which, as I predicted, would be a very good target to go and sort of aspire to. But Williams, talking of aspirations, like you were saying, very much can aspire for a double top 5. They were inside it before they made, obviously, the safe call to stay on wets for sort of an extra couple laps before coming on to the slicks. But now they very much can close in on that number 10 Mila Racing car. Of course, Felix back all by himself, really. He's that divider between 5 and 6, and then the top 3 just sort of chilling in P4. To be fair, that's exactly what you want, though. It's just a nice, calm run. Unfortunately, it probably won't be calm for too much longer, because that 26.6 gap that he's got to Williams is going to continue to truck down. I mean, it was only 3/10 that last time by, a 21.1 for Quernbach, a 20.8 for Sota Muto. So it's slow progress, but as I said, slow progress is still progress nonetheless, and Williams are going to chip away at this gap over probably the next couple of hours, you assume.
Put your chips out now. Who's going to be the first to go into the 2:19s? Is it going to be Lebigre? Is it going to be Dinez? Is it going to be Muto? Is it going to be White?
It's got to be Dinez. I mean, he's only half a tenth off it right now. He's just done a 20.050. Surely he's the first. I mean, his pace adapting to this condition has been staggering. In the sense that he goes and finds grip, and he just commits the car. He's not scared to go and do it. He's the one finding the grip, and everyone else is sort of copying that. He's only half a tenth off. You'd assume a natural progression is to be a 2:19 the next time by.
Come on, from 30 seconds away from the race lead to 20 seconds away from the race lead, but the pace advantage for Denez, it's not what it once was now that Lebigra is released. He's not pulling 1 or 2 seconds out of the red line cars every lap, he's pulling sort of half at the moment. And for all the reasons that you've been talking about, you've got the two red lines together and they're paced together. Once this becomes a completely dry track, it will become tough for one car to economically overhaul.
Exactly, and sort of your pace, especially on a track like Spa, right, where there is a high dependence on top end, up the Camel Straight, this run to Spa-Francorchamps, you need to be with someone, right? You need to be maybe not necessarily bump drafting, but definitely slipstreaming together. Phil Denez doesn't have that luxury. He is relying right now purely on the changing track and finding more grip, which is where you can very quickly find a lot of time. But once that levels out and he's without the slipstream and hasn't got a partner to consistently run with, Redline will start to reap the benefits and probably, I'd say at the very least plateau, but I'd predict that the gap is going to re-extend. So for Denez, this is crunch time. He needs to close that gap within a reasonable margin, so much so that he's not completely out of contention, because we aren't going to see another spout of unpredictability in terms of the weather that BS can really capitalise on. Right now is Denez's time to really hone in some gaps and make it possible, looking to the final sort of sprint to the finish. We're closing in, obviously, some 5 hours now, 4 hours 50 to go. If BS want any chance of winning this race, and don't get me wrong, a podium's decent, but a win is always that little bit sweeter, he needs to set his teammates up for that final 4 hour sprint to be in the best position possible, and at the very least apply some pressure on Redline.
Heading for an interesting moment shortly, not quite as interesting as when the rain first came or the first car to pit for slicks, but how close Lebigra is now getting to Parker White. Shortly, the headlight flashes are probably going to come out once he gets within sort of half a second, 4/10, 3/10. And we'll see exactly how friendly the Williams Esports duo want to be to the Redline duo, slowly sneaking up to put 5th place 2 laps down. And the other thing I've been noticing from this angle is I think that the Williams duo are far more eager to push to the inside of these corners than the Redline cars that are staying a little wider and kicking up less spray.
Redline have got more to lose, right? The risk versus the reward there. They can see exactly what Williams are doing, which is probably a good thing for Lebigra on this changing surface, is to have a reference. When it's getting wetter, when it's getting drier, you want that person in front of you so you can sort of gauge what they're doing. Does it work relative to what you're doing? Can you try and apply it and find some pace? Obviously, that's nice from Parker White just to allow both of the Redline cars through. So it's a Redline sandwich with some Williams bread. In fact, it's a double Redline sandwich because both of the cars are now in between the two BMWs. But you'd assume that Muto is going to allow them through as well. And again, just assume the duality of the two teams, obviously Redline and Williams, and not put up too much of a fight, albeit actually, you know, he's not doing too bad, is Sota Muto in terms of pace. So I think maybe we might just have this sandwich for quite a little while, unless they're going to change in the Camel Straight, of course, but potentially. But yeah, on the changing track, you need a reference, and right now that's what Redline are doing. They can't afford to take too many risks because one spin and BS are right up on them, putting some pressure on. So to an extent, they need to push, but also have a fairly cautionary approach to the changing conditions. They cannot afford to push hard and take risks.
Speaking of sandwiches, I've got a deep fryer set up in the kitchen at the moment. I've been making like hand-cut chips, stuff like that. Currently fighting an intrusive thought to deep fry a grilled cheese sandwich.
Nice.
Yeah, I reckon before I dispose of that cooking oil and pack away the stovetop deep fryer, I should probably wonder exactly how I'm going to do it, but it seems like a good idea. Fair
enough. Don't get how you're jumping out when I am as well in a couple of hours, aren't you? So
yeah,
you've not got too long to wait. Have you managed to eat since your last stint, or were you asleep?
I had some noodles.
Nice. What flavour?
chicken 2-minute noodles, but then into the pot I put sausage, mushroom, some peas, and then spring onion later on top when it was done.
So turning a 2-minute noodle packet into a proper cuisine. That's nice. That's good going, David. I respect the chefness.
And then a tiny bit of garlic, tiny bit of sesame oil, and that might have been it. What else did I chop up? Oh yeah, half a tomato.
Beautiful. Proper. That is gourmet right there. Nice. I respect it. Probably a bit overkill for a 2-minute packet of noodles, but yeah, good scran. Which is probably what they would say in Liverpool, which is where you did once think I was from, which I still don't understand, I've got to be honest. But that's fine. Following on a little bit further down, there's 07,
Can you get John Lennon to sign something for me?
I have no idea who that is. I'm sorry. Who is he, like, decent? Hang on.
Oh man. Okay. It's interesting to know that their cultural relevance that lasted like 50 years didn't last
this guy.
60.
Okay. Yeah, no, mate, I'm 2006, as Will and Ewan were alluding to. I have no idea who people are. I'm sorry.
So 2000 and late.
Yeah, it's just I'm a babe. I was 3 when iRacing was released. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. Here's something fresh for you. How about a battle for position that isn't between two teammates, Redline or Williams? It's be the Apex Racing Team 99 that we knew had a very significant delay, a lot of repairs, 16 minutes in fact, for Alejandro Sanchez. This is where he's resumed in the race, just ahead of the 07 Racing 07. That's good, I like that. Alex Cohen is just behind in that Ferrari. I think if they're completely repaired, that Apex Racing Team 99 should be an absolute rocket ship. It was in 4th when it crashed out. How's that bit of the wet line? Okay, they survived that. So even the wet bits don't seem too wet anymore if you've got a bit of tyre temperature. 07's Ferrari has just demonstrated by taking the shallow entry into Blanchimont.
Yeah, and again, he'll look at that and go, that wasn't too bad. I can maybe not use it on a regular basis, but if I do touch it, it's not going to mean the end of my car. And every lap, you're sort of gaining that data and finding what works, what doesn't work. Very much is trial and error in situations like this, in conditions like this. And 07, which, as you said, nice, makes it very easy for us as to know what that team is called, being in the number 07. But that 99, as we say, crashing from P4 with the pace they had, look out for them to sort of maybe climb their way up. They've got 50 seconds to the fiercely forward pink car boss at the wheel in P19, another 45 seconds to the top 18. So any representable decent finish potentially in this race is maybe out of the window for the 99, but nonetheless you've got to be in it to win it. I mean, I was just commentating on a 24-hour race in Ford KAs where after the first hour 2 cars had to come into the pit lane. One of them had to do a complete engine change, the other one had to do a gearbox change, and they completed the 24-hour, and after all of that they still were able to finish a couple of positions ahead of where they started. Alex Khan, of course, getting a little bit wide through Ravage, but it just goes to show that even if something goes wrong, stay in the race because you don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, and we've had some big field spread because of the rain, where suddenly 15 minutes behind the race leader isn't last, it's 17th place in a 49 car field. So there's still a lot to get. There's a few teams that I think are still going to get drive-through penalties, even though the flurry of drive-through penalties that we had in the rain has slowed up. Everyone's finding it a lot easier to stay between the white lines and on the road now that it's dry just about everywhere, but I think we're going to get a couple more. So if between now and the end you keep it clean, someone else gets maybe 21 incident points in 4 hours, that could be 2 drive-throughs, which is more than 2 minutes. So there's still a lot of opportunity to gain if you just stay in it. And we are staying on board with the 07 Racing Sim Race Lab car. All Italian crew drivers in this number 07. It is 3 drivers, Alex Cohen, Lorenzo Castellani and Alessio Bonino. And they've split it up pretty evenly. 131 laps for Bonino, 177 for Castellani, and we've just crossed 162 for the driver in the car.
That is Mercedes X Peugeot, I think, with the no rear wing going on that AMG GT3. I don't know who that is at the moment, but you can assume they've probably had a fairly sizable off somewhere on the circuit. That's the number 11. Yeah. So Maxime Marriott at the wheel at the moment. That's P18. And when they come into the pit lane and apply that damage and repair it, that's another position for the 99 Apex car to go and get, unless it's visual, but that rear wing is not on the car.
No, it's
but they carry on.
We saw Mercedes with less body panel